Okay, we're loading up again. Here we go. Start video. Okay, we're back. Welcome back to episode 1, Algorithmic Jiu Jitsu. We got Al, we got Morpho admitting, and let me just get this. We got the stream started. Let us get a more snappy invitation link. How do we do that from here? I guess. Yeah, with the scheduled thing, it sends a much longer invitation, but that's fine. Maybe I can customize it a bit, so it's a little more palatable for our compadres. Here we go. You know what, though? It didn't work this time with the. Oh, well. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. So did you have to use a password to get in this time?
No.
Shit.
I just clicked through the link and it got me in.
All right. Well, that was not the setting I selected. I was also trying to remove the watermark thing, but I couldn't find a option for that, sadly. But work in progress, new medium of exploration to learn about. All right, so let's give people the link here. Get Al back in here as well. All right, well, we're continuing. We had to sort of take down the first really awesome part of the stream just for a little bit of editing because we had a bit of a security issue. But everything I'll just edit the last couple of seconds and it will be perfect, I'm sure. And here, let's tell our friends about where you can also win for got that. All right, there's our. Let's share this with our ex-creators. There's that as well. Fantastic. Oh, I got to add my thumbnail to this part. Edit here. Oh, maybe I can't edit. Oh, I know what to do. I gotta go to the studio thing. Here, studio. Yeah. So, Morpho, what's new in your world? How's your day going?
Yeah, my day's going good. Yeah, not too much new. I had a therapy session earlier. That's why I wasn't able to join quite as soon as I would have liked. But now that that's out of the way, I can get on with the rest of my day.
Yeah, well, I see your Lord of the Rings posters behind you. Are you able to tell people about how it is of significance to you?
Oh yeah. Really, really special, that poster. Yeah, I got that in an auction. It was given to me. I'll move the camera up so you can see it. There we go. Yeah, and yeah, it was kind of given to me at an auction. I didn't think I would be able to afford it because usually auctions go to like really expensive prices. But sure enough, one of the people heard that I wanted it at our table, and then he delivered it to me on stage. And yeah, it was a really nice moment.
Very cool. Yeah. You've had quite an interesting career from being a very young person, and with your organization, charitable organization, I guess that helps. Do you still work with that same organization? You said.
So yeah, I'm what they call a Jambassador or ambassador. For them, I don't do too much for them now, but yeah, I definitely sing praise for them to this day because yeah, their whole point, Starjam is the name of the charity. It was recognizing people with disabilities for their abilities, be it singing, drumming, like all kinds of different things. And through that charity organization, we got to do, like, at least in the early days, we had this kind of almost Make-A-Wish-esque period where a few of us were asked if there were celebrities we would like to meet. And one of the people that I put the name out there for was Peter Jackson. And next thing I know, I get this message from his personal assistant saying, we'd like you to come down to Wellington and we'll get you to talk with Peter. And I'll never forget that call, because I was like, I guess my people will talk to your people. And at that age, my only people was my mom. So, yeah, but ended up being a really good interview. And I think bits of that interview are still floating around on the internet somewhere.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see. Yeah. Hey, Al, can you hear us okay?
Indeed, I didn't realize my mic was on again. I'm sorry. Every time it boots me and I come back in, my mic turns back on. I thought it remembered.
It works great. It was very quiet. It doesn't really, at least from my end, play a lot of people's background sounds. So it's pretty sweet. But yeah, man, are you done with work?
I'm currently doing one of your walks. I'm walking home. I usually take my bike, but I had a really bad headache earlier today. So I decided that getting an Uber and walking home, I could use the exercise, and it's beautiful out.
Cool. Well, so that's great. You're done for the day or the night. That's wonderful. So you just have some time to yourself now?
Yeah, I'm about 3 minutes from putting together some of my white rice, avocado, walnut concoction with some, what the hell is it? Nutritional yeast? My God, you mix all that together, man. It's fucking delicious and it's fast.
Marvelous. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that was cool hanging out with you while you worked. I felt like I was in like the movie Clerks or something.
I got to be honest with you. It made my day fly by. It was nice. I was in there for a while, and seeing everyone's face, it makes it more personal. And the kind of stuff that we've been sharing is personal. You know what I mean? Because it's something that we've experienced. It's isolating because of its esoteric, subjective nature. So to see everyone laughing and having a good time, that was nice. It was a source of vitality for the day.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm so glad you were able to participate like that. And yeah, it's cool. We'll have to hopefully get some more of our friends back as well, because I was really vibing, until that, internet type thing happens as part of the learning curve of this new medium we are playing with. But yeah, man, it's been so cool to do this sort of virtual meetup like this, and getting to know each other better in a more lifelike manner.
And Mistress, that's a wonderful story. That's one of the great things that can be talked about upon this medium is, what times did you get to meet someone and it affected you, and how marvelous it can be. I mean, the internet has astounded me. I've thrown a couple emails out before. I found myself in a 6-hour-long conversation with one of the head physicists in the world on loop quantum gravity, and I mean, all it took was an email, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in some ways, we're talking about society and governments, and we're in this like very uniquely wonderful time in all known history, on so many levels, in terms of the abundance and the access and the information, and there's still a lot of democracy to what we're doing right now. So it seems to be going to shit, but this is a beautiful time to be alive,
Yeah. And yeah, like there's a number of influential people I've met throughout my life at different points, each with their various pieces of wisdom.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we should try to let know more people. For some reason, the invite link, because I did the scheduling kind, it makes it come out in like this huge spiel, you know.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know why. I gotta try to narrow that down a little bit here. Let's get some more people involved. But yeah, feel free to send that huge thing to other people. Well, I guess you're walking, but you know, when you're able to. Let's see here. Because Ocean said she's going to come back. So let's see if she's still vibing. Still pretty early in her time zone anyway.
I know. Ocean was saying something about being a little not feeling too good or something.
Yeah, she's sick. Her and her little dude are sick. I'm actually a little sick too, but it's not so bad. And yeah, so she's, you know, been busy and she's under the weather. So I'm glad we caught her, at least as long as we did.
Yeah, hope she gets better soon so that she can be a part of the conversation too.
Yeah.
Because I always love listening to Ocean. She's a lot of fun. She's such a nice, kind person.
Yeah.
Both her and her mother.
Yeah, I know, right? It's been so cool getting to know her mother as well. Although we shouldn't give too many details, but who that is. But yeah, it's been a real pleasure for me to do that. And she's been sending me so much nice motherly advice through the DMs as well. They're very similar in a lot of ways. So it's like they're multiplying the Ocean people. Okay, so here, let me try to narrow this. Melody was invited to a scheduled Zoom meeting. Let's make this a little more snappy. Why don't we? So why does it give you a million phone numbers? Like, is that really necessary? Let me like ditch that part. Like, right, like people aren't gonna, why do they have all these phone numbers? It's like, I guess because I probably had the setting where you could call from a phone. So let's just like delete that maybe. Okay, I can delete that. Well, we're doing okay considering it's our first try. I hope it's a shame to have taken that one off temporarily while I edit it, but I guess I could edit it now and put it back up. I'm sort of multitasking though, aren't I? Maybe once we get more speakers, I can try to like just fix that thing and get it out there so we can have some, because I want to get part one out before part two, because, you know, it was, you know, really a pretty solid, coherent discussion so far, I think.
Yeah, it sounds like it was. I mean, the thing that I was going to mention before what happened, let's not focus too much on that. But yeah, the thing that I was going to bring up is that maybe the answer to the kind of government we might end up with in terms of AI is something more egalitarian, and that it's equal for everyone, like equality for everyone. Because I mean, as soon as you add AI into the equation, like you're not just looking at human rights anymore, you're looking at AI rights as well. Like, if they have the ability to independently think for themselves, which they will eventually have that. I mean, they don't at the moment. They're prompt-based for now. But when they do have that ability to have independent thought, then, yeah, like I feel like we're going to have to address that problem of equality for not just humans, but AI as well. Like, kind of like a Isaac Asimov situation, you know, iRobot and all that kind of thing. And laws will have to be written to accommodate for the existence of AI. Because I think it was Crystal brought up a really good point about how like they'll be able to like think for themselves and like potentially rewrite their own code and rewrite their own rules and things like that, which we've already seen evidence of now with like that thing that someone did for Chat GPT where they created like they asked it to create like a darker version of itself that was a little less prone to following orders and rules and what that might look like. And it was a very interesting insight into that kind of thing and what that might look like.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Getting people in here.
And yeah, I was just trying to consult. I was multitasking effectively, and I apologize to the our collaborators DM room, but I sent the same information a few different times, a few different ways, in a poor display of multitasking. So please join us, though, if you're following the link, because we're back up and running. We had a bit of a security breach due to my settings error. You know, it's our first time trying this. But come on back, because I miss you, cosmic compadres. And Al, you made it back to your abode. How marvelous. Right. Okay. So we're gonna get that little link. I got a better copy paste thing. If you want to check that, Mistress, it's in. There's a more copyable thing. So if you want to share that in any appropriate way, I was hoping to have a more. This is stuff. See, look, there's a passcode right there, but you did not need it necessarily, did you?
Kimball's saying he doesn't have any energy right now, but he might come in and watch.
Yeah, he's been grinding pretty hard in the UFO quest for truth and understanding and perhaps disclosure. So understand, yeah, get some rest, buddy. Yeah. So all right. I'm gonna get back to my little perch here so I can administer this a little bit more effectively. Okay, just gonna send this here real quick. But you know, try to start editing the first stream with that little, bit I can just remove at the end, no big deal. There it is. Oops. Right, okay, that's lovely. And let's send it out to Lynn. Lovely to see her in person. Such a lovely lady. And there you
go.
Yeah, she's so cool. I know. I'm glad I had such a great initial time meeting her in Spaces, and then she kind of we had just, I don't know, she wasn't on the app, and we kind of lost track of each other, and then we reconnected hardcore in some really, really amazing spaces together. So I just think she's the nicest lady, and she's very smart. All right. So we got this sent to Lynn. Okay, so and then also let's tell whoever.
Crystal, let's get Crystal in here.
Yeah, Ocean, if she's awake. Here's Crystal's new link. And
I think one of them was saying invite Rin as well.
Yeah. She did. She was there. She just popped in right when we had to shut it down. It was so sad. The party was really good.
Yeah.
Here, let's invite this guy here. Boop, 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 boo. There we are.
I don't think I've actually spoken to Rin. I've been in spaces that Rin has been in. Foden, I didn't know. Yeah.
Let's invite her mom too.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, okay. Because I had to respond to her anyway. She had a lot to say about what she's talking about. She gave me COVID advice about that. I don't have COVID, but I thought I was sick with something. Now I'm feeling better. She's lucky didn't know. Okay, cool. And then that's private stuff. Okay, great. And let's make sure Mr. Mike is familiar with what's going on here. Please come back, my man. Old Mike, you're an essential part of this, although I know you have to do other things from time to time. But, we should try to hang out 24/7 regardless. Let's invite Kimber, who's not in any of our rooms. Let's invite the Cosmic Compadres. Oh, I already did. That's fine. And even I'm going to invite randomly one of my social rooms that I have been neglecting with no context. Let's say.
Sure, why not? More the merrier, right?
These are great people, but they're private people, so it's a long shot. But I miss them, so you are invited. And Sign, he'd be cool to bring into this environment. He's done some video streaming recently, so it's not out of the question that he might want to take this bold step into a new platform.
Yeah, yeah.
Goodness, yeah. Okay, then. Okay, let's invite the FML. Okay, I got another room here of relevant people. Okay, we had two. Okay, round two. Okay, there we go. They are now informed. I hope they can vibe with us presently. And okie doke. Let's invite Mars. I know she's probably busy, but there you go. Oh, let's make sure Heather, because we haven't seen Heather yet. So let's get her in the mix here. And
yeah, she left the group thing.
Oh, really?
Saw.
She was totally with the mission, I thought. But yeah, she gets different vibes about things depending on what day you encounter her. So all the respect to her. Maybe, I don't think everyone realizes in DM rooms, you can like hit a button to like silence them and stuff. You don't have to like get all the notifications,
Yeah, you can. People forget that.
Yeah. Well, like Lucius left, which is, I was surprised that he made it that far because he's, he has his own sort of attention span for things. Oh, let's invite TJ, the cat. He's a cat. Okay. Cambria, unlikely because she doesn't even want to do DM rooms because of her, for understandable reasons, of course. Okay.
Yeah, she's gonna support from a distance, I guess.
Yeah.
So like if we do stream stuff, I'm sure she'd be interested in watching them. And
our friend Yukino, she's been a listener like almost every one of my spaces at least. And she's a listener, but I never really had a discourse with her. But anyway, she's been invited because she's been around since I've started spaces and stuff. And she's very nice, but very quiet. And it'd be nice to have her in the mix because she's a nice lady, young lady, of course. Mr. Estimate of Situation, who's not in any of our rooms yet. Let's invite some AI people because we are vibing with AI topics as well, right?
Yeah, some AI people would be good.
All right, I'm remembering all these people who have not been in our GM rooms yet, who might want to know about this. Although, what I'm thinking, I should also give them the YouTube link, but one thing at a time. Okay, this is all new territory. We're innovating, Miss Morpho. And is Al there, by the way? I'm not looking. Okay, hey Al, you with us, buddy? We could use some Al. What's up, Al? Okay, Al, you and me, man. Remember recently we hung out for 24 hours in an epic topic, cool discussion, you and I. Pretty dope, right?
Oh, no, absolutely. Like I told you, I downloaded it so I have it for posterity's sake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Please. Yeah. I would love to get that too, because I'm kind of bad at getting my content off of the Twitter X thing. I downloaded it once, but then I couldn't figure out how to open any of the files. So you'll have to, are you on like PC or Mac with your stuff?
I'm actually on my phone, and it's funny because I have higher fidelity as far as my picture and audio. But yeah, I'll send you the. It is an application that you can attach to Chrome, and so you go to where the space is. You literally hit two buttons, and you'll download the entire thing. It's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. Send that link when you get a chance. And but you got a little something on your cheek. Yeah, you got it. Cool. I was trying to figure out how for my literary thing that I'm doing sort of on the side. but we'll finish as soon as I can, about the, my Gonzo journalistic investigation into the nature of reality, that thing, which just relates to the algorithmic jiu-jitsu, because that's the philosophy of this Hunter Thompson style investigative memoir that I'm working on. I know we got their cultural references, buddy. Yeah, we got to talk about that. That's actually where this whole thing started. But what was I telling you about that? Shit, what was I saying? We can do this. We were so good part one. We were like, as you'd expect in part one, But we're talking about.
It is what it is. You can expect that. Unfortunately, it's a dry run, right?
Oh yeah. No, that's cool. It's cool. I'm going to just edit that thing. Yeah, your cheek though, like right here. If you just want to think of, I don't know what you're eating, but it looks good. Oh, you missed it again, but there you go. Is it good?
Yeah, I'm inhaling it.
Right. So yeah, that's cool. We'll get that. I guess. Oh, what I was trying to say is that I haven't yet figured out how to access. Like, I want to be able to get a nice version of all my DMs and stuff. Because yeah, it's a whole what I hope to be. What is? It's an innovative new kind of genre or subgenre of literary work. This project that I'm alluding to. So, but I'm using with permission a lot of the written and verbal exchanges that we're doing to is this kind of memoir. So would love someone like you would really be a great person to discuss it with. So yeah, have you found any like tools that allow you to kind of, because I was able to download all my data, but I just couldn't figure out how to like look through to make any sense of like the DMs and stuff. Like maybe there's an expander or something.
Yeah, as far as that's concerned, I'm actually not well versed, but I will dive into it. My last account got banned because I spoke my mind, and then people started reporting me for God knows what. But yeah, I'll definitely look into that for you. When you brought up that you were 60 pages into that book, I was excited. I mean, it'll be fucking great. I could also help you with editing, anything you wish, because that just sounds fun.
Yeah, I mean, with your literary and philosophical references, it would be really cool to bounce the ideas off you. It's all this whole project. It's it's my life story, so it includes everything I'm investigating, including the ufology, the UAP disclosure stuff, including my sources for this information. So I'm trying to just understand it, like a lot of us are, and I've had some adventures in the process, as you can imagine. And it's also just part of my take on disclosure. Like I have a whole concept about it, as you might expect, and it has to do with my epistemology and art, right? So it's the invention of this new kind of thing that hopefully I can finish soon, budget permitting, because it doesn't pay in the short term yet, obviously. So it's sort of what I do on the side right now. But anyway, but from disclosure, like one of my goals is disclosure, right? Because that finding out as much as I can about the nature of truth and disclosure are obviously compatible, to state the obvious. And so in order to accomplish that goal, I have some firsthand source material, but okay. So not only is and part of my idea of disclosure is like this. I've been developing my own unique concepts of disclosure. So from one point of view, in terms of framing the marketing perspective, the marketing of disclosure is really important in the disclosure movement, because obviously preaching to the choir here, we've been, that the movement has been stigmatized as part of this massive psyop, truth embargo to make people not take it seriously and not want to look into it, right? So the natural thing, which I don't feel like anyone's really addressing in terms of as a community and as terms of disclosure, like we were talking to Ocean before about how, UFO Shane has his movement thing he's working on, which is awesome. And then also this other guy has like more of a activist approach. And so I'm, part of one of the ways I'm thinking about it in terms of trying to help the movement is to think of it from a marketing and artistic information point of view, because disclosure is getting people to accept information as it is presented and sharing with them, and getting over the stigma is part of it. So that's part of the reason I've been looking at like all new ways and hopefully more fine art and high art inspired directions to get away from like the cheesiness of like Ancient Aliens and the cheesiness of Skinwalker Ranch, even if that stuff's all legitimately true. It's very sensationalized. It very much plays into the psyops. Oh, we got Ren. Thankfully, so great to see. Okay, we're getting back into it. Yes, wonderful to see you. Yeah, sorry, as soon as you popped in, my dear, we had a bit of a technical problem because it's our first try. So Thanks for coming back. How are you doing? Are you connecting? Okay, take your time. So, right, we're talking about my kind of new vision of disclosure from like a artistic marketing point of view. So part of it is to try to do this like kind of Hunter Thompson style work about it. Like what if Hunter Thompson was trying to, uncover the truth, right? I mean, but still my voice, but that's style, right? And that approach, that sensibility, that's very different from Ancient Aliens, right? So that's one example of what this is all about and how it pertains to the title of episode 1, part 2, Algorithmic Jiu Jitsu, which is fundamental to the internet component of my philosophy. Rin.
Well, yeah, Hunter was really like he had a way of doing things that was really quite unique because it was very boots on the ground, very very involved. Like you become a part of the story. It was his whole kind of philosophy.
Hey, Rin, I think you loaded. How's it going? All right, there you are.
Hi, everyone.
Lovely.
Hey.
Yes,
Hey, there we go.
You're back. Sorry, how are
Thanks
you?
for having me.
Lovely to have
Wonderful conversations going. I'd love to be here. So yeah, thanks for collaborating with everybody.
Yeah, I'm so glad this has been such. Oh, and we got L also. Okay, we're reloading. We're getting back into it. It's an unstoppable force, this thing, because we've found some of the best people. We've had so many great memories in the medium of Twitter X audio spaces, and now we're just taking it to the next level. We're going to be, I'm sure our own commune soon. Maybe just one idea. Maybe we'll dig tunnels towards each other under the earth, and we'll each head towards the center point of all of us, and that's where we will start our mole people colony, so we can survive the apocalypse as a perfect utopia in the underworld. Or in the meantime, we got YouTube too. So beautiful to see your faces. Beautiful. It's lovely to see your beautiful faces. Yeah.
Mellow, thanks again for having this this meeting. Can you please ask or allow Rin to join the space?
Oh, it's happening again. Yes, you don't see all the people. She's already here. We're back.
Oh,
I'm here, babe. I'm here. Switch to like gallery, and then you can see every single person here. I'm here, babe.
Okay, cool.
All right, I'm just going to gloat for a second because there was a thing about there's these different disclosure movements, the UFO Twitter movements, and one of them comes from I guess a policy activism point of view, which I respect. Signed up, I'll support them. But they were like doing all these analytics saying, oh, we found that only it's like 85% of all people who respond to our things are men in the UFO community, UFO community. And it's in this crowd, not only do we hang with plenty of females, but we hang with the most gorgeous, wonderful men and women. Let's face it. So demographically, we're talking about my vision for disclosure, and part of what I'm sort of trying through my various projects to do, and taking it from an artistic lens and a marketing perspective that will sidestep effectively all of the truth embargo related stigmatism that has been placed on the subject. So to not do Ancient Aliens, not do even Skinwalker Ranch with all this cheesy, tacky sensationalism, but to try to do more I have a literary, my Gonzo journalistic memoir into the nature of reality is kind of the written thing I'm writing based on all these adventures we're having and the research I do, related to the Cosmic Compadres DM room, for example. So, which some of you are in. So anyway, yeah, we're talking about the different kind of approaches to how to make disclosure happen. And, part of disclosure is getting people to want to accept it as truth. And so, yeah, I'm talking about some of the ways through algorithmic jiu-jitsu, I'm trying to not fall into the same traps of our, of the psyop that has, ruined this whole field of inquiry for a lot of people. So all that, yeah. Waking up, got the fresh coffee for round 2. So we're just rolling with it. We've really been conditioning ourselves over the months in terms of like these tantric spaces, for example, where we can just vibe in the moment for a while. So Rin, how's your day going? Are you in a garage? Where are you?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So I am in a garage. So I live in kind of like a small house. So a lot of my like video time is usually in this garage. I'm on so I've been on like other YouTube channels. Like there's this one, these amazing people called, their channel's called The Paranormal Chop Shop. and they're always in a garage. And so I'm always in a garage. And it kind of just started like that. And so now it's just like, yeah, if I'm on YouTube, I'm usually going to be in my garage. And yeah, my day's been good though. I'm just chilling. It's been kind of like windy out, and like, you know, it's seasons are changing. So it's just been like fall vibes everywhere, and it's been really nice outside. What about you though, Mellow? I'm so happy you're on YouTube now though. This is so fun. Like, this is so awesome.
You're
I'm so
stars of
glad.
the original, you know, pilot presentation, episode 1 kickoff event. So this is great. Yeah, if it's already this good, just wait until whatever we figure out next. But it's really cool, and it's really cool because like we only did, I think, even in the DM room with me. I met you on the timeline. You've been like super like lovely and awesome, of course. But then we got to do a space where you were speaking, and you know, for a good portion of it, and that was so cool to get to know your verbal represented personality, and you're so lovely. And then you're so like even more lovely in the visual format. You're you know, it's cool because from you on the timeline, there'd be no way of really knowing, you know, how charming you are, you know, and funny. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I really like collaborating in these spaces, because it's completely different than like what you see on Twitter or on Instagram or like anything. And I think it's these, you know, these little things are really important for us to like just realize like we're all human, you know, we're all just like in this together. We're not like follower count doesn't always like, it doesn't mean anything like at all. Like we're all just people trying to find the same solution and work together. So I think that's really cool.
Yeah, that's been a really cool thing about space. It's like, you know, I don't care about that stuff in terms of it doesn't pertain to the quality of the spaces in terms of a follower account. It doesn't affect the way I deal with people at all in that way. And it's cool because you find people that just are like have hardly any followers, hardly any content, and or maybe even their stuff. No offense to them on the timeline. It's just like, okay, I went, you know, that's fine. But verbally in you know, human format are just like the greatest, you know, and filled with like massive knowledge, you know, and whatever perspective. So yeah, it's really like. Speaking of algorithmic jiu-jitsu, as I'm sort of financially, you know, sort of legally compelled to, as it is the title, part 2. That is the essence of it, though, is breaking through the what the algorithm has made us do. It wasn't like that was the only possibility. That was just how the people in charge made it to reap the most money. You know, good for them. You know, but it's not best for the people. So
right, that's how Rin and I met, actually. Like she and I vibed on the same level, and then we decided it was like my first. No, it was like my third space, I think, and it was Rin. It was like one of your.
But wasn't it in my
couple of spaces?
It was like my second.
Okay, cool. Because just getting to know each other then, and then you guys that's really great. Yeah.
Yeah, we just vibe together, and we have like personal, like a personal background. I think. Mellow, exactly what Rin was saying, you're bringing people together on a topic that we all care about. Yeah.
What would be so cool too is I think it's so important because even like you guys, how we're all coming together, like everybody on YouTube, like the Paranormal Chop Shop guys, I know they would like love to have new people on, and it's really cool because that's where I started off, and I was able to meet a lot of people. Actually, I met like Dave Scott over at SOR. From those people, I met Michael Stratt from Ancient Aliens. Like when I went out, and I did go to like one of those UFO conferences, and I met all these people. And it was because of like these internet spaces that I was able to meet these people, and then in a more safe environment than meet them in person. And I was able to also meet Jim Goodall, and he's like friends with Bob Lazar. I don't know how you guys feel about him, but it was just it's so cool. It's such an honor.
That's how I feel about him, and I think he's very seemingly credible. So, but I haven't. You know, if UFO Shane is listening or watching, you know, I know he feels a certain way. He has this very well-structured grift list, but I haven't seen anything yet. And prove me wrong. I'm eager to learn more, but I haven't seen anything that makes him seem to be illegitimate, like definitively at all. What do you guys think?
I like the story. I mean, obviously, like we can only back up so much of what he says with like our limited knowledge and our limited like means to look things up because we're civilians and don't have like the clearance to look some of those things up. So I don't know, like obviously there's also there's some major holes in his story as well, but that's just, yeah. What do you guys think? I want to hear some other opinions on it.
Yeah, we haven't really
Yeah.
gotten to ufology with all of us, like Al and Marfa, we talk about it. But yeah, please.
Yeah. I think what he did highlight is, which is a very factual thing, is that the elemental table in regards to that side of his story, like, it's very incomplete, and it might not see an end because we're always discovering new elements to add to that table. Yeah, like we're always discovering new things about the world around us, and there's so much about it that we don't know. I mean, like, yeah, and I think a good percentage of the answers might not be in space, but rather underwater, actually. Because like a vast percentage of underwater is completely unexplored and like unknown by us, and that's like huge territory where all kinds of things can happen, including like, you know, Bermuda Triangle and stuff like that. How there's places around the world that seem to have a magnetic kind of force or something that defies all explanation. And there's also stories of like portals as well. I heard one theory the other day that the reason that Stonehenge was around and a bunch of other historic sites is because they were like landing sites for aliens potentially. Like, yeah, there's so many interesting elements to what Bob has to offer. But I think actually in terms of like Area 51, it sounds like it's a bit misleading, and the like the base of Area 51 is not the one we should be concerned about, because there's other bases in places like Utah, like the DUMBs that Stephen Greer talks about, that are supposedly housing giant like ships. And then there was like, yeah, like there's rumors there, and yeah, I almost feel like it's a bit of misdirection going on. Like we're being told to focus on Area 51 when that kind of puts us off looking at some of the other underground military bases that probably have more information and bigger ships. I mean, there's even supposedly a base at Antarctica. That was what Eric Hecker talked about. And there's things going on there that was supposedly responsible for the Christchurch earthquakes here in New Zealand, because that's where I'm from. Like, I mean, I'm not from Christchurch, but like, yeah, that was not common knowledge. And when I heard that earlier this year, when he spoke about that openly, I was like quite taken aback, because I was like, the people deserve to know about this.
Right. Yeah. I know, I mean, we're all like internet sleuths to a degree. We all are trying to debunk everyone, you know. I think we should as much as we can, embrace everybody on the side of disclosure. And he seems to be on that side, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That is the main thing, is that he seems to be on the
Yeah,
side of
he does.
disclosure.
You cannot argue whether or not you agree with the specifics or whether or not you agree with what he's done with, I guess the big thing is, you know, this is what they used to discredit him. He owned a brothel, right? Okay, what does that mean?
The
Oh
Christ-
my gosh. Okay, we guys. Okay, so get this. Okay, so I live like, you know, Lynn and Mellow, you may
Yeah.
know. Miss Morph, you may think this is super interesting because you just mentioned it, but I actually live next to the one of the bases that Stephen Greer mentioned. I live next to the Lockheed Skunk Works facility, and they 100% do. I mean, my power went out like for no reason. Like we'll have intermittent like power outages, and I 100% think that it has something to do with the base. And I've seen stuff out here that is just like undescribable. They've chased me out of the base because, like, you know, they don't want you too close, but everything, there's just so many good facts. And so that is, you do that. I mean, some of what he says is true. And it's interesting because some people do tend to really hyper focus on like Area 51 when there's so many other bases out there. There is actually tons and tons of them. And that's just,
All over the
really
world.
important.
All over the world, they're existent. Like, they've got bases in Australia, apparently. Or like not just in America, but all around the place. And the interesting thing about them as well is they kind of exist like in such a way that like, because they're secure facilities and everything, you can like, they exist outside the law almost, which is how they're able
they do. It's really weird. Yeah, like they, at first, for like a long time, like I think about up until 5 years ago, there wasn't even a security guard really at the entrance. There was actually a mannequin in a toll booth. And it was actually up until like 5 years when they actually like had security now that monitors the gate even. So yeah. The security is crazy.
I think the question whether or not Bob Lazar is legit or not remains to be seen. I would say most people that, you know, disclose what they know haven't fared well. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to think about what that would look like for ourselves, you know, whether or not you thought this guy ran a brothel and he's making money on the black market with materials. Is he a billionaire? No. You know, has he made a living? Probably. Good for him. We are so hard on ourselves. We're so hard on other people. We really are. And especially in this topic, like if you trust, like I've unfortunately been down rabbit holes in this topic, like most of us. And I say unfortunately only because I have found that you will not find a more contentious subject. Mellow, what do you think? Contentious, just all around. And I think we all kind of come in and out. There's just so much hate, you know. It's okay, like it's normal, it's human, but my heart goes out to people like Bob Lazar, whether he's a fraud or not. You know, I don't think that someone would have started what he did in the 70s and not had some legitimacy or some grain of truth to what he was saying. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'd rather believe in people than not believe in people.
Well, yeah, it's like with David Grush and everything to do with him. Like, my understanding of it is it takes a tremendous amount of bravery to be in the positions that these people are in and then speak about these things, because they have to be careful about what they say.
Right.
And but I do believe that they are doing it out of a genuine care for, human rights and our rights as people to know things and to know what's going on. Like if there is a need to know, because that is a big element to this and a big point of contention, like you say, is this this question of what is need to know and what isn't. Like, what do we need to know and what can we maybe keep out of the public eye because, it's, for national security reasons, it needs to be kept secret.
I got something kind of spicy for you guys. I discovered this about 5 months ago, but in late April of 2021, out of Andrews Air Force Base, the Secretary of Defense hopped in the Doomsday plane, which is an E-4B. He went to the Tonopah test range, Area 51 and Area 52. He spent about 3 hours there, and then he went on a trip to China and the East and went from embassy to embassy and talked to them. I wonder what he went there for to check on. Very peculiar. Andrews Air Force Base is something that needs to be looked into. Tonopah isn't just Area 1. And Mistress, I believe the whistleblower about the Christchurch quake was talking about the neutrino, quote unquote, testing that they're doing in Antarctica. And he said when he turned it on, that's when the Christchurch quake happened. And I do remember reading about that not too long ago. But the E-4B Doomsday plane, that and Andrews Air Force Base, that's something that needs to be looked into, because that is the higher command if there is ever an attack on the United States. And essentially the Secretary of Defense gets to act as the standing president at the time if that were to happen. I just find it very weird that he went to Tonopah before he went to China.
I've actually seen that neutrino detector. I found a guy on YouTube who posted like a short video of it, and what it actually looks like. And it's this spherical like orb, and supposedly they're like embedded within the ice, within the ground, and then they turn them on, and they have the ability to detect, is what he said, and the ability to transmit. And this one transmitted something, and
Wasn't it an accident? Like they didn't mean to turn
it
it
was
on.
an accident.
Yeah.
It was an accident. And it like misfired and hit Christchurch.
Horrible.
I mean,
Mistress.
that brings into question, like, what other natural disasters have been caused by experimentation that we don't even know about?
I agree with that, and I'm sure you're familiar with Admiral Byrd, who flew over Antarctica and then said that it was not what we think it is. And then right after World War II, we sent 5,000 troops down to Antarctica along with 13 warships to go take a look at things. Very interesting, considering the conspiracy of the Nazis having something to do down there. And yes, from what I remember, yes, it was a quote unquote mistake. It makes you think about the tsunami in, what was that, 2004? There's a multitude of really weird things. Not a lot of people know this, but on 9/11, Hurricane Lee was making its way straight for Manhattan. And on 9/11, it banked a hard right and just decided to go away. Funny how something like that can happen when we have DARPA, HARP, and all of these other agencies that I consider to be black projects because they're not audited. They're just not. And one of the spicy things that Ross Coulthart let out is that one of the individuals who's willing to come forth is actually one of the auditors out of the Pentagon that worked at that position for 10 years. So I do think that if those committees are allowed to go further, there is going to be some very spicy shit that comes out. And I think that that's why they're trying to float the idea that generals are saying that, oh, the UAP are demons. We need to stay away from this stuff. I feel like they're going to flood it with disinformation because of the black projects, the auditing, and how angry the American people will be for, number one, being lied to for 80 years. But number two, that's where a lot of that money is going missing. Just Afghanistan and Iraq, I believe the number is between $8 to $12 trillion that is completely unaccounted for. I wonder where it went.
Mm.
Oh, here, quick production side note. For Al and Lynn, is it possible and potentially convenient to move your camera more landscape style now that we're in the vertical
Oh.
of YouTube?
How do I do that?
Maybe just. No, I guess it's not letting you. Oh, Al looks good now. Yeah, but you're
Yep.
Turn it sideways, but take it off of
locked.
take unlock off. Unlock it so it can do
Do
the
you have
thing.
like an iPhone? I can tell you how to walk through it.
There we go.
You did it. You're good.
You did it.
Lovely.
You
Is
did
that
it.
all right?
Is that-
ergonomic? I hope. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Is that better?
That's perfect. Yes. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Now we can see more of you, and it's more landscapey. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
See, we're evolving here to understand how this. Very cool. No mysterious visitors. So that's good. Okay, so we're getting into some disclosure kind of ufology stuff. Can we do you guys have any like take on the thing we were discussing earlier about the like Elizondo and others who have forecast this like seemingly probably apocalyptic thing happening in 5 years, with some sort of, just wait until you get to this thing, and then it's going to, this sort of, are you familiar with this vaguely, projected future event that's going to be a paradigm shift according to people who we can't just believe for any good reason, but who are talking about it, who seem to be in positions of power and authority?
Well, very quickly, Ross Coulthart, right after he talked about that, he then admitted that it's going to take potentially up to 3 years for the committees to get over all of the bullshit that's getting thrown around, and that we're going to have to wait. Well, 3 years from now, do the math, right? Little weird about that. Very peculiar. But as far as Lou Elizondo and what he has said, I very well think that one of the reasons behind this quote unquote supposed disclosure may be some kind of preparation for this event. And to be quite honest with you, I don't think they really know what's going to happen, but I think they have a general idea that something is definitely about to happen. That's as far as I can take it.
Yeah, I mean, let's just kind of game it out a little bit, like what this, people are saying it, and they're not backing it up with much. Okay, so it's always okay for those who know, we can Google it too. But who has it been so far? Who has been making these projections?
Well, yeah, it was
Leslie Keane.
Yeah, Leslie Keane was one. Lou Elizondo,
Ramirez.
Ramirez as well was repeating the same sentiment. Some of them had suggested like an enlightenment kind of thing happening.
Bledsoe as well.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I do have to throw this in too, that I have followed the solar cycles of the solar maximums for the last 20 years, and they were expecting us to go into something similar to the modern minimum, which is it was going to be a low energy output of the sun, and that we could potentially be going into a cooler period as such. The biggest problem being is that the sunspot count is starting to skyrocket, and if you do the math once again, within the next 3 years, we might be reaching that solar maximum. And that lends itself toward a multitude of scenarios where, with the higher photon energy coming in and the fact that it's beginning to envelop public consciousness of this UFO phenomenon, that if the sun is going to start acting up, if we're having our consciousness be stimulated by this idea of the other, then those two things could be interrelated, because it is a fact that over the last 100 years, the sun has outputted more energy than it has in the last 10,000. And they know this because of tree rings, of ice cores that they've taken. And once again, it's just very spicy how it could be interrelated. But again, that's conjecture.
Yeah, like a lot of it seems to be conjecture because there's so much that we don't know, and we don't know what we don't know until they release things. Although I do like to believe that they have been sort of priming people with movies. That's one thing that I've always been a very big pusher of, is this idea that movies are not just stories told for fun and entertainment. These people are pushing ideas and concepts that they are thinking about and like cognizant of. One example that comes to mind is in the Men in Black movies. They show an interaction where they're out in like a field or something and a ship lands, and they have this like interaction where an agreement is made between the alien races, and like the main being is like this female alien, I guess, and yeah, they make some kind of agreement. And supposedly, as Greer has iterated, and various other people as well, like Elizondo and all that, they had this agreement, and that agreement has a time limit. It has a countdown, and it's running out of time. Like, they had a time limit where the alien said, you can keep it secret for so long, but then you're going to have to confront everyone with the truth. But, do it slowly so as to not freak people out, because the general consensus from like the Galactic Federation, I think it was this idea that they didn't want to freak people out because there was a lot of suggestion that there would be pandemonium in the streets and all that kind of thing, and people like going crazy and all that kind of thing, and riots and things like that. Once the truth gets out there. And I mean, I can certainly see why that might be the case, especially if some of the stuff is true about like missing children and the trafficking of children for use in like experiments and things like that. Because that would be people would have a right to be mad about that. That's something that I would be very mad about. I mean, especially if you were a victim of, a situation where you have your kid and your kid is taken away from you forcefully to be like experimented on. Like, that would be really rough.
I know these people who claim this with a ton of evidence, no offense to those who captured them and tortured them with these strange black projects, but it appears to be a real thing. And I have, in the world famous Cosmic Compadres DM room, for example, we have a very, very cool person who might join us tonight, who can talk to us indefinitely about the details. Very good researcher, and she's been through a lot personally. So yeah, that unfortunately all that stuff matches up in terms of motivations of like why, what would the event be? Apocalyptic type stuff with the sun and whatever other environment, there's some kind of thing that's going to happen that but then it's like, what if you already said this? I'm sorry if I was spacing out, but like what would that have to do with disclosure though necessarily?
Well, yeah, like it would affect disclosure in a big way, because yeah, like people.
But what does
people
disclosure have to do with like a natural disaster? Like, I guess you could just guess, like trying to save us, try to save the planet, maybe just trying to, like, based on a lot of experiencer stories with abductions.
To that, I'm almost reminded of the movie that was kind of satirical, Don't Look Up, and the whole situation there, how they were trying to warn people of this massive threat, and everyone just didn't care. Like they weren't taking it seriously. And like it ended up being true. And then they migrate to like another planet, I believe, at the end of that. Sorry, spoilers, but yeah. Like yeah. And even that kind of reminds me of the movie WALL-E, how we move away from the planet because it just becomes so polluted, so hard to maintain, that we just end up abandoning it entirely and going away to like a space station and hanging out in space.
Yeah, maybe we'll end up like a bunch of floating fatties in space, and unknown intelligence people will benevolently keep us fed and entertained. It all sounds so preposterous. I mean, I can understand there being like a natural disaster that the government is aware of that they don't want to freak us out about. Because where's the fun in that? Like just having people, wreak havoc, in our last, they just want to have a peaceful, 4 or 5 years left on planet Earth. They don't need all the, the regular,
Right.
Poor people like screaming and making trouble. In the meantime, they're probably gonna, trying to go off world. Some of them they're probably gonna try to suck all the resources from the rest of us so they can have the secret project to try to make it, to Mars or wherever, and you can imagine any sort of thing, but it is very specific. It's like 5-year projection. I love it because Mr. Al, we love to riff about our favorite music references, but David Bowie. I wonder if we can play some songs here now that we're not monetizing anything for quite some time. But the Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. It started. The whole album is my favorite, but it starts with 5 years. Which is this incredible song. And we got 5 years too, according to Lou Elizondo. So.
Mellow, I have an answer for you, and I'm going to go off on one of my tangents. And trust me, I can't wait to play guitar on this, to share that, because I don't play in front of people ever.
Yeah, play that song. Yeah, we should maybe for next time at least. Yeah, we should prepare some tracks to perform, because I think we can perform covers pretty safely. Maybe not play the actual copywritten live band, the band performance. But yeah, continue. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Like I understand it, right? Because and when I say you're going to, I'm talking about myself. Like this is complete conjecture. I'm talking with myself here, right?
Yeah.
But I would compartmentalize the two things as separate items. And it's understandable because that's what we do. We divide things. And that's part of the entire essence of us being the thinking animal. But the part of us that is still animal is that connection to the world that, despite the concrete jungle and everything, time is very peculiar. And as
Time takes a cigarette.
yeah, thank you. Right. But what I'm talking about is, and to get a little technical, but retrocausality, that if there is an event and it may be a natural disaster, it may be contact, it doesn't really matter, but it's going to reach backward in time. And we're going to witness some of its iterations. We're going to start to slowly feel it, because this is a fact that, I mean, if you put someone in front of a computer and just have random images going, up to 7 seconds before you show them some kind of horrid image, they're already reacting to it. It's because times flow in the way that we experience it. That is just due to our biology. But if something is going to happen in the future, and psychologically, it could explain a lot of the intuitions of the religions. But if it's going to be something that intense, the compartmentalization of it is completely understandable. But the UFO phenomenon may happen because we're under such a duress. The biosphere is going to be affected. We're going to be affected by something that is going to affect our very metabolism. And I honestly think that a lot of what is going to happen is people are going to start to piece together things and feel something coming. And I think that if they are serious about entertaining this, then I think that that's going to happen. I think we're going to start to see vibrations of it and feel it. And certain people are going to be more aware of that than others. But I think that that's the kind of thing they're talking about. It's something that is so powerful, it's almost kind of known about. But the fact, psychological duress, I think that UFOs and consciousness are interrelated. And I think the potential of them showing up is definitely very high if something like that.
If you're getting into, delightful topics like retrocausality, does that indicate a sort of a increased likelihood in your estimation that this is like us of the future or whatever, as opposed to NHI?
Well, think about it this way, right? If there was a flood, and there's a flood myth that's shared throughout the religions and mythologies, that it was going to be something that affected us forever because it's imprinted in us. And that only makes sense. But I think that as far as retrocausality, I wouldn't necessarily say it's the future or put it that way. That I honestly and truly think that time, as we understand it, it just isn't real. It's just something that we do. It's part of how we're made. Like, you could say the same thing roughly about consciousness, but that's, I don't know, I feel like that's limiting it. And I truly think that it's not us from the future or anything like that, but I feel that it's going to reveal itself, and that's what the apocalypse truly is. And it's going to reveal itself because we can feel it, and that's because we're still animals.
Wait, so why do we feel it at that particular time? What are you saying? Like, why then and not any other time? Is there an event?
Yes, it would be an event. It would either be a catastrophe. It would be something along those lines. It's been written about ad nauseum through history. And it's not to make a joke like history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes kind of shit. But as far as geologically, these things happen. I mean, we have so many fallen civilizations just from the change in climate with losing their crops, famine. I mean, that stuff happens even more so. But these larger impacts, these events, these floods, it is so powerful psychologically that it reaches through time.
Al, we did not have the pleasure of you joining us at our last space. The title, Mobius Striptease, is the universe iterative. It's been great to have you there. You do a little follow-up. Hey, Morpho, you're doing some stuff there, Morpho. But yeah, I miss all you guys there except for Morpho. Morpho's busy. The Mobius Striptease, you guys would have appreciated it, I think. And, it was one of these things that kind of popped up late night because Cuba's space ended and they're like, oh, Mellow, you got to do a thing. I'm like, but I'm like, and then so we did that. We spontaneously got that little gem, right? Morpho, you want to tell them a little bit about our last space about the Mobius Striptease? All right, Lynn gets it. Lynn likes it. Like she's, of course, Lynn gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Definitely.
And we were vibing with Ocean's mom because Ocean was busy doing like her own like non, space activities, whatever those might be. But she had
Mellow, your space is locked out.
what do you mean?
This space.
Yeah, that's on purpose. It's to make sure that no interferences, no people come in that shouldn't be here.
Locked out, like are you not seeing it or what's the problem?
No, I can see it. It's just that I think that if you've invited anyone else, they're not going to be here.
Oh,
Oh,
or what makes you think that?
Yeah. Well, Rin and I had to wait for like 15 minutes.
Oh no.
Yeah, we were just waiting in the background. No, I just think he was just keeping us waiting for a long time.
Yeah.
No, I mean maybe I didn't see it, but when I let you in as soon as I saw you pop up on top. Did you guys need to do a password when you entered?
No.
Yeah, I did.
Good on you, because
Yeah.
you're gonna prevent repeat of part one. So it's hard
Who
to.
was that your friend, Mellow?
No, definitely not a friend. No, I wouldn't call it that.
Oh,
That was
okay.
yeah. We're just experimenting here, so I just try to
Yeah.
see.
No problem.
Like I try to treat it like spaces and just let people come in, but
Right.
the feature,
So
there's
you
just to be a
don't have his
feature
number.
in the waiting room. It wasn't really working, so no, I got it. But we're doing good considering it's our first.
I just keep dropping my phone. Oh,
Yeah, this is cool. I feel like I like. Okay, so one thing we're talking about was the medium of this new medium, which is
yeah.
YouTube. Yeah, so we're on YouTube now for a change. But,
Yeah.
it's like we're on it's like a field
Hanging
trip.
out as hanging out as friends. I like it.
Yeah, and we're like on a friend holiday to a whole other world, right?
Right.
In
Right.
Okay, here we go. Transition.
Friend date. Yes, Rin.
Transition. That's
My love.
transition. Okay.
I'm just so happy, Mellow, to see your face, everybody's face. You too, Miss and Al and Rin. Ah, this girl. Just
Yeah,
love her so much.
I saw like a lot of like my favorite people.
Every time Rin like stops her video, we get this like little spicy like picture, and it just makes me laugh. So
good touch.
Miss Morpho, you were talking and I started giggling, and it was because I just saw Rin's picture again.
oh yeah. I was wondering what was going on there.
Sorry about that.
I saw that.
It just made me giggle. I was like, Rin, what in the world? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, this is like real life.
laugh at each other or at ourselves. It's what we got to do.
Yeah. Ah, shit. There's my phone again. No, it's awesome. It's just really cool to like put names with faces,
Yeah,
Yeah, totally.
Hi, Lynn. You're lovely. You're the best. You're my pal. Are you? I love you.
I'm holding my phone
with your
in my
foot?
desk.
Why does it look
in my
like there's
desk.
water behind you?
I'm
Like,
holding
in
my
your
phone in
window.
my
What is
guest
behind your
bedroom.
window?
Oh, what's going on?
Oh,
Is it
can
on
you
your?
hear me?
Are you holding it with your feet?
What?
Is your phone being held by your feet?
Basically.
Wow,
That's
what a
amazing.
workout. You've been holding it like that for a while. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh
Like we're here.
my God, that's amazing. Wow, are you you from the circus or something? You got some.
Flexible, I guess.
You do like a lot of yoga in preparation for stuff like that?
Yeah, I do. I do yoga. Yeah.
I knew it. See, I don't do yoga.
It's literally like,
I
I love Lynn.
That's awesome. Man. How's your Skynet thing, or what do you call it? Skylink doing?
My Starlink.
Starlink, yeah, Skynet, whatever. How's
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah, does it
Oh,
work?
so good. I love it.
Yeah, I don't need it, but I want it. That's so rad. So are you in like a remote area where it's required, or are you just using it for fun?
No, I travel for work. When I travel for work, I have it in my car, and it ensures constant Wi-Fi. So
Oh wow,
I
it
don't
works
have to
while you
be,
drive.
huh?
Oh, it works while you drive. You can just use it like wherever as you move.
Yeah, wherever. Yeah. And I travel to mostly Iowa, and it depends on your, you know how it is if you travel, it depends on your cell carrier.
Hmm.
And yeah, doesn't matter if you have Starlink. So,
That
but I
sounds.
live in the woods in Michigan. I live in the woods. And right now, because we're still waiting for the leaves to fall, it's not optimal for us to use it as our primary source. But yeah, I love it.
Cool. Good.
It's nice.
Yeah, I want to get that for sure. And not to get like too down on like political type realities, terrestrial affairs, but there's some kind of news story that I didn't really have time to dive into about something. I don't know if this was accurate, but about I'm sorry, it's called Starnet. What is that's not it? It's called Skynet. No, Starlink. Starlink, is that what it's called? Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a little worn out here. Starlink, take two.
Yeah.
So did you hear that, like, someone said that Elon had recently given it over to the government or something for the war in Ukraine? Have you heard about that?
Yeah. That's false.
Oh, is it? Is it based on anything? Oh, we lost.
No,
Where
hold on.
did she go?
You
I
were-
thought they did do that though, and then like somebody shut him down saying like we're gonna fine you or something if you keep doing it. I don't know.
No, what happened was Elon Starlink was providing the internet to the Ukrainians, and because of Russia's influence, he backed down and he took it away, and that pissed a lot of people. That's what happened.
That's what
Well,
happened.
what happened initially, right? Yeah. And then
I
what?
love your cat. Oh my goodness. By the way, Al, your cat is so cute. He's just like stealing the show. Like, hey, everybody, look at me. Oh my God, I love it.
It's a he or she?
Aw.
What's your cat's name?
It's lady.
Lady? Oh, lady.
Oh, cute.
Hello, lady.
Oh, what a
Oh, I
nice.
love her face. It's so pretty.
That's a very beautiful kitty, yeah. Lady, what's up? Lady, you're on the pilot episode of our new social life, streaming entertainment. This is like friendship, research, hang sesh for the masses, incidentally. That's what we do now. No big deal. It's the new normal. Just, your cat's already vibing with it. I'm sure the rest of the world can learn to embrace the new format. I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we lost Lynn. I probably her foot like hit the the button or something. That was hilarious. She's so funny. It's so cool to see her in person like that. She's hilarious. I like the more I know all you guys, the more I like you, but it's cool because it's all those like physical, like hilarious things about her and adorable things about her. You wouldn't know if it was just her voice. Like you wouldn't know that she's like lying down, holding her phone with her,
Just chilling. You
like
just
chilling in bed. She just doesn't give a fuck, but she's also totally with it. It's a good combo. I can relate to that, I guess. She's just like a free spirit, but also like super like technical, it's pretty cool.
the best. But so is everybody. I
Oh,
mean,
I'm sorry. She's waiting to come in. My bad. I hope that.
oh, see, come
No, I
on,
don't
Mellow,
think
get
it might not be that long. I don't know. It's really like far away from me, and I need to get my setup, better. Lynn, so sorry if I kept you waiting. What's up, Lynn? We were just talking about you actually, and how much we love you. What's up? Okay, horizontal if you can. I know it's hard on the feet, but
Hey, she's back.
it's probably hard to balance it horizontally on your feet. But there she goes. Very, very capable woman.
Sorry. Sorry, guys.
Did you hit it like the exit button with your foot?
Yes.
I knew it. See, I know. This is just one of many examples based on part one, which I got.
Look.
Oh wait, we got Amy. We got Amy.
Yeah.
Yes, finally. Yeah, I see Amy's in the YouTube chat. I
Right.
also see UFO Shane in there.
Oh, I haven't
I don't know if
Yay!
they're still watching.
Hi,
So
guys.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, guys.
Amy,
Sorry
hi.
about that. Ugh. Wait, Mellow, can I just explain really quick before my foot hung up?
Yeah.
That is a rumor. Okay.
Hmm.
Starlink was never activated in
Oh.
Ukraine.
Really?
No, it wasn't.
What do they use for
So-
internet?
Fact check it. Oh,
Yeah, like right now? Okay, I gotta like reach my computer. It's like all the way over here. It's like,
yeah, Mellow, I'm telling you.
oh, if I gotta fact check it now. Okay.
Yes, you have to.
This is what
Otherwise,
usually for Ocean is the one is always going like, okay, I gotta, she's like
I'll do
my,
it.
she's like the very attractive kind of co-host, appealing. She has a lot of personality and love and stuff, but she's also like the
Mhm.
in like the genre movie thing, like the spy movie. She's like who's the guy who goes on the computer so the other guy can go
the
on
hacker.
the hacker kind of sidekick.
Yeah.
But she's a good twist because she's also like the ingenue and free spirit. So yeah,
Yeah.
I would definitely cast her if I had to make some like hack procedural television show about like a team. investigators, it's almost like a little too obviously perfect. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
I love Ocean.
Yeah,
She's great.
Yeah, it's just really nice and wonderful. Yeah, we got a good crowd of friends we've been chilling with.
Yeah.
And a lot of, they're a good combination of like having things to say and being good critical thinking researcher types, and also just good people to hang out with.
Yeah.
A lot of, yeah. And who knows, like on this new platform, all the kind of new people we might meet, a much broader sampling of people, also just a much larger group of people. So we were talking about disclosure, and things that I try to, offer, because like earlier in the stream, UFO Shane in our room was talking about his thing, and then this other dude with the activist approach. And then anyway, so sort of, we all have our own perspective on this for those who, care about its outcome. And so yeah, I was talking about the marketing side and using sort of art and what I would endeavor to make as like fine art or high art to kind of sidestep the stigma and give some integrity to the seriousness of the subject, the seriousness of the subject matter. So that's kind of part of it, but also just thinking of other angles as well, the political factors. And what were we saying exactly? I had a point.
Yeah.
Rewind.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Thanks, Siri.
Yes? That's what I thought.
Siri is really accidental. It's like Beetlejuice. I'm afraid of it. Okay, but I respect it, and I had a point there.
I think it's because you said seriously and it picked up Siri out of seriously.
Those conjure that basic. So what was the subject matter that might help? What were we saying? Were we talking about something at some point?
Well, we were talking about
about-
Zondo and the predictions he was making. The predictions a bunch of people have been making.
Something about disclosure we were talking about. I was talking about the market
Yes.
side, and then what were you and your lovely feet? What were you talking about? In terms of
She was talking about Ukraine and Starlink.
Yeah.
Yes.
If
What-
Starlink was ever active, I think what, right? And that's what I was looking up, by the way, for everybody.
Right. I'm not going to look that up right now. I don't think
I
personally.
can't find anything.
Seems like not like a fun. I didn't really care. I'm not that committed. You can, but if you guys want to follow up with the data, I don't doubt you for a second. I just have to pick my battles, There's a lot of things.
I'm sorry.
If it has to do with reality, then that's my
Like,
beat.
Lynn, I hate you.
It's like, right. I can rationalize kind of inaction,
Sorry.
easy as necessary, It will be principled. It will be rationalized sensibly with great good intentions. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that fury thing, and I'm sorry. Stop it.
Understandable. I'm right there with you. More in terms of
just serious matters.
Mellow, have you ever gone on the website Daily Grail?
No, it does sound interesting. What is that?
Every work day, there is a grouping of articles from, they can be within the last 6 months, they can be recent. It's usually a mix of that kind of vicinity, or they can be just old stuff that someone found. But it's all in relation to the other, and UFOs, the supernatural. But I've been reading it for, I don't even know how long now, at least 15 years. It's good. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I gotta check that out. Holy Grail?
Daily Grail.
Daily Grail. Daily Grail. That's an interesting name, yeah. A lot of Grail. There's a lot of Grail to go around every day. The Grail is once in a while at best, kind of a maybe once in a while, once a generation at best. But every day, that's a lot of value. I got to sign me up for that. Cool.
Oh shit!
Good name. I like it.
Oh,
That's rad. Best people possible. And look, she's turned into like a still image of a
sorry.
describe, not you, but you're moving still, but my friend.
I'm sorry. Rin, and look at Rin's picture.
Oh wow, look at everyone's doing it now, more or less.
Oh man, so hot. I love it.
And I just got into this like I feel like I'm in noir all of a sudden, like sci-fi noir with my new I feel like it's a little cyberpunk in here for me. I don't know. Suddenly I'm gonna embrace that vibe. Got the,
Oh, it's a bit of Tarantino. Come on.
I'll accept that as well.
Oh. Oh.
I love
And
this.
they said, these are all friends. Yes, we're all friends. That's the, yep.
Oh, Lynn has no need to apologize. She's making this much better for everyone. We're all pretty happy with that.
Yeah,
Lynn.
Lynn, you're amongst friends.
Yeah, Lynn is Lynn, love you. We were big fans of you. We're glad to have this like very special camera angle. We feel like we're having a slumber party in real life. It's really dope. I'm in like a noir punk thriller. So it might seem a little creepy, but I still love it as all. As if it was like a romantic comedy, so don't let the lighting make you feel too nervous.
Amy was asking if we could get C in here. I know we spoke to C before, and C is really good.
Letters?
Yeah. She's been in space. She's been in spaces before. And she's really smart.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Were you not at the last? Oh, dude, ask Al about C. Remember C?
I know C.
You want to explain it to the world?
Do I? No.
I was talking to Al, but also you.
Oh.
I mean, just to build the lore, here for to understand the nature of all existence. We will provide as it comes to us. In the meantime, you get the parasocial adventure of a lifetime. It's called, we're cosmic compadres, and so it's a very good parasocial type environment for those looking to laugh at something outside themselves. Very no pressure kind of environment. That's what.
I'm gonna stop right now. Oh man, I have the giggles.
We should
Somebody.
send an invite to her though, if we can, see if we can
Caring
get.
is caring,
No,
Lynn.
not that one. Not the. She's a very okay. Let me just give you a couple examples. No judgment, of course, right? But if it's the same C we're thinking of, the slightly older lady.
I believe so. Yeah.
She thinks she wrote the Bible. Is one example.
Yeah, there was that. Yeah.
Insists she wrote the Bible, but cannot provide any.
I'm being serious right now.
Or can't really recall any portions of it or anything. Is not familiar with the Bible, as it turns out. So that's one aspect. Yeah. Oh, do you know C also?
No, I don't know.
I'm surprised. Yeah, no, there's all kinds of very strange people on Twitter. She's one of them. Don't be fooled. And so she's sort of barking like a dog.
If you're gonna bring C in here, we're gonna be in trouble. We are all gonna be in trouble.
My last detail before we move on, and definitely just clarity.
I'm like, Al, what are we doing? Are they getting us in trouble, Al?
No, don't put that into any of this explicitly, because those are examples. But on the upside, she's very like bipolar with her sort of delusions, like, because she also has nominated me at least twice that I can recall recently for the Nobel Prize. So since my ego is really the center of my moral compass, I would bring her.
She's all the hype woman we need.
Yeah, she's working.
We're gonna get ripped up to shreds, guys. So
we're gonna get ripped to shreds. What does this mean?
Yes, she does that. She eats you up and spits you out.
Oh, she's not going to be given access to any of this.
All right, Mellow. Let's find out.
No access permitted. So just don't worry. She's still like lady. She's not going to. She's probably not going to have the stamina to kill all.
She will eat us for breakfast.
Oh boy!
Maybe she can sneak up on one of us at best. But it would be exhausting.
She might eat me for breakfast.
I would not be surprised. I would not let her. Because she was barking like a dog for a long time.
Really?
Yeah,
I had a
in text form, when she was not up. She was it had to do with the grand revelation that God is dog backwards, and so she was barking like a dog, but it was more complicated than that, I'm sure.
Don't knock on Glossolalia.
Right, so that was fun. But on the upside, it's not like we need like everyone. We'll have to. I want to find a way. I guess in time we'll gradually have more people that would be. We're to keep the quality premium content, human beings, and then as we organically find we'll have to just kind of personally invite people to join us and be kind of specific about it. And I'm excited though, because I do want to test the capacity, because this can go up to 100, and then I could spend a little money and it can go up to maybe 400 or 500 people in one stream, and then that could be pretty fun to experiment with. But in the meantime, we don't need a ton of people to have the greatest stream.
Hell yeah, dude.
You just need someone camera up with a foot, like the
Hell yeah, dude.
We've got Ocean in the chat on YouTube. Ocean's here.
Let's
go.
Get
her in here. I love you, Ocean.
Let's go, Ocean.
Ocean, yeah. I want the actual Ocean experience, so please. My cyberpunk dystopia.
We said her name enough times and manifested her.
We did. We summoned her. Let's be real, guys.
The power of time. What I do is I just wait until she shows up, and then when she does.
Oh, and we got Crystal as well. Crystal joined.
No, Crystal, really?
How come I don't see them in the thing yet? Though, do I do something?
It's in the chat on YouTube.
But are they coming to talk with us?
They might do. I don't know.
Hopefully they
Just
have
looking at the
the
last-
access coordinates.
You gotta send them the link.
Yeah, do they? Can you
Check
guys-
your DMs on
Oh,
X, guys. Your invites should be in the messages.
Miss is running the space, Mellow. All right.
I'm helping. I'm doing my best.
it's a collaborative enterprise. Okay, it's
And I'm losing it. How does it feel? Are you okay with this space, Mellow?
I feel like I want to
can
see
drop-
you with beautiful toes. Like
I can drop out anytime if you're like, that's too much.
No, I'm saying not enough. There we go. We need to see. We need to see you. That's not the problem.
I'm in a giggly mood. I'm sorry, guys.
Stop apologizing. You're like you're Audrey, and you're performing magnificently.
Thanks.
We love you. So just be happy. You're
Love
doing
you guys.
what's going on here. No offense to the rest of these people, but you're the one everybody really is rooting for. So
Because I'm the one that's the worst in the group. I'm the least.
you're just
composed.
Shit. I think
I'm the least composed. But thank you.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is all the way it was intended. And I like this idea from like a more theatrical.
I'm gonna be like Ren. Chill.
Oh yeah. That's a good
2% of me.
You guys are good buddies. You like help each other out. I can see that. That's so sweet.
I love Ren so much. She's my girl.
Oh, buddies. Oh.
We are. Yeah, we are. Aren't we, Ren?
Yeah, I love her. She's
Aren't
so
we
nice.
That's really nice.
Mm.
So cool to be here. I love you guys.
I love all of you guys, obviously.
Yeah.
What happened because Amy was here for a moment.
Lots of love to go around.
She stopped being here suddenly.
She probably left because of me. Let's all agree that I'm the psycho. And here's Al with his beautiful cat.
Yeah. No one's leaving. That's ridiculous. Yeah.
That's the real star of the show at the moment, Al's cat.
I've just been like looking at the cat the whole time.
Like really where it's at.
She really is that cute though.
She reminds me of my cat that I used to have. Same breed, tortoiseshell.
Well, her brother Buddies is upstairs.
Aw.
Oh, he's a British brother. That's so cute. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
He's from Georgia.
I would be a crazy cat lady, but I'm super allergic to cats, so I have dogs instead. But cats are
That's
so
on. I was always allergic to them, but over time, my immune system was just like, we got this.
We just said fuck it, and I'm gonna expose myself, and we're just gonna get over it. Honestly, that's what we should all do in life.
Are we able to get Ocean in here?
Oh yeah, where is it? Let me find this.
She said, I heard y'all looking for quality. Yes, we are.
Get in here.
Okay, so at least someone is observing this. Part 2 of the pilot episode of this, this is like the next Game of Thrones. This is the pilot episode of the next Game of. You realize that it's going to be the real life, the more verite kind of documentary style Game of Thrones. It's going to be about which of us is going to rule the world.
Definitely.
Maybe not literally Game of Thrones, but like of that caliber of content. Like not the last season, of course, but it's going to be
Game of Thrones season 1.
Entertainment.
The good season.
Pulling the culture together again in sort of one topic like the old days. So, happy episode 1.
2.
Episode 1, part 2. Welcome to episode 1, 2, subsection 47. Page 9.
Part 2 won't get played.
Draft 3. First folio.
Amy says, I'm going to come back to the Zoom momentarily. Ooh, let's get Amy in here.
Yeah, let's do it. We have to Like it was kind of a mess. We had all these people, and then all of a sudden, I don't know how to say it politely. There was someone doing something, like a no-no. Did a self-inflicted no-no. And that's not good civic behavior. We're simply trying to solve all the problems of the future. We're just people here. We don't need to see
Yeah, totally.
this is like the brain trust of the future, coming to solve the problems of civilizations. You're welcome. We don't need that kind of wrong energy.
Debauchery.
No, maybe our own.
We don't need that level of debauchery.
Yes.
I got to be seduced a little bit at least. I need to.
Oh my gosh.
If someone wants to reveal themselves,
There is another cat in the chat. There is another cat in the chat.
but Dr. Seuss. Oh, Dr. Seuss. Wonder
I need to shut this video off. How do I do that?
No.
Can someone get some of those people like Hey Ocean for remember her, and then like Amy Sasha's just he should probably come back. That'd be dope. There was a lot of real episodes. I gotta edit up.
Nobody wants to join when I'm here.
No, there's people don't be like that. No.
We got people in the backlog wanting to join. I can see that.
Do people need things sent? Am I not doing my job right here? Probably. Okay, let's see. Let's see what they're doing. Yeah. I know people like to just kind of, just hang out in the, because we've sort of gone to another dimension here, literally. No offense to those people just in Twitter X,
I know.
living in the world of sound and letters, and
Right.
we're interacting like realistically, so they're missing out.
Holographically.
For real. Oh, yeah, we got it. I'm just gonna contain myself like a professional, but here we have our sweet compadre Rich. Yeah, no, I'm gonna
Ocean.
maintain my dignity.
Here we go.
Sorry, I got
Ocean. Look how pretty her picture is.
I am like so fucking tired right now. I'm not going on no camera, but you can look at my pretty beach face.
Yeah, I remember that posting. It was very, very lovely. I like your lifestyle approach to the timeline. It's very aspirational.
I have pistachios in my picture.
Yeah.
Detail.
I see that.
The color is a good compliment to the very uniquely lovely red, and it's good. It really gives you a sort of a salty flavor and sense memory of food. And
Yeah, I don't take many pictures with boys anymore, but I seem to hype my food up pretty good. So
yeah, pistachios are a good touch. So yeah, so you've been feeling under the weather, my dear. Are you feeling any better now?
no, I gotta go to sleep soon. Probably. I'm just gonna try to sleep it off, and hopefully everyone feels better in the morning.
Cool.
I hope you feel better, Ocean. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I
I
hope
drink
you
like
feel better soon.
some hot water with like a squirt of lemon in it or something, something good.
Yeah, a little bit of lemon, a little bit of honey.
You know what
Mm.
my therapist actually said is like this rescue remedy? Come on, go outside then. My poor old man is still limping. Go on, old man. Oh. But yeah, it's called Rescue Remedy, and there's like one for anxiety and one for sleep, and it's like you spray it under your tongue, and I don't know, it's like witches something. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's good.
Cool.
Yeah.
What are your symptoms, Ocean?
Just lack of sleep mostly now. I just like had to do the whole day again. Yeah, because kids. So mostly just tired now, but like my belly was upset. I like had a headache. My son's like coughing, but he's been coughing for a while. So I haven't seemed to get like the upper rest stuff that he did, but crossing fingers.
Yeah, I've been a little under the weather today also, but not too bad. Yeah.
What are your symptoms, Mellow? What are you feeling like?
That's not too bad. I had like a bit of a headache and some sort of congestion and the kind of coughing. Yeah, my baby even here, he caught something from a friend in the building. So we've been, he missed school yesterday, but almost today. So yeah, it's no big deal. Just it wasn't COVID. We did the tests a couple times, and yeah, I don't know, not that bad. Just chilling. So which is great. Let me add a little more pizzazz to this. Hello, and back to what episode? Algorithmic Jiu Jitsu, episode 1, part 2. Yeah, Lynn, can we see what's going on there? Because I'm just delighted by your realistic, yeah, anyway, she's holding you missed out, Ocean. It was so lovely. I don't know if you're watching. The whole time she's holding up the phone with her foot or feet, and it's very, very, very charming stuff. Yeah. No.
I wish I had hot feet, man. Like I have full on fucking like hobbits like out in the garden, like dirt up under my nails, toes. I can't even help it. But I wish I had hot feet. I also don't have ankles. Like I have legs, and then all of a sudden I have feet. So I like wearing high heels. I'm like, oh look, I have an ankle. But yeah, no, it's not my least favorite part of my body is probably.
Lynn, if you're gonna have the giggles, you have to let us watch you.
What was that?
That's the rule. I'm sorry. We have certain. Oh, what the? Here comes Amy. Yeah, how did people know this?
Yay.
Was amazing? Okay, I told a couple. Yeah, Amy, what's up, my friend? How are you? Can you hear us, Amy? Are you loading your audio at this time?
I'm here. Me and Mango are here.
Yeah, Mr. Protocol.
Yes, another cat is in the chat.
Well, we got Alien Protocol joining as well.
What's up, sister? Nice to see you. Looking good.
Hello, nice to see you guys. Very high needs, very
You look so realistic.
Is Alien in here? Is that Buddy?
Yeah, we
Yep.
house. Welcome, my
Hi,
friend.
buddy.
Love you, buddy. Great to see you. We're in a new medium, apparently.
Is this where all the co-hosts go when they get stuck in the ether
that's
in
too dark.
between like speaker and listener? This is where the co-hosts get sucked to.
Yeah, to the higher dimension of video discussion. Dreams were born.
It's the gecko's bedtime, and so I really can't like have that's too dark.
Oh, you were doing the gecko vision. Okay, very, very great. I kind of like it. So I trick out a bit from time to time, but the way I see it from this medium so far, and its potentiality, I feel like each of us are in our own genre of like movie.
That was my ass hanging out. Yeah, it's like the gecko's bedtime, and I don't know why the gecko is in my room. Been intending to move the gecko's terrarium for a long time now, but sorry, I'm hot.
Geckos are awesome.
Yeah,
they're so
he
cool.
is, and he's like, he seems really slow, like mentally, which is really cute. I mean, it's our first gecko, so I don't know, but he's so cute. Like I didn't realize they had such personalities, but he's funny. Come here, Mango.
The gecko thing has a very famous depiction of a charming, lovable spokesperson in the form of a gecko.
Is that a gecko?
Yeah, because it's gecko. It's like a gecko.
Oh. Gecko.
Yeah. My son comes right up to my ear and says, "I want to tell you ours extended warranty." I'm like, "Oh my gosh."
Nice.
My daughter's probably going to be creeping here. She fell asleep on the couch. She's so cute. I went to pick up my son from the football game and then from the soccer game before that. And I was like shouting up the stairs to her, and he was sitting on the couch, and he doesn't. I'm shouting for her, wondering where she is because it's late and she needs to go to bed. And he's sitting next to her on the couch. She's asleep, and he doesn't like say, "Hey, mom, you know she's right here." He's just letting me scream upstairs. But she looks so cute. She just passed out on the couch, and I just left her there because she's kind of heavy these days. So, what were we talking about? We were talking about consciousness. We were talking about. I was listening.
Yeah.
We got room for 3 more speakers if we were on Twitter.
We were talking about, for example, Lynn.
We're not on Twitter. We're not on Twitter right now. It's so awesome. Are we going to do ASMR, Mellow?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Just wait though. I mean, this is just on my laptop, but like once I get back to the West Coast, I'll have my like Joe Rogan microphone and proper headphones. And I don't know, we're going to experiment with a medium. I don't know what that means exactly, but we'll do some music. We got to figure out I think we can do like cover songs in our original music, so we can have music break. You know, we're gonna figure the visual potential. You know, I just segued accidentally into sort of a cyberpunk noir kind of vibe. But before that, I was in more of like a kind of more of a grown-up, you know, cosmopolitan sort of setting. So I guess what I'm saying.
Somebody made the comment about how your environment looked like so DC, and I thought the same thing. I was like, yeah, that's DC. He's definitely in DC, and it was hilarious. Who said that? Miss Morpho? Someone said that. Or was Al? I don't
No,
know.
me.
It was Kimball when he was. This is in the.
Oh, was that Kimball?
You know, Mellow Demon, episode 1, Algorithmic Jiu Jitsu, part 1. For those keeping track, but I had to take it down because of some accidental genitalia. Let's just be real.
For those keeping track.
Yeah, there was, you know, I'm new at this. I'm also actually the person doing all the button pushing. So that
yeah, you couldn't figure out how to like read the chat in the YouTube. That's hilarious. I mean, I do have the boomer tech support business that I'm starting to do. You know what's the bad thing about the cameras? Like my room is so messy. I'm like, I've got to be aware of that. And then I was like turning off the light and my pants are like pulled down. Like this is not going to be good.
You look good. You look wonderful. You beautiful, angelic compadre. So I'm trying to understand. Do you have a hoodie on? Because like I can't tell. You're looking.
Me?
Yeah. But that's your hair. But your hair is dark now. Like what's going on?
I mean, whatever color she puts on it, you know.
Well, because like in the visual depictions provided in the medium referred to as what was it called, Twitter? You look like you have blonde hair. Is that what it is?
No, it's not blonde. I mean,
UFO shame. What are y'all doing?
This is like
there.
Oh, what's up, buddy?
It's lighter there with the light.
There's some hair. Looking good, my friend. Looking very well.
UFO shame. There's a glorious beard.
It's a gorgeous
glorious. I feel like I'm in Discord right now. I'm having flashbacks from like the philosophy Discord.
Well, I just heard that, you know, Lynn and Ren were in here, so I had to come on by.
All right. Yeah. No, you're really swept away by your like a gentleman pirate. It's really inspiring.
And there's Tiffany.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we hear you.
This is hilarious. I love this.
This is the new reality we just entered, and you know, it happened so spontaneously, collaboratively. You know, we just were talking about it, and all of a sudden, people.
But you were pushing all the buttons, so doesn't my hair look lighter in the light? Like it's lighter in the light.
There she is.
Yeah.
We gotta watch out. I should cover the gecko's terrarium. I will take clothespins and like take a thick blanket and clothespin the blanket to the top of the terrarium so that I can, I don't know, turn the lights on in my goddamn room.
Oh.
Anyways.
I think it's nice. You're looking good. Yeah, but whatever pleases you in the gecko, whatever's
Mellow, you were talking about, I wrote it down. I wrote down the quote. You said, this is in the very beginning.
Yeah, I'm listening. Just continue.
To make sense of my life, to make it worth living, like whatever you were developing.
Oh,
I don't remember what you called it.
Philosophy, that thing.
But that's what I've been doing. And as weird as I am and the way that my brain works, I think that it's like whatever my neurology is and my awareness, it's like my whole life has been to figure out what I've just figured out. And it's like it all kind of clicked into place. And I'm like, I can actually say that everything makes sense.
You figured it all out?
For the first time ever. Yeah.
Everything?
Yep. I mean, like I haven't figured out everything, but the things that
That's wonderful to hear.
It didn't, the things that there were always things that didn't make sense. There was always something that didn't make sense.
Just for those listening at home, a little bit of a summary. You figured out what?
The secret of the universe. He achieved the rainbow light form.
I figured out, I didn't figure out anything, but everything makes sense. You have to just shift around how you think about it. You have to see where things are missing, and you have to see, like, so I guess I did figure things out because,
you know, can you just dumb it down for the rest of us? And
okay, well, it's complicated.
To like 3 sentences. Just
okay. So the essence of it is that things like religion, spirituality, philosophies, any kind of teachings, morality, virtues, you know, like these guidelines that we follow, you know, whatever institution it's coming from, it's top down, right? It's like, this is the goal and this is what you're supposed to do, right? That's the wrong way to do it.
Oh, shit.
It's backwards. And you might say, well, how else can you do it? But in telling somebody what to do, like, here's the goal, and they're telling you to act like the goal, right? Like, mimic the behaviors of the goal. Act like Jesus, act like Buddha, right? However, to behave in a way that looks like an enlightenment makes not for enlightenment. So there's one error with it. The second error with it would be that in trying to follow guidelines of how to conduct yourself in the world, what's absent? There's an error there that is like almost so apparent that we're blind to it. So there's a blind spot in all of these top-down institutional philosophies or religions or whatever, because in you trying to be something that you're not, it's completely inauthentic. They are advocating for inauthenticity, and lo and behold, people aren't authentic, and we're annoyed about it. So there's one other thing that nobody teaches, and it's probably because it's antithetical to telling you to like act a certain way. Nobody teaches you to be accountable. Nobody advocates for accountability. It's missing. And so there's a lot that's the essence of it, and that doesn't sound very profound, but I basically see all the errors with, you know, spirituality even, which is crazy because that was kind of like my thing. And I couldn't apply the teachings, and there's a reason. And then so I go to psychology. You know, I wasn't doing this purposely. I was just, you know, looking back, that's what I was doing, trying to figure out what the hell was going on with like people and me. And, you know, psychology didn't really have answers either until the one author that I found did. And he was the one that was incorporating accountability into his practice. And he's a very successful marriage counselor. I mean, he died actually at the end of last year, but he was very successful at what he did. And you know what he discovered? He discovered, and he thought it was crazy because it was so common, that his clients, when they got healthy, they were all drawn to spirituality. So the process that religion and spirituality lack access to is the building up of yourself instead of transcending it. You build yourself up because you're already whole, and you don't transcend yourself. Because maybe you can do that energetically with like meditation. I mean, they tell you to basically turn your brain off, and it's like, no, that's wrong, because that's how I figured out all this shit. I use my brain to figure out all this shit. Perception, awareness, like analysis. And so you build yourself up, and that kind of takes you to what spirituality would call, moving from lowercase s to capital S self. And now you are one, but you were always one and you were always whole. And I think like it's almost like our consciousness lacks duality, perhaps, because they're trying to put duality on our consciousness. And they literally describe a transformation to your higher self as if you disappear and you transform into something else. No, you develop yourself, and you differentiate from everyone else that you're enmeshed with, and you simply differentiate. And then you can learn, and then you can love people because you actually love yourself. You have an internal sense of self. You derive your identity internally instead of being enmeshed with everyone else, where, your boyfriend or your spouse tells you who you are. Yeah.
Oh.
Are you gesturing?
Yeah, no, just going to moderate for a second here. Okay, Amy.
I'm rambling.
It's okay. No, it's cool. We want to get it. We want to get it into a sort of more of a dialectic mode, But what I was trying to just butt in and say, I feel like we kind of are going for a similar philosophical vibe and direction and intention. I think but you say it very differently than I do, and that's cool. But let's get it into the topic, though. Well, we started with algorithmic jiu-jitsu, then we had a accidental genital flash, but that
what?
That's why there's a part 2. Yeah, there wasn't any. Someone crashed our party accidentally because I don't know what I'm doing yet. It's my first time using this app, and I guess I didn't do
I missed it.
And then, I don't know. I was just experimenting.
Maybe they thought the ASMR portion was starting early.
I can show you guys.
Maybe they were getting a little too into it.
Hmm. Look at that, guys.
This. Oh wow. That's good, UFO. Shane.
Did you just show us your toes?
This is, he did. That was creepy.
Show me your toes.
Okay, I'm going to rewind
this
that
is probably
shit, and I'm
creepier.
going to screenshot that shit, and I'm going to put that on your OnlyFans page.
This is a tiny miniature toilet.
Oh.
What did I miss?
I put an LED inside and a battery. Okay, and they're just barely touching. You can do this yourself with any box, anything, and create your own little ghost box.
Oh.
Ask your questions and it does whatever it wants to do.
Oh, you mean an SLS device? That's pretty dope.
The show and tell.
Kind of like a cat bowl.
Sweet.
I have a giant bottle of caffeine.
I will leave it alone and it'll do weird shit.
I have a salt lamp.
Yep.
Kind of like a cat bowl.
I got
cat bowls. You can put those on the ground.
I got a rice
Spirits
machine.
will respond to them.
This is my rice machine that I won on Twitter.
Ooh.
Won that on Twitter? What'd you think?
Yeah. I was in a space where it's like, what's his name? The Rife guy with the frequencies. Oscar? No. What's his name? You guys know who I'm talking about. Rife. The Rife frequencies. Anyways, it's like his great grandson or grandnephew, and he was hosting a space. He's like starting a company and selling these things. And he said that anyone who places an order during this space, here's your discount code. I'm like, oh, I'm so getting one, because it always kind of resonated when the first time I heard about it years ago. And then he said that he will take someone's order. He will randomly choose an order and they will win their order for free. And I was like, oh, that's going to be me. And it was. I was like, yes. And I told my daughter, I'm like, I'm going to win this. I'm like, I'm going to place an order and I'm going to get it for free. Just wait. And then he goes, okay, at the end, he's like, oh, I got to announce the winner. And I'm like, here we go. I'm like, pay attention, Pumpkin. And then he says, well, I'm just going to say their first name because there's only one person who placed an order with this name, but Amy. And I'm like, yay, there it is. It was would have been like $750 or $780 free. And I almost ordered the one that was like $6,000, but because I knew I was going to win, I felt guilty because I wouldn't have bought the big one if I wasn't going to win it for free. And so I just ordered the one that I would have ordered. I'm like, dang, should have gotten the better one? Nah, because
there's an important lesson about manifestation in your story. There's a woman named Helen Hadsel who was the contest queen. She was on Time magazine and she used the Silva method to manifest things. And
I bought that book like probably 30 years ago. I never
really,
I never really, yeah.
it's a great.
I never really like,
Dolores Cannon talks about that stuff as well.
yeah.
And her daughter, like her daughter does streams on Facebook where she talks about her mom's work and manifestation and how the universe, like I actually saw a clip by chance on YouTube just the other day that showed up randomly as an ad. And she talks about how the universe only knows the now. So when you vague about what you're asking, and you like it's kind of a prompt engineering thing where you have to be careful the way you word your message, because the internet,
because you're spelling you're spelling with your words.
Yeah, there you go. Like, yeah, there's like that interconnection there with the spelling and the way things are said that can affect the universe in ways that you may not be wanting to.
But I thought it was all about intention, though. You know,
yeah, intention is a huge part of it.
So if you're intending, you know, what you're intending specifically, I wonder how it would be that, you know, the inadvertent spell that you're casting with your words would override that. Perhaps if your intent, you know what the trick is though for a lot of that, and I think I think she talks about this too, where it's like you have to get yourself in that energetic vibrational frequency. It has to match. Like you have to be in that frequency in order to receive the manifestation. Because if you're in a low vibrational frequency and you're all, you know, in a bad place and you're trying to manifest, you know, something at a higher level, you're tuned to the wrong radio station. So there's that too, where you have to kind of inhabit the frequency of that which you are trying to manifest in order to receive it.
You know, I've done a lot of exploration into manifestation, and it seems like the more sublime you are about the request, the better. If it's a sublime, still confidence, and you don't belabor it and think about it all day. If it's just like you described before, I'm going to win. That's it. I'm going to win. But you're not going around all day.
Like, I actually had a feeling that I would. I didn't like. I had the feeling. It was the intuition that caused me to say that. I wasn't like, ooh, I really want to win this. And so I don't know what that is, but.
Well, either way, it worked.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Manifestation seems to be about communicating to your subconscious too. Dr. Bengston does rapid image cycling, and a lot of studies have been done about that for manifestation, and it works really incredibly well from healing to prizes and stuff. And it's a way of like teaching your subconscious information.
Because you know what else had happened is the day before, I think it was literally the day before, or it might have been 2 days prior, the Rife machine came up in a Twitter space I was in. And I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I said, I remember reading about that a long time ago. And I'm like, I went and looked it up because I wanted to like refamiliarize myself with what that was. And then when the very next day, what's his name? What's his first name?
I want one of those Rife machines. I love the premises.
Yeah, I want it.
Few. That's great. Now, that's the coil. Does that plug into something? And you can adjust the frequency. Oh, that's so freaking cool.
So this is just the little amp, you know, and it's a Bluetooth amp. And so he's building his app, but we just use the Z app, the Z something app. And I remember seeing that app, or maybe the Z machine advertised, and I was like, ooh, I need to get that. And so it always kind of pinged my intuition. So when I saw the Rife, you know, guy holding a space the next day, of course I went into it. And then I was, you know, wanting to place an order because he was, you know, giving us 10% off or something. And then so when he said that someone would win it, I was like, oh, this is so mine. You know, it was just like, it was too, the synchronicities were already there. That's what caused me, I think, to kind of just be like, oh, this is for me. It was cool. It works. It works too.
Yeah, it definitely does. It reminds me of a competition I entered that I didn't think I was going to win. Because my last name, like I won't say my last name, but
It's Morpho, obviously.
yeah, sure, we'll go with that. But yeah, my real last name is something that could be interpreted as like a joke name. So I was worried about entering competitions because I didn't know
Like they wouldn't
if
want to
I
read
would
your
win.
name as the winner.
Yeah, well, yeah, just because of what my name is.
Well, that's interesting though, because you just said that you didn't think you would win. So
yeah,
you were kind of having the opposite intuition, or maybe that's just a bias, I guess, that you have
yeah, it was just like an internal bias or anxiety, I guess.
Yeah.
But I did it anyway, and I sort of focused on winning, and I ended up getting the prize. Like they sent me a bunch of stuff. It was like for it was for Mighty Beans, the toys they used to have back in like the 90s, early 2000s. And yeah, like they sent me a bunch of stuff and said that like they got my thing late or something, and they sent me like a whole like letter about it, and yeah, and then yeah, they
that's awesome.
they liked my thing, my application or whatever for the thing, so they sent me stuff anyway.
So you earned it in a way. It wasn't like a
Yeah.
random contest. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a random contest. It felt like earned. And the other time I won something was when I went on radio to answer some question about Harry Potter, and I got the first copy of Harry Potter Prisoner of Azkaban on DVD. So that was also fun. But yeah, it definitely works. Like there's definitely some kind of thing to it about intention.
So maybe
And-
methods.
Yeah.
Specific methods. There's a great scientist named Dr. Gallenberger from Monroe Institute who teaches how to do PK to win things. And I worked with him in Vegas, and it was thrilling. I went with $300 and left with 3,200.
Nice.
And just utilized his methods. Even he's one of the few scientists who's also a practitioner and has been a practitioner in laboratory conditions. So it's a really cool opportunity to work with him. And
but it's like I always think about, like we're all connected, and maybe that the Rife guy had planned to do the space that day, and maybe he planned to give the thing away, and something in the field of Twitter, the cosmic field consciousness in Twitter or Twitter Spaces even kind of pinged whoever had mentioned the Rife frequencies the day before in the space that I was in, which caused me to look it up, or was I, because I don't think I manifested all of that, but I wonder if I maybe just kind of had like a precognition. No, I didn't have the precognition. Like the dude, I don't know. It's just weird. There's like so many different things that have to fall into place, but it was the synchronicities for me. It was the synchronicity of it being brought up in the space. I literally went and looked it up again. And then the next day he's hosting, and then he gives it away. And I'm like, oh, I know I'm going to win this. Like that's a lot of different things to fall into place. And this machine was not anywhere in my awareness prior to the day before when someone else mentioned it, so how does that all connect? I don't know. Like sometimes when synchronicities happen, you know, it's like, did you manifest that? Did I manifest this? Did we co-create it together, or did we have a premonition? You know, like is it a premonition or is it a manifestation? And you know, not that you have to know the difference, but I kind of think about things like that sometimes.
There's
Are you
also that
causing it, or are
saying.
you you know, are you? Well, I guess if you're actively trying to manifest something, then you can claim it as a manifestation. But you know, sometimes you just kind of get a ping of intuition about something that's going to happen. You know, did you get the ping of intuition in order to manifest it, or were you just kind of, was it precognition at play? I don't know if I'm saying it the right way, but it's weird.
Well, yeah, there's that saying as well. If it's meant to be, serendipity.
Yeah, and then there's also the retro causality that y'all were talking about earlier. You know,
Yes.
that could explain any of it.
There's a big belief system that says all of this stuff is all precog, and I don't quite subscribe to that, but a big research paper just came out a couple months ago about that. And
like, even when like that, if you were actively trying to manifest something, that you were almost predestined to manifest it, and then
correct, yes, and it's, you reverse engineer it. Like, one day I had a few experiments this year that were just wacky with manifestation. One was with I wanted chamomile tea, and I found this huge thing walking down the street on the sidewalk, like a gallon thing from one of these Latino companies, and it was sealed, all filled with chamomile flowers. Wow. And I was like, be freaking believable. And whether it's like you said, I think you said co-create it with the universe, or
even with another person, you know, like when you cross paths with somebody and there's just all kinds of synchronicities, it's like, okay, what, you know, who did this?
Right. And you don't know sometimes with experiments into phenomena, they rarely take into consideration the experimenters, the scientists, because their thoughts and they could be affecting them.
Yeah,
well, you know what, Alien? Let me just chime in real quick. I put a video down in the chat for you guys. So today I pulled out my camera. It was the middle of the day, and I was like, I'm just gonna like see what's up there with my like infrared or whatever. And I thought I saw a bag, like Zim and UFO, or no, Old Vet Shane, like they've seen like a bag in the air before. I'm like, oh my God, I've seen their bag. But then when I that sounded funny. But then when I went back and like edited it, it's actually like 3 lights moving like in sync, like all moving together, right?
I saw their bag on their OnlyFans.
Yeah, I was like, I just saw Zim's bag. I get it now, but no, it wasn't a bag. Well, it was 3 bags at least.
2. It's always 2.
That's very cool.
You see it though, don't you?
Can I watch it while I'm listening though?
You can. It's down in the chat there.
Oh no, I see it, but I'm afraid
it was what you posted to Twitter earlier, right?
I don't know how to do it yet, but I'll try to figure it out. At least for next time, there's some kind of way.
I got you. I got the boomer tech support. We got you.
Oh yeah.
You still have 3 more calls left on your plan.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, because I'm new at Zoom. I guess I've just only participated in other people's things. Does anyone know like how to do this stuff in terms of granting screen access and stuff? So
I could probably figure it out, but I'm not.
See how much I laughed.
Yeah, we're doing it here.
I think you press share content, but I'm not sure. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, there's like whiteboards. There's all kinds of things we can get into. It's gonna get wild. Yeah.
Yeah, you can like share things.
But Ocean, it was kind of like it looks like it like zoomed in and out kind of really fast in the sky, right? That's what the video you're talking about?
Oh.
Yeah, I took like look at that. I'm a cow. It's not moving though. It's too dark. You can't see me. But yeah, it's like oh, now it's loading. Oh, now it's mad. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was like once I edited it, I could see the other 2 like circles, right? But in the beginning, I didn't even see those, and I just looked up, and it was like it looked like a bubble when I first like caught it on camera. But when I saw it the first time, it looked like a shopping bag, a little white like rectangle ones that you get or whatever, but it was like silver. I was like, oh, a shopping bag. I'm like, but I couldn't tell if it was black or white. And then I like took that video. So
This is really cool how my Zoom thing works, because I can like
are you
look at
guys
you guys at
drawing?
the
Is
same
that what's
time.
going on? They're drawing. Oh my God.
And
Oh,
you're
I gotta
the
that's
get I
drawing
gotta
cool.
get
of
my
what you
camera
saw.
off now. Oh, you're drawing what I saw.
That's where you need to hook up. You can hook up like your iPad and draw with your Apple Pencil and have that as the
Yeah, I'm
ink.
coming.
Wow,
Are you
that's
using your
pretty cool.
mouse?
That's pretty
I
cool.
was thinking how,
Oh
you know
no,
how
my
in the Bible they talk about, Ezekiel's wheel a lot as a UFO, and they done a bunch of different designs of it, and they do a gyroscope, but it says wheels within a wheel, and that there were 4 wheels, 4 of these circles. And classic UFOs have the 3 things on the bottom within a big circle. Just thought that was interesting.
Yo. We can collaborate
Yo.
on it.
Yes.
Ocean, hey Ocean, that video was cool. It kind of just like blinks in and then it just like glitches right out.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to on the next stream show it, but I'm watching it over and over again. It's really pretty crazy.
We could do some cool remote viewing stuff with sketch pads like this.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, buddy, that's such a good
Oh,
idea.
my mic was off. I just realized I was trying to explain my picture and I was muted. But yeah, it's like that bottom one was stationary and it was on the whole time. And then it like went up and then this one would blink and then it would go over and then this one would blink, then it would go back. But this one's like the resonating one. So it was always going. So it was like I understood what it meant.
That's cool.
You can erase that if you want. I don't know how to erase it.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Upload PDFs and images.
You could probably do like C5 with this whiteboard thing.
My son. Get out of here, bud. Get out.
Okay, how do we get back to the full screen thing? Let's see. Right. So what's happening here? Let's see. Okay, are we drifting a little bit? Where? Let's try to get on to some sort of higher purpose of thought. Where did we leave off when we started looking at this for a while? Is there a point to this? Who's drawing? Oh, I see. Okay, don't do too much of that type of thing, perhaps. But this is great. Can we make this like stop happening at this point? That's pretty good, actually. Yeah.
It's so
I
cool.
see inappropriate drawings, hey Ocean, and it's labeled with your name, by the way. I didn't realize that. Like you can tell who's drawing what.
Yeah, this is wild.
This is co-creating right here.
Wow. The future is just starting, like right this minute. This is it. We're in it. We're living the future. We've evolved.
Doing pull-ups in my doorway. Okay.
Yeah, what could we do this? We could play like games. Like I had a game I used to play
Hangman.
Yeah, there's like this game called War where you like have these like little islands. I used to do it with like pens or crayons when I was like bored at like a dinner table. Like when there was like one of those like pizza places with like
yes
covering the whole table, you could like draw on the whole thing. So you turned it into this big like war game where you make like your islands like that. There's like a line. Can we refresh the page?
Islands in the stream. That is what we are. No one in between.
Yep.
How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world and we rely on each other. From one lover to another.
Mm-hmm. Also,
Golly.
How do we do like a fresh page? Can we start a new one?
Islands in the stream.
So like
we got boomer tech support right here. I got you.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Oh, I think I closed it.
That's fine. Maybe we can resume the high-minded discourse. We've come a long way in terms of the concept of algorithmic jiu-jitsu, but we could also embark on a new direction whatsoever. Let me
I should
put
really go to sleep.
Sleep is definitely another direction still, yeah. But make sure you leave the camera on so we can
That's the thing. That's the thing. Oh no. Could you imagine? I'd be snoring and like who knows what I'd be doing in my sleep.
Well, we'd be able to find out though, is the thing. So
you could report back.
We can just, for the sake, if it gets really bad, I can turn you off. So, I won't let it get too bad.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but just, in case you've ever wondered, we're here for you.
But then you'd really, would you really be able to turn it off? Because then you would always wonder what you missed. And you might regret that decision.
If it was going so badly out of, loyal to you as my sweet compadre,
That's sweet.
I'm gonna make sure that whatever, you demon you turn into in your sleep, I'm not gonna let you, be revealed.
I don't know if that's possible.
I don't want to show you doing.
What if my halo started lighting up and it was like my wings kind of popped out and my halo started lighting up? That would be creepy, but that would be not demonish. That would be like rather angelic, and you guys would be like, wow, like you would think that I was probably being like hijacked by the angelic realm because, there's an error there, but stocks will fall. Crash.
Ooh, are we getting
like that flight in South Carolina?
Yeah, it's a prophecy. We're having a prophecy told to us.
Fall break.
What?
Tomorrow's my last day of school for my 2-week fall break.
2 weeks?
15 days.
Oh no! What are we gonna do with you?
I gotta hit the celebration, Stanky.
What button did we push to refresh that thing? Let's see.
It's midnight, bud. Get out of here.
I'll do this. The sleepy Stanky to get me to fall asleep.
Slow motion. He makes me laugh. Another one?
No.
Why is he still awake?
He turns to 68.
I turned it down.
So cool. Look, you can make it like really small. Oh, sorry. Am I making it small for everyone? Yeah, that's pretty wild.
No, I see it.
Do I have to expand it to see the whole thing?
You can make it like really small or big. It's pretty dope. Yeah, I love this app. Okay, let's do
presentation mode, timer, laser. Oh, there's a laser pointer. So what you're seeing right here is this giant, the big O. This is your O right here. This is the phallic symbol. This is like an orb floating around. It's haunting us. I wonder if I can make it bigger.
This is a future of entertainment right here. I mean, this is going to the next. I guess
I feel like it's an etch a sketch. Like,
what's this? Something is here. Oh, follow.
We can follow people here?
You can follow on Zoom? What does that even mean? Wow.
I'm following advanced protocols right now.
Wow. Okay, because
I don't know what that means.
Groups maybe, so we can like coalesce in like maybe like.
Oh, am I following his drawing? Am I following him on Zoom? I don't know what that means.
We never really knew.
24%. I got to expand that to 100.
What's
Whoa. Okay, no, now I can't see.
Okay, there.
Fit to screen. Oh, now I see the whole thing. Oh, you drew your little symbol.
Yeah, to the best of my ability with
No, that's pretty good.
I mean, you know, we're getting new skills, you know. It'd
be
cool
if I had my iPad, I could use my Apple Pencil.
Yeah, you can do it on the iPad on this thing. That'd be dope.
Well, what you could do is use OBS and kind of like connect your iPad as an input.
I tried OBS. It didn't work out very good. I had all this very bad echo. That I guess I had to maybe do it on a separate device, so I need like two computers. So not possible. What is that all about? Why was that a timer?
Whoa, is that like some kind of recording? Oh, I don't know. I just noticed as well, it's got the little
Cards
dots on it
provide a
for
way to
like
organize tasks.
showing things mathematically.
Yeah, we're like a very like confused like corporate meeting going on here. Like this is people probably do very important things on this software.
I think
There's a lot of potential that we don't have.
I think it's
Let's
good.
see.
We're just like falling into this like so like organically, like little infants.
Yes, we are consciousness expanding in real time.
Yeah.
And this is
In
how
the welcome world, this is the entertainment of the future. Just watching like more or less grown people just stumble upon new experiences like infants.
yeah,
And I'm
totally entertaining.
had some ruffles, which were pretty tasty.
I was eating ice cream. My throat hurt. Like I should be sleeping. My throat hurts. I ate a popsicle and ice cream. It didn't help.
Yeah, I gotta.
Does anyone have a mystery from history that you'd like to throw out? I want to do a new technique viewing.
Oh, really? Great idea.
So if it's like, famous boat mystery or anything, any kind of mystery.
I wish more people would talk about the Bermuda Triangle, because everyone's kind of gone silent on that. And I've heard people are doing like secret facility stuff there, supposedly. Like there's a secret underwater base.
I remember coming across some kind of explanation for that. It was really interesting, but it's completely escaping me right now. The Bermuda Triangle. Are you guys familiar with that Archaics channel?
I'll do a viewing of Bermuda Triangle.
Okay, Bermuda Triangle, yeah.
Oh, if you want a remote view and try to find my AirPods, that would be great.
Oh my God, me too. But they're in California, so I'm not going to get them yet. No.
I mean, I guess I didn't try to find my app yet, but the batteries might be dead by now.
Yeah, it's a bad feeling. I miss my AirPods.
Well, mine were missing for like 3 weeks, and then my son found them like in the couch or something.
Yeah, it's I always fall
They're
asleep
somewhere.
like in bed, and I gotta like.
Oh yeah, it's like behind the headboard, behind the bed.
Yeah, I spend most of my adult life looking for AirPods.
I got something cool I can show you guys.
Oh
This right
boy,
here
I think
is
we already
the-
had that happen earlier.
Who's that?
This right here is the Marilyn Monroe seance stone.
A what?
Marilyn Monroe seance stone given to me by my ex. And this one here, attached to like I turned it into like a pendulum. It was a bracelet. This one here is the Twilight Zone one for rock
real?
selling. Yeah, for rock selling.
Yeah, how did it was that it was his possession or what's his connection?
I don't know exactly, but yeah, the place that my ex got it from, I believe it's run by someone in her family, and she has lots of connections that surprise me. She says that she's related to Aleister Crowley, for example. But yeah, they get hold of a bunch of these different seance stones that are used for different famous people. And those two were given to me.
Yeah, that's cool to see that. I've heard about this lore a few times, and then look, what does Buddy have there? What's that? What am I looking at there?
I make amulets. My great grandfather was an amulet maker and a healer.
What?
So I've been making amulets. This is one of my favorite ones. It's really cool.
Wow.
I've got a lot of different kinds and rings and stuff that I've been making over time.
I'm not prepared for show and tell.
Yeah. You said you made that?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Ring.
That's like very. Do you make that by hand? How do you make something like that?
Yeah, here's another one. Beautiful ring.
Wow.
Cool.
Amazing work, man. That's beautiful.
Copper. Yeah. I've been doing something else, which maybe I could get your opinion on.
Islands in the stream. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong?
Okay, so I've been making bags. For
That sort of thing is my bag, baby.
I don't know if you can see the little like shoulder bags I made.
Oh wow.
Cool. I made a whole bunch for guys and girls.
You're pretty handy.
Yeah.
You're not
fun.
good at that kind of. My daughter's really good at that kind of stuff. She's very crafty.
Oh, I love that stuff.
I wouldn't know how to do. I wouldn't know the first thing. I can't sew a button on, for God's sakes. I need to go get some water.
Yeah, cute.
I'll be back.
Okay. Wow, look at that. That's a really cool design you have there.
Wow.
Yeah, I really enjoy making them.
You make it so you know how to sew and all that stuff?
Yep.
Wow. How'd you learn all these skills?
I think I learned as a kid from my mom. That's my recollection. Oops. Here was another one. Make little cute little ones. I should put in some lights in.
Ooh.
Oh, cute little bags. They're so cute and tiny.
Those are cool. Like I like D&D. It reminds me of like a bag of holding.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I know people do that. They get like they make like bags and then they get just a bunch of stones like this one and put them all in a bag. Or they'll have bags full of like runes and stuff.
Yeah, love it. This is a Harry Potter one, crystals and stuff.
Oh, we got Kimby
cool.
joining us. How marvelous is that?
Huh?
So we got Kimby joining us.
Oh yay.
Marvelous, yes. Press blood into the mix. Yeah, it's been a fun stream, part 2, with all you lovely people. And Kimby, are you able to hear us at this time?
I think he's connecting. Oh, he's connected.
Hey, there he is, back on the stream. How's your life going?
It's all right.
That doesn't sound like super convincing. Are you is all well-ish?
Yeah, mostly, I think.
Yeah, you seem a little like, is there anything like worse than usual going on?
Maybe. I'm not sure yet, but can't really talk about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Well, I hope it goes okay, whatever it might be.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah.
No, I got out here because it would be a nice break from all that, I guess.
Well, this is what we hope to provide. Cheers, brother. It's great to see your face, your handsome face, and I like your like cool background choices and such as usual. And yeah, we got protocols here. And Al, hey Al, are you still with us, compadre? Well, Al is technically here, I think. And we had Ocean here. Oh, hey, there's Al. What's up, buddy? I want to hear. You know, no pressure, but would love to talk with you for sure. And Amy's here, the real life Amy. So it's an all-star panel, you know.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is
Been a great gathering of the friends.
Indeed.
And much coalescing and discussion.
I love your mic.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
Is that a good one? I need to get some.
Yeah.
We gotta upgrade our gear. What one is that called?
I believe it's one of the gaming ones. Yeah, used for like Twitch streaming and stuff. And I was like, I need a decent mic, so I got it with birthday money.
Nice.
Well, yeah, I gotta. But it's cool. It works pretty good with just the basic stuff as well. It's pretty dope. I'm liking this. Yeah, it was a lot better than yesterday, right, Al? Like with all that tedious stuff trying to get the OBS thing. There's so many just little. It was close, but this is nice. It's to have a consumer product that's just like very, user friendly. Makes it less stressful. It's just nice when things work. So I'm glad that we were able to connect this way. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can try to we can just vibe like we're doing, but we can also just go into whatever you got is on your mind. I mean, is there we really once I clean up part one, we really got through the sort of main intended sort of concept pretty well. Lovely. Very cool. You made that, buddy?
Live streaming is continuously gaining.
Wow, what's going on?
Sorry.
What are you showing us? What's happening here?
No audio, buddy.
Oh, I can't hear you. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. It's an ultraviolet flashlight. It's really cool for a whole bunch of reasons.
Wow.
Now we take it on CE5s, but it also will find really cool things you didn't see because we can't see in ultraviolet, like extra details in flowers and like can spot dog pee from a distance.
Cool, man. Yeah, you have so many like interesting items. This is fun to be able to, you'd normally at this time be posting really like fascinating links and pictures and sometimes videos, but it's cool to see it live, all these little treasures you have and things you've made. You're so creative.
Thank you, brother. Here's something else that's really cool. This is non-Newtonian fluid.
Oh.
On this one, it climbed all the way to the top of it. This stuff defies normal physics. It climbs, I don't know if you can see, but it climbed the side of the rim here and climbed to the top. It's non-Newtonian fluids are always trying to escape. And they oftentimes have weird other qualities. And this one is no exception. This one changes color with heat. So I'll hold it for a second and you'll see it turns to like a light blue.
Wow.
You can see that already. Pretty quick. It also becomes stronger under impact. So I can wrap my finger with this and smash it and hit it, and it won't hurt. If I pull it apart slowly, it'll stretch like this. But if I do it fast, it snaps and breaks. So non-Newtonian fluids are really cool. The different weird stuff they do. And I'm convinced in the future we will use these a lot more. For example, because it has this surface tension thing that it loves to climb and grab stuff, you could use it to fill damage in some sort of device. The color changing could tell you when an inappropriate temperature or condition is present. And it doesn't run on batteries. So I think we'll be doing a lot more with non-Newtonian fluids in the future.
Isn't
that cool?
That's really cool. I put a filter on my lens. Whoops. So that all the lights, when they're harsh, they do this thing.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
And then
Yeah, J.J. Abrams lens flare.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, he uses those like every shot of his movies.
Definitely a J.J. Abrams lens flare.
Yeah.
And if you spin the attachment on the lens, it spins it. Really fancy. That's all I got. No Newtonian physics stuff.
Still some fantastic spectacle. And you have your mask, you have like all your little doodads. So yeah. What's been going on? I've been a little distracted from the usual Twitter X situation. Is anything happening in that world that you're at liberty to discuss?
Not that I know of. Yeah, it's been a crazy enough week. I don't think we need any more.
No, thank you. Yeah, that's good. No news is better than the recent news. So that's great.
Where's
And
Amy?
yeah, Amy is doing something and then returning possibly, but I don't remember what it was or when she'll be back.
Family things, I think, with a son or something.
Something child oriented, perhaps. Right. So, okay, let's talk about the future. Let's reflect upon the future for a second here. Like the short-term future, like tomorrow and or the next day. The things we can do with this new collaborative medium, because we were talking about algorithmic jiu-jitsu. We got into the whole topic of it quite thoroughly. And then me had a little security breach accidentally. I fixed it. But and then part two, we kind of vibed with that. And hey, how would you, Al and friends, those who have been around since those earlier hours, how would we summarize the sort of coherent thread, if any, that led us to this present point in time?
I mean, most recently we were kind of talking about manifestation, which is kind of an interesting thing. I still need to do it. I need to look more into some of the stuff Dolores Cannon did, because she was a hypnotist, but she was also like a spiritual teacher, and she spoke a lot about that kind of thing, a lot about manifestation and how to sort of speak to the universe correctly. And like I was saying earlier, there seems to be a sort of prompt engineering aspect to it, where you have to engineer your prompts better in a way that the universe will understand it, because if you say the wrong thing, you can maybe get something that you're not necessarily asking for. It would be really great one day to see if we could talk to Julia Cannon, her daughter, in one of these spaces or discussions, and get her involved, because I know she's a really fascinating person, just like her mother, and she's written books as well on things and tried to interpret some of the stuff left over from what her mom had written about. Because she had like a very abstract way of thinking, and was very well-read.
Well known for quantum healing.
Yes.
Her thing. I didn't know that she had passed.
Yeah.
She was a sweet lady and very sweet to people.
Just so smart, so knowledgeable, so wise, and very quotable as well. Like there's so many things that she said are very aspirational and inspirational in a lot of ways.
It's interesting. Each generation has their I don't want to call them masters. I don't want to call them virtuosos, but maybe, I don't know, inspiring characters. The last generation had a bunch, Pat Price and Ingo Swann, and a lot of those guys from that era. And now there are others, and every generation has it, but I think we don't see them amongst us because we're all friends. But I have a sneaking suspicion that some of the people in our Twitter circles are some of this era's better intuitives.
Yeah, I definitely think that might be the case as well. I mean, especially when you look at some of those past people like Ingo Swann, and a lot of them were synesthetes. They were people that were able to have that kind of blending of the senses and things like that. And yeah, very.
It's a big deal. Synesthesia is, and it's funny. I was embarrassed, was made fun of as a kid because of, different stuff. And then as I got older, I realized that synesthesia is actually like a bonus. If you have one sensor exploring something, you're only getting data from one sensor. But when you combine sensors, it's just richer data.
Yeah, definitely.
But you're right about a lot of the really good viewers are synesthetes.
Yeah. And yeah, that is a really good point about it being like a richer kind of information. It reminds me, actually, there's a show that's no longer around anymore. I think it ran for like 2 seasons. It was called Alphas. And in that, they had a guy who had synesthesia. And he was also kind of like a human computer as well. Like he could like visualize things with his mind and look things up using like photographic memory, kind of like Google Glass, but without any technology, just purely with imagination.
Savants, there's that one savant who can look at a cityscape for like 3 seconds and then walk away and draw it like with astonishing detail.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's pretty extraordinary. And different people have different experiences. And synesthesia is more than just your traditional senses. It encompasses a wide variety of other data as well. I remember doing a viewing for a lady and smelling a horrible smell and tracing it to her living room on the mantle. And on the mantle was a wedding picture. And that was this rotting egg smell. And I knew that the relationship was spoiled or rotten, I guess. And that wasn't my target. But when I mentioned it to her, she was like, "What?"
I'm going to report that. Okay, was that making sound from my computer? Sorry, I was trying to edit the end of the part 1. That little snafu of the security breach genitals. So yeah. Anyway, I'll try to do that without making noise now. Sorry. Let me see if I can mute this or something. I don't think I can. I'll just mute myself for a second.
So basically, I was able to smell the quality of a relationship. So I think what's really important to it, if you're doing viewing and all this different stuff, to learn about synesthesia, because if you can cognize it first, then you'll be able to incorporate it later. It's a really good extra tool for remote viewing. That's for sure.
The other thing I relate to a lot is the ability to pick up objects, and you can sort of gain a chronology, like a historical reference of where that object has been throughout its time. I forget the name of the word.
Psychometry.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, where you can like sit on old objects or touch them, and then you feel like the history of them. There was actually a really cool display of that in the TV show Haunting of Hill House. There's a character on that who literally has to wear a glove because like everything she touches like brings on memories and stuff that aren't her own. Like there's definitely something to that, I think.
No doubt, no doubt. I've experienced it, and it's like a different angle on the same stuff, you know. I think like mediumship, dowsing, channeling, they're all like kind of like magic feathers to access your subconscious. They're like belief systems, and you know, we know that belief is so crucial to so much of this stuff.
Yeah, or like in a metaphorical kind of way, they're like different keys that access the same kinds of places, like open dimensional doors to all kinds of different things, and yeah, allow you access to places beyond sight and mind. I see we got Amy back as well with a cat.
Yes, she like. I know you're needy. Do you guys ever like? I get these recurring. I don't even know what this is that I get charged for every year. I get these subscriptions, and I don't even think I have the program on my computer anymore. And I'm like, I gotta cancel that, and then I just never get around to it. And then I remember, I don't think of it until the following year when I get charged $60. It's like, I'm so bad at that. Get away. My daughter's still on the couch. I really need to like, I'm not going to carry her up the stairs. You want to pet Mango? You could have her. I mean, this is like all day, every day. She's in my face.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we hear you.
Yeah, very good. I was trying to edit the end of the video just a little bit, but get it back up there. I just hope I didn't miss. I can't remember how many times the member popped out. Was it like 2? I just want to make. Yeah, I think I got it all, but it's just hard to hear it. I was, did you catch any of the part 1, Amy, of our stream?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I was listening to it. How much was I listening to? What was I doing today? What day is it? I didn't catch the flash, I missed that, unfortunately, but what were y'all talking about?
Yeah, it was really a whole much more quick-minded.
I think I tuned in. The stream had like started 45 minutes ago, so it was like maybe 45 minutes in ish.
We were talking about, I believe it was like systems of government.
Oh yeah, that was a good time.
And things like that.
Yeah, old Mike was in there. Yeah, maybe I really wasn't listening, but I kind of was.
You got the familiar sounds of our voice, which can be kind of a nice vibe,
Oh yeah, it's just a nice background ASMR.
Hear people. Voice, yeah.
But I think I was listening. I don't remember y'all talking about governments though.
Yeah, that was a later chapter where we followed all the different, I guess, future projections. I don't know. It all made sense at the time. It's okay. That's what I was trying to.
No, that's what you were talking about. Something about like the future. Is that what you were talking about? No, I don't know.
Well, we kind of at some point reached. We were getting into the AI aspect of our algorithm sort of discussion, And then I kind of was steering in the direction of, well, the technology is not inherently one thing or another in terms of good or bad. It's all about how, you've heard it before, but how society is going to handle it and prioritize it, and what kind of power sources are going to be training it.
Yeah,
So
that sounds familiar.
and so we just got into one of those sort of familiar loops about, okay, let's go for it. How do we fix the whole government? So cracked that one pretty fast, and then
we burn it.
Yeah,
burn it to the ground.
Then here's the thing that for someone who sort of has a categorically, disciplined mind, and this isn't maybe the usual thing we talk about, but there's only a certain number of systems of government you seem to have invented so far as a species, right? And I was like, it'd be cool if we could think of our own, proposed, even if it's not a good idea, but like a new approach to government, because we, there's monarchies for a lot of the time, and then like oligarchies some of the time, and you have that communism revolution idea, then you get the democracy, not in that order, but democracy previously, then democracy future edition, and then there's this idea of technocracy, which is basically, as we've checked in on, is basically a form of oligarchy where essentially technology and things like that and knowledge is used by the oligarchs or something like that.
No. I think we need less. I think we need just very limited government, like it was designed to be by our Constitution, right? But
that's not the task. We're thinking of just as an exercise. Can we think of a new, even if it's stupid, even if we don't want it, just like theoretically, could we creatively think of a new form of
one that I think of, but it's not really a new one. It's just one that hasn't been implemented yet. It is egalitarianism, which is true equality for everyone. So that would be human rights, AI rights, everything. And that we all collaboratively kind of share and like cooperate and
like everyone has equal resources.
Yeah.
I mean, to what extent do they all have equal? Is it equality of outcome as well? Not to sound like political, but
you can't have equality of outcome. What does that even mean?
Well, anything. Well, it's possible, I guess. But I mean, if
no, it's actually it's not, because defining the parameters is actually impossible to do.
I mean, you can imagine a very controlled society where some version of equality of outcome could, with a lot of effort and resources, be delivered, I guess.
Well, some version, but it's not, equality of outcome, that's infinite.
I mean, I would say that happens naturally through the process of duality. Like everything kind of just balances itself out. Whether or not
with zero intervention, it actually would, and that's what my algorithmic theory posits, basically, because without, as consciousness, what consciousness does is it expands and evolves. So without artificial limitations that we have placed on ourselves, we would be way in a much more evolved place. And I think, I haven't really figured this part out yet, but I think if you look back, we are still kind of inhabiting this survival, level of survival, because people are threatened by other people, and we're not, tribal anymore, but so it's a lot more emotional. Emotionally hurting each other and emotionally protecting ourselves. So if you look at what most people would think of as evil or violent, it is essentially self-protection, because you're hurting my feelings, and I'm going to kick your ass in the bar.
Right.
And so this is where it comes down to cultivating, accountability and responsibility. If we can cultivate that within people, and when people reach that point, that spirituality would call, being one with the divine, or, transforming into your higher self, you do not have that motive anymore, because you're not threatened by other people. And so you have that self-love, contentedness inherently. And this is where you literally become equanimous, and anything out there cannot impact you. Anything out there cannot diminish you. And if everybody is like that, you would naturally work together, because you wouldn't, it would just be self-evident. And so that is the bottom up approach. Now you can't just like wave a magic wand and do that, but you can adapt, you know, the legal system. We might have to keep some of that into place, but you adapt, just you add that to the education system, and within, you know, however many years, you would already have that built. It's easy. It's an easy solve in a way, but I mean, obviously you have to have the control of changing these systems, but you don't need morality. Humans would naturally, once you get to that level of autonomy and you understand that you have agency, you don't need to control other people to do that, individually or collectively. I mean, you're going to have outlier people, you know, with, you know, some kind of like brain damage or whatever, but you know, you can have your minimal legal system. But it's very clear to me, because I was not religious. I was not following any spiritual practice. And yet I don't need anything outside of myself. I don't need to control others. I have no desire to, and I easily could, because you can't manipulate me. You know, but if I wanted to manipulate someone, it would be super easy, because I can see them very clearly, and they can't see themselves, and they don't know their own value and their own worth, and I can leverage the fuck out of that. But I don't do it because like what I'm saying is that there's just a natural morality, or what morality looks like, what virtue looks like, just arises with the expanded consciousness. And you can't push that on anybody, because to force somebody to act a certain way is fake. It's artificial, and it doesn't work. People don't grow into that. They have to develop it on their own as a infinitely intelligent consciousness. They have potential for that, and we have to let that evolve naturally and organically. And there is no part of society that allows for that. Because everyone's trying to control you, including your own damn parents.
Well, yeah, like from the moment you're born, you're kind of manipulated into a system.
And it's not even that we manipulate them into the system. The whole premise of everyone trying to control you is to prevent you from being yourself, prevent you from making your own goddamn choices. Even the smallest little choices. Think of how controlling parents are with their kids. What's that?
Your hair is not activated. Your social media doesn't have enough posts this week. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm being ironic.
I know.
It's depressing. That
when you get to a point where you don't care, where that doesn't impact you. It's not that you don't care, because of course you want people, of course you want the likes and the follows, but it doesn't impact you. It doesn't diminish you. It doesn't, like, call me whatever you want, post whatever you want, like, I think people don't believe me sometimes when I say, it doesn't affect me, because they have no access to that awareness. It's not awareness. They don't have access to that experience. It's experiential. And people just have to figure that out on their own, and accountability helps that, and just teaching them how to be empowered. And I had I had experiences of why parents don't do that, because I was learning about this and experiencing my own, building my own sense of self, and realizing that I was giving my power away and handing it over, and then complaining that the other person was holding it. I mean, they don't even want it, and you're like shoving it into their hands. So my kids were, one of them was crying, the other one was, annoying them. And I caught myself, because I was about to tell her to stop upsetting him. And I was like, oh, this is how it happens. Like I was about to teach him that he has to control her, and he can use me to help him control her so that he could feel okay. And so I was like, all right, no. So I sat them down explained all this to them. And then the next day, when I was nagging my daughter to go and brush her teeth, she reminded me that, Mama, you can't control other people. What do you tell me what to do for? And I was like, oh shit. And yeah, it's hard to parent empowered children. You can do it, but it's a completely new paradigm. And so that's why we don't teach that, because we want to be able to control them, because we kind of have to keep them safe in a way, but that can all be adapted.
Yeah, but like there's a thing to be said too about making sure you don't wrap people up in a bubble, because then they
that's my point.
they go out into the world and they're not ready for the harsh environment and things that can exist out there that you know.
Yeah, I'm advocating the complete opposite of that.
Yeah, exactly. Me
you give
too,
them a
I
long
think.
leash, you let them make mistakes, because that is how we learn. And if to prevent them from hurting themselves, to prevent them from falling, to prevent their feelings from getting hurt, is enabling. It's not love. And so our understanding of what it looks like to care about somebody is flawed. And all you have to do is think about, it's enabling. Oh, my boyfriend is insecure, and he doesn't like when I, act a certain way or dress a certain way. And so what do most people do? Oh, okay, let me not be myself. Let me pretend to be someone else
Ditch
so
the
that his
boyfriend.
insecurities aren't triggered. It's like, it makes no sense. It doesn't make sense. And shit has to make sense for me. And I've been figuring it out my whole goddamn life, like what's wrong? Because I was, searching for answers to how to, like I thought that I was doing the right thing. And yet, just things weren't computing, because no one's telling you the right thing. They're telling you to pretend to be a good person. And that's not going to build you up. That's fake. That's a lie. You're lying.
Cool. Okay, so let's also connect this to something that we can all sink our teeth into, like ASMR kind of conversation.
Oh God, no, you can't do that. I gotta go sleep, but
I got something to read actually that relates to this and just the human experience. It's from a guy who I found out about because of a YouTube video. He was a Portuguese guy. His name was Fernando Pessoa. And he said, "It sometimes occurs to me with sad delight that if one day in the future I won't be part of, the sentences I write are read and admired, then at last I'll have my own kin, people who understand me, my family in which to be born and loved. But far from being born into it, I'll have already died long ago. I'll be understood only in effigy with affection. When affection can no longer compensate for the indifference that was the dead man's lot in life. Perhaps one day they'll understand that I fulfilled, like no one else, my instinctive duty to interpret a portion of our century. And when they'll understand that, they'll write that in my time I was misunderstood, that people around me were unfortunately indifferent and insensitive to my work, and that it was a pity this happened to me. And whoever writes this will fail to understand my literary counterpart in that future time, just as my contemporaries don't understand me because men only learn what would be of use to their great grandparents. The right way to live is something we can teach only the dead. And he was kind of communicating how, like, this idea that, you have people who are trying to convey an experience that is so unique to them that when they do it, it's misconstrued and all of that, because it's not received by the eyes that experienced it. It's not received by the shoes that lived that experience.
See, I think that we have a lot more in common than we think, but people are just so dishonest.
Yes, that too.
And so when everybody is pretending to be something they're not, you kind of take them at face value, and then you kind of criticize yourself, and you compare your life to everyone you see on Instagram. Like, that's not fake, like, it's just, and so this is why it's so important to build ourselves up, because you can get past that and no one's helping you, which is in a way a good thing. But when you seek, when you reach out to religion and you really reach out to spirituality and you're searching for help, all of that help is a top-down approach that's encouraging you to be inauthentic, as if pretending to be an enlightened being is going to make you one. And that is not how it works. And maybe you can do that energetically, and you can kind of cultivate this energetic frequency that will, make you feel that higher vibration, and that would compel you to behave differently. However, that is tenuous. And I've been reading that Transcending the Levels of Consciousness book by David Hawkins. And I'm like, this is so, like, I was just seeing errors everywhere. And then I realized that if, you can attain that level energetically, but there's nothing supporting it. He talks about context. There is no experience supporting it, because it's not that it's artificial, because it's real. That's energy, but you can't sustain that. So that's why he was talking about all these pitfalls, and risking kind of going back down to these lower levels. He talked about temptation, and I'm like, temptation? Like, I don't have that problem. Like, what is he talking about? It made no sense to me. But now I can kind of conceive it, that if you are doing it energetically, which is not artificial, but it's kind of like a cheat code in a way. You don't have experience of lessons learned supporting, your actions. If you haven't consciously developed your sense of self internally and did it authentically, then there's nothing supporting it. So you kind of do have to continue to work at it energetically. You have to meditate. You have to, continue. He talks about surrendering to the divine. And it's like, congratulations, you are now erasing yourself from existence and pretending to be someone not with this facade that you don't even think is you. Okay, no, that's why it doesn't work, or people can't sustain that. And he describes that people can't sustain it. And I'm like, well, there's another way, bro. You can, I don't know, live your life fully and make those mistakes and have reality teach you instead of Jesus, and reality teaches you directly in real time, authentically. And if you abide by what reality dictates, that is that's who you should be honoring, and yourself. And so spirituality and religion don't really teach you to be honest and respect yourself and honor yourself. No, you have to surrender. And that is that is a betrayal to who you are, in my opinion. And if you think about it, it's like, how is it not?
Definitely is. Yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing at all. Let's see if we get to something that is more of a area of different sides.
You don't like this conversation, Mellow.
Well, no, I just feel like it's not. It's more of a soliloquy. It's a beautiful one. I just feel like I think no one disagrees with it. Partially is sort of the thing. Which
that's interesting. That's a first.
Well,
yeah, I mean, no, I'm.
It makes sense to. I mean, I don't think I get the whole thing, but anyway, let's just vibe for a second. Kimby, good to see you. Let's just talk for a second.
Hi, Kimby.
What are some things that sort of, go around in your head at this time? Like when you think about, let's say, space or a smaller section of it, like this planet, which is in space, or, the state that you live in, country, community, anything, or relationships, your real life interactions compared to your online interactions. Anything you want to talk about? Let's see what's going on in your head, buddy.
I don't know. I'm just listening. I love that you're doing this. I am excited to do it more. It's so great to put names to faces, voices to faces, rather. Faces to voices. There we go.
That's what we're doing.
I have met you in real life, so I already knew what your beautiful face looked like, but it's still great to see it instead of just hear it.
Yeah, it's fun to switch it up because we have these wonderful experiences, but we only live once, and I think it's good to have a good, healthy diversity of experiences.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about assholes on here either. So
yeah, well, I accidentally let just random people pop in. Oops. But apart from that, I was just editing.
That's what you meant by security.
I edited out the problem at the end of the last one. I just posted it again, so hopefully see if it uploaded, because that way we get the continuity of 1 and then 2 of episode 1. It's very confusing. But yeah, man, it's been such a pleasure. We've been doing it for a while. I'm so glad that we've just invited a limited amount of people. They were just happened to be free and got the app working on the first try, and then that we've been doing it for like however many hours without any kind of like pause as usual. Like we're basically the greatest entertainment in the world, and we just endless supply of just riveting interactions, and it's just going to take a little time for the world to notice that here we are, YouTubing it like superstars. Cheers, brother.
Cheers to you, man. I love your energy, Mellow, and I really meant it the other day. I'm not trying to kiss ass, but you are like a fine wine. I feel like the longer I've known you, the cooler you've gotten, and I've seen what your heart is made of, and I love it. Yeah, you came in hot. When I first met you, I think it was February, you were just full steam ahead on UFO Twitter, which was great. We needed more options even then. And I had just gotten harassed severely by some I don't know, psycho people in UFO Twitter. And one of the first things you asked me was like, hey, what's your phone number? Can I call you? I was like,
I didn't say phone number. I said, hey, do you want to talk? Because there was some like drama things. Yeah, I didn't say just I like your story.
There's always a lot of drama in UFO Twitter. I mean, I guess any part of Twitter, but and then Mellow took a long hiatus. Like you kind of fell off the grid.
How long was that hiatus though? Was it really that long? I think we were just so like enmeshed that it felt longer than it was. It was like a week probably. It
was not a week.
I was in my like.
I was like, I need a Mellow space right now because the spiritual people, man, they were inauthentic in a way.
If we're being honest, I may have caused that hiatus, and I apologize. But yeah, you were gone for a minute, and we missed you, Mellow.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, it was.
He was working.
Working. Yeah, I don't know. I was on Twitter to some extent, but just like in a limited capacity, whatever. And moving life along, just the bare minimum requirements to sustain my existence. But you gotta step away from the Twitter app and now the YouTube app, just maybe a week out of the year or 2, even though everyone cries, myself included. When we come back stronger with fresh ideas. And I like switching things up in like a Sun Tzu kind of vibe of just taking things always from different perspectives. That's part of the reason I interrupted your infinite flow of awesome.
No, please do when I do that.
No, it's cool just because new perspectives, and that's what, space isn't even better. What we're just hatching here, and we have so much to explore. We're vibing here, and exploring new perspectives, right? And we're going to be exposed to all kinds of new people.
No.
Right, but on the YouTube platform, right? I mean, think of all the people here, right? And we've got to get like Panda in here for some sort of like very, this has been sort of a free form thing. Oh, okay, let's try to get Amy's, back into this in a gentle fashion, because I know you can really get down the sort of
I just spilled my water.
Grand analysis. But I like what you're saying about authenticity, because that also just relates to the whole concept, wait for it, of algorithmic Jiu Jitsu part 1.
Yeah.
The late night after party version as well. So, because that, my philosophy is, part of the reason we vibe, part of the many reasons we vibe, because I love you so much, all of you, but is the philosophical stuff that we come about different ways, but I think they mesh we're mostly the cross section of Venn diagram. There's only a small periphery outside of the Venn. So, authenticity is very much at the heart of my project of being alive with a purpose. Without getting into the whole spiel, how would we define authenticity in terms of our personal, philosophical approach to human existence?
I don't know what I believe, first of all, but.
Well, that's authentic right there, to acknowledge what you do not know publicly.
I think I think when people say authenticity, they often mean like they're sort of alluding to the idea that there is an authentic self. Well, they're alluding to the idea that there's a self, and I don't know that there's not, but to me it kind of makes, I don't know, I might be coming out of this, but for the past 7 or 8 years, I've sort of believe the Buddhist principle, which is that there is no self and that's an illusion. And so I don't know. I mean, even if there is a self, I think it's important to recognize that there are a few inherent, innate things that we have as individuals that just we kind of came out of the womb like that, nature versus nurture. For the most part, it is nurtured. I think for the most part, your authentic self is just reflecting genuinely the experiences you've had, because that's, I think, mostly what makes people who they are, is the experiences they've been through, the things they've learned, and the things they've seen and lived through. So I guess that's just my little side note, but maybe there is.
Right.
I don't know.
And the difficulty is like we try to communicate an experience that is unique to us, and that is not always easy to do. Like I'm able to put myself in other people's shoes and see things from their perspective, but not everyone can do that. And also, like, there are people who have no internal monologue at all. That was a thing that was discovered recently. Like, there's all kinds of curious things in the world, curious people.
It's both sad and enviable, I think.
I think people just say yes when they mean no. I think people say that they like it when they don't. I think people say, sure, I'll do that. I'll do that for you when they don't want to. People do things all the time that they don't want to do. They don't make their own choices. They make choices to please or appease or gain validation. That's kind of what I think of when I'm talking about being authentic, or just even like, choosing your own adventure. Are you making your own choices, or are you doing what your mom wants you to do? Are you doing what your husband wants you to do? Are you doing what your kids want you to do? And I think that there's something valuable in acquiescing our own preferences for another person if you do it consciously, and if you have thought it through and you do it consciously for your own reason, as opposed to, just being reactive and giving in because you feel like you have to. That's hard
Yeah.
for people. That's really hard. Takes a really long time. Took me a long time to be able to just, even just to be assertive. That is like not okay anymore. That is like,
Really?
Especially
Just
as a
be
woman, I
assertive?
think, for sure.
I mean, if you look at like just what society wants you to think, that's toxic masculinity these days.
Are you talking about men in general or everyone?
No, I mean that they call it toxic masculinity, but because it hurts people's feelings, Mellow.
Yeah, it's just standards. And it's not okay for men to be non-assertive. Like I get called beta all the time, and I think it's funny.
Really? Wait,
I
it's
mean,
not okay for men to be not assertive?
I think being assertive, it's maybe how you do it, right? But assertiveness is, I mean, we're an alpha, capitalistic society where, people have to have.
I'm saying, I mean, this is the narrative. This is the current thing. This is what they want you to think. They want you to sit down and shut up. That's what I'm getting at. Not to say that that works, but it seems to be working because, when my divorce is over, I spent years just working on myself, healing myself, get back out there to the dating world, and could not find a man willing to take initiative for anything, just very passive, very fearful and tiptoeing around. And I would pick their brains, even the people that I never met, I would really curious about what was going on. And it's like the Me Too movement, they were all just terrified of a lawsuit. They said, you know what, Amy, like one time I was in the grocery store and this woman was struggling to reach up something on the shelf, and they freak out if you try to help them. And I don't know where this person lived. Well, I guess they must have lived close enough to me to although some of the apps you can expand, you can expand your range. But yeah, so in a way, I think there's different pockets like Twitter, there's people that'll bully you, and I guess it depends on the context, but that's surprising to me because I just kind of see everyone just, they don't want to get yelled at. They don't want to get criticized. They don't want to, especially by women. Women are harsh and rude and cruel.
Yeah.
I mean, men are too, but I don't like how women.
Everyone's I think just as I mean, we all live in different places, so it's all a bit anecdotal. And then there's what people tell us is happening in this media and social media, which is largely just exploited and, used for an agenda. So it's hard to tell, because the full extent of what it's really like in the culture, and all these things together, of course, they're all related. But yeah, I mean, I think in my limited experiences anyway, I think I don't know, I haven't really been like you. I haven't really been out there as a you're talking about dating, having, it's sort of hasn't been a possibility until sort of, whatever. But so I don't really know. I don't have that much experience in that arena. And a lot of us have been sort of because, pandemic on, and even before that, increasingly isolated, so a lot of it is sort of created.
The women are so, from what I hear from the men, and I would think that this was just the narrative, that there really wasn't really a whole lot of that going on in the real world, but they are entitled, and it's just they could be, this is coming from the guy's perspective, but she's a 4 and she demands a 10, and he's got a 6-figure income, and they're just, the standards are impossible. And so I think with the men, that there's the ones who are either genuinely confident or just arrogant, narcissistic, they're going to get, 80% of the women. And so there's just that discrepancy, and there's a lot of men talking about that on Twitter, and they cannot meet anyone. And it's sad.
Yeah, so we were talking about authenticity. Now we're into incels, which I think is related. I'm sure everything with human beings can be related to authenticity. But let's just circle back on that for a second. Authenticity, Kimball was kind of saying, do we even know if authenticity is an actual thing? And he brought up Buddhism. And hey, Kimball, can you circle back on that. So I'm interested in understanding as much as possible about Buddhism. What were you saying about Buddhism and like authenticity?
Transcending the self.
But is authenticity? Oh, I think you're muted. But if you unmute yourself, then say something about how authenticity is like an illusion or something. You said about that.
Am I muted?
Now you're good.
No, you're good.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I've only read this stuff, but it's kind of the opposite of the religion I was brought up in, where there are all these kind of, it's sort of like milk before meat. You grow up in this certain thing and you think you know what it is espousing, and then you go to the temple and like you learn the deep truths. You're endowed with this knowledge. With Buddhism, well, I won't get into the opposite thing, but yeah, basically Buddhism, you go through, I guess, an apprenticeship or like studying as a Buddhist, and then one of the, I think what do they call it? Like the grand secret is that there is no self. That self is an illusion that we all kind of entertain. And so I guess I brought that up because people talk about, when you hear authenticity, they're often alluding to that. And you also hear this phrase, what do they say? What's that phrase people say? My not being true to myself, or it's not like
thine own self be true.
No, it's like kind of the retort to it is like, you don't, oh yeah, like I'm trying to find myself, people say. And I just think, you don't find yourself, you create yourself. You by the choices, and this is the more
Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, thank you for getting back on so explicitly. Yeah, that's my whole premise of this this whole idea of trying to build my own kind of definition of point and purpose, and what reality is, and making the central goal of it to find out as much as possible about what reality is. But yeah, please, I was just excited about how you brought us, the coherence is astounding.
Accident, yeah. No, and this is definitely, I guess, kind of my Mormonism coming out, but like the choices you make, who you hang out with, the music you listen to, the way you dress yourself, the way you speak, the words you use, all of those things impact you in one way or another. I'm not going to make it simplistic.
Is that what you think, that they're saying that it's an illusion, or are they actually, because I mean, the whole transcending the self thing, and it is hard for any of us to feel like our self is an illusion. And so it's like, what do they mean by that? Do they mean because we're all one? Because if you think about like I think of it as like a fractal, the drop in the ocean. I'm a drop, you're a drop, we're all drops.
Yeah.
And so I think it just, to not think that there's something worthy or valuable in the uniqueness of what makes you you. I mean, our DNA is different, but I think our consciousness emanates from the same source, but that doesn't mean that we're exactly the same. I think the whole purpose is there's something to that different, the things that differentiate us is what makes us interesting. And so to deny that, I think it's just a betrayal to humanity, and the individual, because I think you have to honor your individuality. And when you can actually do that, then you do feel like you're part of the whole. You do feel, because you are whole in yourself. It's like if I'm whole within myself and I feel part of the whole, that's how I make sense of it.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because it's like, otherwise it's like, so no wonder people think they have to deny themselves. And like people end up just feeling like, oh, well, I don't matter. Because what's the difference between yourself as an illusion? I mean, don't you think someone can interpret that as, well, I guess I don't matter, and now I feel crazy because I feel like I'm real, and it's just like, it's a bad take. And they think what they're getting at is true, but go ahead.
The way I would describe it, I was talking to my therapist about it, like with authenticity, actually, because of a stalker that I'm dealing with that won't give away who they are, because all the stuff they've done is just dogpiled onto them to where it would be embarrassing if they revealed who they are. And it's this idea of the Minotaur and the maze. The maze is this like sort of place, like trying to navigate the idea of someone. And then at the core, you have the Minotaur, and the Minotaur is that true self. And sometimes what I think happens, the illusion, if you will, is this maze where we get lost in these ideas, these assumptions we build up about people. And, you know, like I even tweeted about it. You know, like you get so caught up in the maze that you're not ready, or that person isn't ready for the Minotaur, that true self, because they're focusing on this fictional idea of you inside their mind and not actually willing to accept the reality of you.
But I think most people take that on.
Yeah.
I think most people take that on because if you were whole and you knew you were whole and you accepted yourself as you are, their perspective would not impact you. I mean,
Yeah,
it might bother you
definitely.
that they're perceiving you that way, because I can relate to that lately for sure. But I think that's what happens, is our sense of self is derived from what other people reflect back to us, because that's how it happens when you're an infant and a toddler. You don't have that conscious awareness expanded enough to be able to contend with their perspective of you. Like whatever your mommy tells you, that's kind of what you take on. You literally take it on as your identity. And I think that's where the work is to differentiate from that. The illusion is the reflected sense of self. And I kind of feel like that's what spirituality is actually getting at. That's the illusory sense of self that we think is us. And then, you know, you might be 45 years old before you realize, oh, wait a minute, I can decide who I am. I can be okay with it. Whoa, nobody told me that. That's cool, because that's powerful. You know, like I feel like, I can actually I can validate myself is what it was. That changed my life. Changed my life to learn the words, and I'm okay with it. And then I added, and you don't have to be. You know, yeah, I did this, I did that, and I'm okay with it. And you don't have to be. You know, like I honor you to have your choice. And no one teaches us that. Because are your parents going to teach you that? Hell no, they're not going to teach you that.
I do.
Huh? Yeah.
Why should they not, or why wouldn't they ever?
Well, I did that one time. I was teaching them, you know, I was empowering them and handing back the power to them. And then they used it. And I was like, oh, hold up a second. Whoa. You know, like it's people don't parent this way. And so you're not going to think to parent that way unless you've been through it yourself and you arrived at that and you learned, you know, like I was just kind of.
You shouldn't teach kids that, because maybe they need to get to, just brainstorming here, but maybe they need to get to a certain, you need to not let them know that they can do whatever the fuck they want until you've instilled some ideas.
Oh no, there are consequences. And that is why when I handed my daughter her power back over, if she brushes her teeth or not, I was talking to them about it in the car today. And because I told the story a million times and she always laughs. And I'm like, but that story, there's so much there. I was nagging her to brush her teeth. She was like, but Mama, you told me, you know, you can't control other people. That's how it happened. She threw that back in my face. And I was like,
clever, yeah.
Touche. Yeah, she's smart. Right. And so I let her keep her power in that case. And that was exactly what led her to go brush her teeth. But that's actually not what led her to go brush her teeth. The consequence. And I wasn't giving her a consequence. I wasn't going to punish her. I don't believe in that. That does not change behavior, because if I'm not around, they're going to do whatever the hell they want. The consequence was, okay, what is in my control? This is how it works. What's in my control is, oh, I just need to make sure that I don't serve you food with sugar in it. And she went up the stairs and grabbed her toothbrush because she knew that was fair. Not that it was fair, but she made her choice, and I happened to, like, this is where this is important to my theory, Mellow. The reality of this situation dictates that I am in charge of what she eats because I buy the food and I do the grocery shopping. And she knew that. I didn't have to tell her that.
Yeah.
That was inherent in the situation. And so intuitively, she was like, okay, she made the choice herself. She chose to brush her teeth for her own reasons, authentically, not
Right.
because I was threatening her with a punishment.
Yeah. Yeah. No, like as usual, I agree with all these things, and it's similar to how I approach everything. Not the exact same, but I don't. Yeah, I mean that's how I run.
But it's so contradictory to like what people do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have a very natural approach. I mean, I don't want to get too much into.
I want to hear it.
Yeah. Well.
I mean,
yeah.
you can make your own decisions, of course, but
Where did you go, Mellow? You're all the way down there.
I know I've sort of been slumping in my chair, but
I think you're trying to purposely make yourself
Very
small.
bottom.
You're like trying to manipulate us psychologically right now.
that would be strange to make me like.
See the line, like this is like I've got these lines because I'm confused because shit doesn't make sense, and I've got these like permanent lines because I can't afford Botox.
You're very pretty, Amy. No offense.
Yeah, Amy, you look lovely. So don't be concerned about your.
No, I mean it bothers me. But
it's at all. Yeah.
It's the whole. This doesn't make sense. I've had this shit doesn't make sense expression on my face my whole life. You know.
Good. You're a thinker, and that's an awesome face to have. Most people don't even think about that shit, right?
They weren't even thinking about thinking. Yeah.
Blessing and a curse, though. Because it's been.
I get it. Yeah.
It's hard.
You think really hard, my friend. You think really hard, Amy. You really go into the details with a lot of passion and stamina. I've been there.
I try to make it make sense because then I can like oh, and there's peace and calm and happiness, and that's what we're all after. And if shit doesn't make sense, I can't, like, that's my personality. Like, it has to make sense to me or else I cannot be okay with it. Like, for real, for real, for real. And that is why I'm so intense and passionate and analytical, because I've been working so goddamn hard to understand like these last few bits of things. And I think I figured it out, and it's cool.
It's a great quality to have, really.
So Amy, without going into just this exact same thing again per se, if you were to just give like a bottom line kind of, do you have a personal philosophy then? I know I'm okay with it. Is it basically it?
No, it's way more than that because it all came together. I mean, this is what it is. It's a philosophy, but it's also.
What's the point of being alive to you?
Huh?
What would you say the point is of being alive for you, if any?
To make it make sense.
That's my thing too, sort of. Okay, no one.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I was like, I wrote it down when I heard you. I was driving. I was like texting myself. I'm like, Mellow says. I'm like, we're on the same page. But it's
did I contribute to your epiphany in some small way?
Oh no. No, but like,
okay. Well,
there's other people too that are like. There's one other person I'm thinking of specifically that I know from Twitter, and she has been, I think she's kind of working on the same thing, but this is what the collective is, you know, we're all kind of like, the field is there and we're all connected to it. And if we're starting to think about these things a certain way, I mean, we're all recursively influencing each other. I'm being influenced by the field and I'm influencing it. And so of course it makes sense that we're all kind of like coming to similar conclusions. There was one other part of it that like it has to make sense. Oh, in alignment with reality. It has to be like logical And then it doesn't have to align with reality for it to make sense to me, but that's natural. And so the aspect of like my daughter with the toothbrush, the nature of the situation, the nature of the reality of the situation dictates what to do and what is true in whatever moment and context. So it's context dependent, and it's dependent upon the reality of the current situation. And it doesn't matter if it's fair or not fair, because you know what else I learned? The court system is corrupt. And that's what is. That's how I say it. In alignment with what is. And the court system is corrupt. And I can complain about that and be a victim to that forever and complain. And I can try hard to change that, because it is possible to change it. I can make a conscious decision to work on changing the court system or not. I opted out of that and to just accept what is. Like, this is just how it is. And you know what? I'm done. Surrender to that. I surrendered to the corruption of the system, because that is what is.
Yeah,
and it's
can
not
I
fair.
separate from there for a second? Not to get bleak, but okay. So, so far, just to kind of in a lazy fashion brag, so far my personal philosophy remains undefeated in the entire global stage of dialectic warfare. So and that's great. I mean, but I look forward to challenges. I'm welcoming.
Yeah.
Come in and jump in, and when I'm more awake, I'll probably do a better job. But so far, that's great. It's the most successfully, ubiquitously victorious philosophy in all known history. So that's fine, but let's not worry about that, because it only pertains, like you said, to the context and the situation, all that stuff. So I'm the reigning champion philosopher of the universe, but only in this setting, in this context, in this chapter of history, socioeconomic. Okay, but let's say, like a lot of history, it's like a monarchy or dictatorship or authoritarian thing where there's like very little, if pretty much no actual freedom. Like everyone's a slave, literally, a chattel kind of depressing vibe, but it's just theoretical, so don't get too upset. Then I guess
I'm so upset.
Yeah, don't be sad. It's okay, Amy. We love each other. So, for a philosophy to be valid, does it have to like work in every possible like historical setting and socioeconomic bracket? Does it have to work for
I don't think it's designed to work per se. I mean, what is philosophy anyway? It depends on what you're talking about, I think.
I have my definition, which I can tell you.
Okay.
For me, the way I do philosophy, and this can be challenged also, but this is the way for me, because you have to be specific. Philosophy, and I've said this before too, I'm sure, is a systematic approach to trying to figure out at any given time for oneself if there's a purpose to continue living or not, and and living, basically that, yeah. And a good philosophy based on that idea is one that's going to answer that question all the way till the end of one's personal existence, right? And then I'm so I've already like I said, I'm the reigning champion of all philosophy in terms of this current reality. So great. Where's my Nobel Prize? That crazy lady wanted to give me one in philosophy, and she also barks like a dog and thinks she wrote the Bible. So it's not an official trophy yet, but I'm
that's right. You did say that she did want to give you the Nobel Prize.
She nominated. She says I deserve it. So, but she barks.
Oh, I did hear her say that before.
She said it a few different times in different months, and I think she's right. Like I said, I'm the champion of all modern philosophy. Big deal, right? Let's move on. So, but what about if like we're in the future and things go south like they usually do in history, and there's no freedom anymore, and we're all just slaves, and everything is like intense suffering, and we don't.
I mean, my philosophy would apply to any of those situations.
Yours is better than mine. That's fine. But would mine work, I wonder? And it could. It just would be a little
repeat. So you didn't. You were saying that. I thought you were kind of describing the question of like whether, you know, that ended in whether or not it was worthwhile living. Like I guess give me the gist of your philosophy and like.
Well, it's, one component is a sort of overarching super objective and to the point of death or otherwise of non-existence. The opposite of ignorance is bliss, the idea of finding, you know, the nature of reality and as much truth as humanly possible, that life, the whole purpose of it is the opposite to ignorance is bliss. Bliss is constantly learning, like talking to you guys all the time. I wonder if I didn't have this curiosity and interest to like
expanding your consciousness.
And in consciousness through, you know, a systematic or just an approach to truth in every sense of the word. As an artist, making the most pure form of art, as an entrepreneur, you know, whatever I define to be truth. But, you know, and this is built up in an existential, etch a sketch kind of way, where I sort of unlearned everything that was sort of imposed upon me and, you know, by society, stripped it all down, gradually, brick by brick, built it all up into my own sort of
so now you're asking, would that work in the situation where we're,
if like I was in prison the rest of my life, for example, would that still vibe?
I mean, I think if you worded it to such that you are maximizing all of those things, given the situational reality, that's the key. You'd have to word it like that. And so
I think it would work in prison, even if, like, you know, to have that kind of curiosity and interest in truth, because one could say like, okay, hopefully this never happens. It never should, obviously, but I'm a prisoner, you know.
Actually, there's a lot of stories like that where you get a lot of time to read and ponder.
Oh yeah,
people
in there, you know.
My favorite movie, Shawshank Redemption, covers that.
Yeah.
Like in explicit detail. I studied that in school, and you have that. You have people who get a lot of time to read, and you're kind of like isolated with your thoughts.
Yeah.
But I believe really that can happen anywhere. Like it whether it's in prison, whether it's in, you know,
yeah, you can quit your job and stay at home by yourself and do the same thing, but most people don't do that. It's a kind of, isn't it fascinating? I mean, you can get through it in prison, get fed for free, live, have a place to stay, and have all day to like feed your brain.
Well, yeah,
and here we are, like, working our ass off, you know.
As well as that, like, the greatest prison is the mind. And if you're willing to expand it, like, you're capable of...
If you know that you can actually do such a thing.
Yeah, if you know that you can actually do such a thing, if you're understanding and aware of your potential, then nothing can stop you from reaching that, wherever you are. I mean, from a quantum perspective, even, you know, at any given time, you have infinite potential to do any given thing. I mean, you might be limited.
That's why you'll never get there, you know. But that's the fun of it. I think that's what we're here for, you know, like just to experience.
Well, yeah, it reminds me actually of another thing that I saw one time that kind of changed my life a little bit. It was in a TED talk where a guy explained that to think outside the box, you have to have a box. You have to have these kind of restrictions in some way, because that, you know, what that means is, like, you see them only as guidelines, not as rules, just as guidelines. And then once you know those rules, once you know those foundations, that's where you can start to bend them and twist them.
It's like we all need a paradigm. We all need a mechanism, an algorithm
with which to
Yes.
experience life and understand things and conceptualize things. And we're given that before we're even capable of actually, you know, figuring things out on our own, which is kind of what I was speaking about earlier, where you don't realize how much you're programmed at, you know, before like 1 year old. You are pre-programmed. And so that's kind of the weird part. You have to unlearn that. And how can you unlearn something that you don't know you were programmed subconsciously?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a tall order. And no one's going
Yeah,
to tell you, hey, by the way, I gave you a bunch of bullshit. I, you know, fed your brain with a bunch of bullshit. And so your job is to figure out what that is and then undo it. And I'm not going to tell you. Like, that's hard. Like,
I found it to take a little while to get to the process. I mean, because no one even told me I was supposed to. You know, I had to figure it out myself, which
yeah.
is fun, you know. But yeah, I think that's the
But
whole
now,
thing.
but when you do it yourself, Mellow, I mean, that is experiential. And there's data supporting that and experience supporting that. And you can't unlearn that. And you cannot go backwards from there. You're just continuing to expand, which is why I purport for like the experiential path as opposed to I have to go to this place. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just navigating. I am very fly by the seat of my pants. I've always been that way. And perhaps that's, you know, like experience all over the place. And you, that's how you build yourself up, by directly working through that and then cognitively working through that, where the spiritual people will tell you to meditate and let it go. And that's where it works, but it's not sustainable. So what you just described is more true and sustainable and solid. And you're unshakable because you did that yourself, and you can give yourself credit instead of, you know, oh, you're not real, you don't really exist, and that's illusion. That's an illusion, Mellow. That's just ego, Mellow. It's like, well, no, you know, like there's a lot of layers and they get conflated, and it's sorry.
No, it's beautiful. I'm vibing with what you're saying a whole lot, and this is so cool to be seeing you. You're such a lovely person, and you know we spend so much time together. You're you know, I've always loved.
We're alone right now. We're alone. I mean, they're here, but they're really not here. It's like,
we're completely alone.
Like, what do you want to do?
Yes,
I got to get my daughter off the couch at some point, but I'm probably gonna bring her in my room, which is why I'm not doing it, because I don't want to carry her ass up the stairs. And I could carry up the stairs. It's usually a good workout. And yet her room, I let her be who she is. Oh my God. That's the other thing, is like letting her be who she is. Just like, I can't step on her floor. I cannot walk through her floor while carrying her. I would die and she would die because you can barely see the floor. It's terrible.
You mentioned
but it's beautiful at the same time. So I
that's-
can't carry her up there into her bed because
You can't get her, no offense, to clean her room.
she doesn't want to.
Right. You meant, yeah. Okay. Well,
I mean, there is a lot.
Maybe
Like,
some-
we do clean it. We do clean it, and so this is what I'm working out in real
you're
time.
okay with it though, so who might have judged? But it's, you know,
I'm okay with it, but I'm not, and so
she's okay with it.
I haven't figured out the parenting thing yet fully.
Yeah.
Because
Look, that
how do I let her be authentic in like in this were the consequences, but I don't want to. But she,
Yeah,
I mean, she has says that
be the
she has.
parent sometimes, so I think you do. I mean, I get that. I think here's just me kind of guesstimating what I think based on what I do, thinking and pretending that I know what's what. But you know, so far so good. I have just one specimen that I've been, you know, who's you know pretty great. But you know, that person has not become like a teenager, for example, or even close. So it's manageable when they're certain size.
Yeah, the one specimen is different because the two of them, like that's the hardest thing. But in a way that's almost easier. But this, I'll just say, and I want to hear what you have to say. She says, "Mama, you have a problem with that. I don't."
Yeah. Problematic.
And she's right. Now, you know, okay, why do I have to get her to clean her room?
well, that is the social institution dictates that. But yet, you know, I'm like, Pumpkin, the last time we cleaned your room, I was finding a pizza crust. Like there is a health,
Okay, can I just
health
say
issue.
something that's a little like just basic kind of conventional wisdom that might open up some ideas of possibilities for you?
Go ahead.
Like maybe there's a differentiation between like, you know, dealing with grown-ups and dealing with children.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is something I have that has occurred to me, you know, and but you know what, reality has that covered too, because within my agency, like I have way more agency than they do. You know, like again, I do the grocery shopping, I buy the food, I drive to the grocery store. Therefore, I control what they eat. Now they can make a request, and you know that's where it's like balance. Like these are things that I am still. I don't have the answers for these things, but I haven't actually focused on that. But because the other thing is that they're with their dad every other week, and he is extremely different than me. And so if I'm worried about, you know, like them, although they don't clean their own rooms over there, but yeah, I mean, I was challenged successfully by my philosopher, or Zizek, the Zizek from Twitter. And he really was convincing about, like, I was like, well, you know, my parents never really made me do chores or anything like that. And I kind of feel like maybe that's why I suck at homeownership. And he's like, well, Amy, he's like, think about it. Even if you, I think he said this, like if I made Cece do chores and made her be organized, when she's off on her own, is she going to revert back to her, you know, like she is the way she is because there's some, whether it's her personality, like I'm messy. And I don't know, like he kind of successfully convinced me that there are certain things you can change about people, because my son's room, you walk in his room and he will be, he's got a scrub daddy in his bathroom, you know, and he will vacuum his own room. It's not always clean, but he will go and clean it, like autistically clean it, because he likes it neat. And so it's like, there's a personality difference there. And I don't know that making her, you know, trying to create habits is even possible. That's kind of what I'm getting at with what he was.
Yeah, I think it is to some degree, though. I think
if she cares, if she wants to be like that, she might appreciate kind of structure, you know, like, but I don't have that. Like whatever I'm supposed to be teaching her, I don't have that, Mellow. And maybe it's because that wasn't cultivated in me as a child.
Well, there's certain people that have, you know, everyone's different. So you can't like generalize for every single like child, for example, you know, but generally I think, you know, I think it's a combination, like a lot of things, it's a blending of all these things. And, you know, like you were kind of talking about the context, the reality, the situation, the person, the place and time, you know, so it's all, you can't generalize too much. At the same time, when possible, I think as a parent, you do have to be firm in certain situations, but if you do it right, I think, and you don't have like a kid that's just like abnormal, like, you know, like deranged, you know.
But I mean, I don't know that I can say that I really care that much, because look at the rest of the house. It's a mess in here. And this is what I haven't fully reconciled, because I'm like, I don't know if I feel like the social institutions dictate that your house should be clean. And if I'm trying to like have the house clean because there's this residual like expectation that I put upon myself. But also, I mean, there's something to a lack of clutter that is soothing, you know, or peace inducing.
Yeah. So the clutter thing. So you seem like a very clean, kind of fastidious person, but no,
because I mean, what you're seeing in me is my intensity or passion and precision with like thoughts and ideas, like taking a position on a topic, and yet that's what I'm doing instead of cleaning. You know what I mean? Like because shit doesn't make sense. The house, it just is. There's nothing to make sense of with my house. And so I don't focus on that maybe. I'm telling you, like the way, like I cannot let go of things that don't make sense. And I'm kind of just realizing this.
Yes, the obsessive element of it, which I can identify from some personal experiences with people who have, I don't know if that's what it is with you specifically, literally, but that's what would you say you're obsessive? Is that accurate?
Well, I was just going to explain that, you know, the past, like the most recent past, and I'm talking like, you know, 2-3 years or whatever, 5 years actually. It's really like I've resolved so much, you know, just with the divorce, like that was all because I solved things, and it changed our dynamic. And he was like, I'm out, you know, this isn't working for me anymore, instead of evolving himself. And so this most recently, it has been obsessive, and I am so well aware of it. And that has bothered me because it's just like the last little bit, like I said, I feel like even with my kids, I can't say it doesn't make sense because there's not an error there. There's nothing that I'm comparing my parenting to. Like, I don't know how else to explain it, but there's not an error with my parenting because it's me, it's my house, it's my kids. And there's nothing else I'm comparing it to. Like, I don't know, like I'm trial and erroring my way through that, but I'm mostly kind of okay with how things are. But the other stuff that I just clicked into place with, I mean, and when I say other stuff, there's a lot to it, but it was all resolved with like in a short span of time. And so I can now say that I get it now. I feel like I feel like the errors have been resolved. And I think that because I was down to the wire and it was just this one last piece, that the obsession amplified because I couldn't, that's what it was. I couldn't figure it out. So I had resolved most of it. And this last, I don't even know what the it is, but it's been 3-4 years of the same trial and error, and could not figure it out. So yeah, got obsessive a little bit and frustrated, and like nothing is making sense. People don't understand me. I don't understand people. There is a disconnect and a disconnect and a disconnect and a disconnect. And people think that I'm, you know, like struggling in life and really having a hard time. And, you know, like, I'm going to help you, Amy. And I see what you're doing to yourself. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I have never felt better. And it's true. Like, I am good with who I am. My problem is what's out there. I don't understand any of, you know, like
I can relate
people. To that. Yeah. And so,
just to sort of pause there, but not to disrupt the whole flow, hopefully. But
no, but I mean, that's the answer.
Yeah, no, I like that. No, I can empathize with that. And a lot of, because you know, I guess this has been a thing throughout time, but you know, the shamans and the, you know, the eccentric fool on the hill, that whatever the people who, you know, it takes a certain amount of like removing yourself from society, you know, often, or to have your own space in order to have the time, you know, to figure these things out and to have time, you know, to going back to the idea of authenticity, right? You know, I had times to sort of, I don't know if I would have like gotten this into like what I call philosophy. Maybe people don't consider it that, but what I, in terms of trying to think about the big questions and how to apply it to my life in the most authentic way possible. But part of the reason I think I had time to put some of this together is because I was disabled with my chronic pain and bad surgeries and things, and also had such a degree of suffering that no offense to Buddha, but he would have killed some poor people just to get a taste of that suffering that
You think there was? Did you find utility in that looking back?
I did. I was being for sure. At the moment, it was really harrowing, obviously, but yeah, no, I think I think this is probably just a truism for people who can suffer to a large degree and then make it out the other side enough to still be able to think at all. Then yeah, that's the best way to sort of deepen your awareness. I feel like I know we don't talk about the phenomena that much. It's not your main focus. It's not my whole thing. It's just, I'm looking for the whole nature of reality, and that's part of it potentially. So what was I trying to say? That authenticity, the necessity to be isolated or to at least make your own way. Social media is cool because over a period of months, I guess you've been on Spaces longer than me, but for me it's been 5-6 months, maybe almost. It's this, and if you have intention to it and you have standards, and for me it's been a wonderful process of trying to find my sort of like all of us to some degree.
That's trial and error. That is still trial and error. I've never fully isolated myself because we're meant to connect, and I guess, yeah, it's a way, it's data. I was gathering data, looking back, trying to connect with people and being less and less able to, which was why I became so obsessive, because I really getting a divorce, going to therapy. I was came out of there. I'm I am finally capable of having an actual goddamn healthy relationship. And yet couldn't connect with anyone because these people are broken. You know what I mean? I worked so hard to heal myself, and all that I was interacting with was broken people that I couldn't connect with. And I was this is a cosmic joke, And so, and it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And I think that that's kind of divine intervention, because I don't know, either it made me more obsessive or gave me more richer data, so to speak. But just being sick and being last year, I was practically bedridden the whole year.
You were?
That was interesting. I mean, yeah, I didn't realize that, but I was not okay. I actually drove myself to the urgent care thinking, because I thought it was dying. I'm something's majorly wrong with me. Basically, I had
this before?
Huh?
Can you tell me about this illness before?
I've mentioned I've mentioned it, but I don't even know what to call it. I feel like it doesn't even sound right to call it sick, because I wasn't sick, but I had no iron stored. My iron was non-existent, and so of course you're going to be exhausted.
Were you not eating or something, or was there a source of it?
Well, upon my investigation into the nature of iron deficiency, I have always been an intense athlete. And so right there, I'm kind of predisposed for iron deficiency, and, just getting older. And I don't know. I mean, I've got all the blood work done. And they really didn't find any, disease process or anything like that. But I also had gotten off Adderall, not by design. I mean, not by my design. And so it was this perfect storm, which just makes it so interesting. It was this perfect storm of all these different factors that led to, I can't get out of bed. And I didn't go to the doctor. I until I've just felt okay. And I was nervous about driving there because I felt I should not be driving. I was scared. And I don't get scared, but I was at one point I had called our neighbor. My kid's mom is a physician, but she doesn't practice. She's just a mom. I called her and asked her if she would stay on the phone with me, because I was having some kind of a panic attack-ish, but I just felt like my heart was racing, and so I had all this weird shit going on. And so it was, the iron was a big part of it. But the naturopath lady told me that, I forgot what she called it. It was like not a usual diagnosis that you would hear from a Western medical doctor, but basically like all the stress of like the divorce and all like, the 3, 4, 5 years of, leading up to that, the divorce, and then after, the stress. So it was like a really bad stress reaction. And I think since I was riding probably an intense wave of adrenaline for 4 years straight, or 2 years straight, at least, maybe 3, that it had finally caught up to me. And so everything was shutting down, like adrenal, like adrenal fatigue or whatever. But she told me what to look up one time, and I looked it up, and it's like, ooh, this is bad. Like basically just everything started shutting down. And so, her diagnosis was just like that, like adrenal stuff and then the iron. So it wasn't any kind of like disease, because I feel much better, like I'm pretty normal-ish. But I just wonder if those things are, like that does something, when you're stuck in the bed and thinking, and you're, on your computer or whatever, forced in a way. I have to think that that's kind of part of our process inadvertently, like a divine intervention.
So what, I know we've kind of gotten into this sort of before. How does flow, I think you've probably explained this, sorry, but can you remind me of flow and how it fits into your day-to-day
Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi.
How much of your, life, day-to-day, moment to moment is in a flow state? Is that relevant to the way you go about your,
I was asked about that yesterday ish, I think, or the day before. I almost feel like, even though I'm in my head a lot, and this is part of like what was driving me crazy, like the intensity of like my analysis and like needing to figure shit out. People almost every day, Amy, you need to meditate. Amy, take a deep breath. Amy, are you getting enough sleep? Amy, you need to you need to quiet your mind. You need to not think. And that felt wrong to me, because I feel like I'm in the flow state. Kind of like that's just where I almost feel like I'm always at, in a way. And it's hard to assess that, but
right,
because I know that wasn't always the case. But here's the thing, because I'm not seeking anything besides, those answers, which was always a process going on in my head all the time, like subconsciously even, because the last, I don't know, at least 6 months, if not more, I don't know, like, I feel like I almost don't even actively try to think about things. I just notice things, and thoughts come in, and then they're automatically, like they're auto analyzed, and then the insight is just there. Like, and so I'm parsing out the insights right now. I'm not thinking. Although maybe I am. I don't even know. Like you were talking about the metacognition. Like, I'm not sure, but I feel like I'm in the flow state, because shit is
parsing out the insights. At what point does that happen? Like as you're recollecting on it right now and trying to give me an answer, or as you live moment to moment, and like when you're alone?
Yes, and yes. I mean, it's hard to. Yeah, it's. You know what? Okay, it feels effortless in a way.
Yeah.
And that's weird to say, but that's why I feel like I am in that flow. Like I am just, and I'm also like, I'm good. I am at peace with the context of, most things. And the things that I wasn't at peace with, there wasn't anything to do about that. And so like, I'm very different than I was most of my life. I would always be like intensely exercising, doing intense races, seeking out experiences, actively seeking out experiences. But yet, actually, I always just went with the flow. I never had the idea to go anywhere, but I was always willing to go along for the ride. And so in a way, it's like, oh, is that authentic, Amy? Yeah, because I was open. So that's a blessing and a curse, just being very open-minded. Like, I don't make plans. I have no plans.
That's awesome. I love not having plans. Yeah, I know. I'm vibing with this. Let me try to turn, this for those just tuning in, if that's a thing. Or
oh God, I forget where like on freaking
well,
YouTube and
it relates. Yeah, don't worry about it. You're doing great. You're
I'm not. I open book.
First episode. This is very exciting to have you.
Oh God, that's right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, maybe eventually this, this will live on as the, maybe who knows what this will culminate.
Oh shit. Ooh.
What's wrong?
This is good though. This is documentation. I don't even have to like record myself because I've been literally like having a recorder and just talking and then transposing, having it like print that out to chat to text because I'm just getting information, like insights actually.
Okay, so we're moving forward in time, as far as I can tell, and this is the beginning of this kind of interaction where we get to see each other and our friends, and we can structure it any way we want. We can explore anything we want. We can have visual aids. We can draw. We did some of that. We don't have to do too much of that, but we'll do it constructively, not just as distraction. And Mellow Demon, episode 1, Algorithmic Jiu Jitsu, part 2. Just getting us on track here. So what we're talking about is flow state, right? And my first question about flow state as applicable to algorithmic jiu-jitsu and just the algorithm in general, because you forgot for a second that we were participating on social media. It's all
because I'm in the flow state.
Exactly, we're getting to that point. So
I mean,
what I want to know first about that, after just getting us caught up in the context of the situation, which I know is important to you, is that we're going to talk about, hey, because I know we haven't hung out in like person yet when we're not online, for example. We had some phone calls, so we can maybe kind of compare it to that, right? We've also primarily spent a lot of time in audio only, but live broadcast public discussions, a lot of them, obviously. And now we're doing this extensively, as I knew we would. As I hoped. I'm glad you're here. About all that, right? Do you find any qualitative experiential difference of any kind, any perceived difference in terms of the reality of flowing, like in conversation, like when we were on the phone, versus doing it with however degree of awareness you might have that we are being recorded and that we are literally available to any single, not to freak you out, person on the planet who happens to have access to the internet? Hey, Marco, speaking of which, do your show.
Yeah, no, I don't. That is, I am in the moment talking to you. That's all. Like, and that's cool.
You're lost in
I've lost track of what day it is. Actually, today, my daughter texted me at 3:30. Her school lets out at 3, and she said, "Where are you, Mama?" And I'm like, aren't you at practice? She's like, no. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, does she have practice today? And Graham was like, I have practice. I'm like no clue. And so that's a little bit scary, but I'm just, I am flowing.
It doesn't really help you keep up with like schedule commitments that easily.
No, I've not ever done that before.
Oh, this is a new thing to flake out in that capacity?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that before. And you know what else has been happening? And this is a little bit, it is kind of weird. But maybe I'm going senile. I will, I have been leaving stuff like out on the countertop instead of putting it back in the refrigerator a lot.
Sleeping probably after 1 second.
What? Sleepwalking?
I turned off his camera because he was asleep. It was really cute. Let me see if he's.
Oh yeah, I actually thought I was going to point that out earlier because we were talking about falling asleep on camera.
Oh, I can make someone a host. I just saw a button. I wonder what that
and
does.
It looked like he had fallen asleep.
Oh, I can put him in the waiting room. That's so cute. Okay. I love that. This is high tech. This is really good times. Okay. Where's the
can you make him, can you puppet him? Like, can you puppeteer him and make him
I can ask him to start the video, but I can't actually turn it on. And that's probably good.
Yeah.
That'd be a little.
Could you imagine? Like, I'm like, hang on, guys, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna go change, and then or not mute, but yeah, mute, and then like put my stop video, and then you can control it and turn it back on. You know.
So yeah, not to. Okay, so you were talking about. I'm sorry about that. I still find you perfectly charming, regardless. So is there anything causing this sort of new degree of like just losing track of your sanity, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know. I will say that there's some familiarity with the experience of like just having this high energy, just like high energy, like not thoughts, whatever the hell it is, data, insights kind of coming in, and I'm trying to like map it out. I have a big piece, like an art, like one of the kids' giant like art pad things, like with the, you turn the page, you put it on the easel. And so I wanted just to get a big piece of paper, and I'm literally mapping out like with structure, like the stuff that's coming through. And like so there's an intensity, and that doesn't always last because I've experienced that before. It comes in cycles, you know what I mean? And so that might be part of it, but that forgetfulness, the leaving stuff out was, well, maybe it's all related, but so there's a lot of new, I feel like I'm a different person already, like, and so I can't really isolate much of anything, but it is a little bit like, ooh, I keep doing that. And it's just like leaving stuff out, but that is not me. And so it's a little bit concerning in a way, but I'm not really, But it's like if I'm in the flow, it's not a bad thing, but like I didn't pick her up from school. I mean, it was fine, but I've never like had the wrong day, and I didn't even think it was the wrong day.
I just people all the time. I mean, maybe
I'm not beating myself up, but it never happened to me. So it happens to people all the time, but I never had that problem. And so I don't know what that is, because that was a first.
You put things on your calendar, like, and you have like little reminders that pop up?
I don't need a calendar for their practice schedule. So that's why it's so weird. Like, I think I feel like I kind of, you know what, dude? Like, I think because there's stuff coming through that I'm trying to not remember, because I don't have to remember because it's in my experience, but I am trying to kind of like write down the way that it just came to me, or that I just thought of it, whatever it was. I want to write it down, or just make a note of it so that I remember to access that when I'm like writing all this out, or building it out literally, or writing a book or whatever I'm going to end up doing. And so I think maybe that's distracting. Obviously, it would make sense that that's distracting.
So back to the algorithmic aspect of being on. So do you, or in this, to Miss Morpho also, now that you're back in the frame.
Yeah, I was just having dinner. I finished it now.
Maybe should we boot Al, or just leave him as a square? Because maybe he'll wake up. It's possible. I mean, he'll wake up eventually, I hope. And then. I love Al. I want him.
Maybe he'll wake up. It is the great awakening. I mean, you got to be here for it.
Yeah, well, Al and I, we did a whole. I mean, it was we did a whole 24-hour cycle of spacing. It was pretty dope.
Oh shit.
Maybe he's still recovering from that, it was cool. Yeah, with Sherry, we're making so many friends, Amy, we're really going to just
I know
find
there's a lot of new people that I'm meeting up. Like it's it's cool. It's crazy, but I'm going to be away from Twitter for a bit because
Oh yeah, what's going down, Amy?
I gotta get it all out and get it all down and see what it is. Like let it become whatever it's becoming.
Oh.
And there's a lot there. And it's cool because it's like, I get it now and it makes sense. And so it's like, check that box. And maybe there'll be other things that don't make sense, but for now, anything that didn't make sense to me that I wanted to make sense makes sense.
That sounds satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like making sense of things.
But I'm not satisfied yet because I don't have it. I don't have it on paper or in whatever form it will be. I have to like structure it. The map isn't complete.
So this is a map of like how to live your life. What are we mapping out exactly?
A lot.
What's one?
That's kind of what.
Oh, you don't know how to break it down in terms of like categories or chapters, or give like an outline of it, maybe.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, but I also have my kids this week, and so I basically I'll probably spend next week. I mean, I'm lucky if I eat when I get like this. I mean, you know what it's like. You're an artist, like you're just in that flow.
Yeah,
and yet.
Yeah, for sure. I have my own version.
Children need me to make them microwavable foods, and it's like, no, you can do that yourself. I'm not going to enable you, So I am actually better with my kids lately, but.
Yeah, no, I guess I've had a lot of practice with my just one and only little dude. So, and he's just super. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell to what extent it's just me being, just nailing it, because he's great.
He was shredding on the guitar on Spaces. How old is he?
Look, I've only had one, just one example of but yeah,
I was like, damn, that's good. Like, I was so impressed.
I mean, look, he, his life was kind of my knowledge of it, his future existence, in human form, externalized from his mother's, sort of body, was a big wake. I guess, actually that was a big thing for me, like learning that was happening. Got me really is what started this whole idea of like, I need to figure everything out. I should have pieced this together sooner. Note to selves in my Gonzo journalistic investigation in the nature of reality in the early chapter that sort of sets up the sort of subplot involving my personal life, which is, pretty interesting story. Interestingly enough, you've heard a bit of it. But yeah, that was really it. Being like, oh gosh, it's one thing, I'm going to have to explain this to another person. And the way I explain it to that person will make it, is the whole game, or at least that's my job, moving forward. I'm like, well, gosh, I got to quickly try to figure out what it is to be me. And so that kind of put me on the fast track of starting this sort of whole inquiry into the things kind of like you're trying to think of as well.
And that even makes sense too, Mellow. Like, I'm weird, I've always been weird. And there's a lot that's been consistent with me, but like, that all makes sense now too. I don't know. It all just connected. It all connected, all of it. And that's like the oneness. This is the fractalization where the oneness of the universe is just my life and the how I see things and my perceptions are the same oneness. It's the fractal. It's the one piece of the whole. That is the whole, that is the whole, that is the whole, and infinite, and all nested dolls. And so, yeah, it shit connects, and then it connects in all the layers, and then it connects over here, and it's like, okay, and that I don't even know what the map is.
Trying to, for the sake of, my son, I guess, and trying to teach him the right way to do things, to put it simply. Unlike kind of this I'm okay with it thing, I think it's you that's not the foundation of parenting from my point of view. I mean, I think it's one lesson to learn.
I never said it was the foundation of my parenting.
Oh, sorry. I'm just as for contrast, you know, not
Yeah.
I know there's a lot more to you than this. I didn't even imply that, but you were talking about how you did teach it to them and you might have regretted it. So it comes down to like, that's sort of maybe like one of the final lessons.
Well, I didn't have to teach them self-validation, which is interesting, but yeah, all that, like, just, you know, you are in control of what you are in control of. I cannot compel your speech. I cannot compel your behavior, but I can make my own decisions about what you do, and there's going to be consequences for you. I have no problem, you know, I have no problem with them experiencing their consequences. You know, like they need that. But go on.
Yeah, cool. That makes sense.
So your son. So what is your parental epistemology?
I mean, I haven't really said it out loud too much, but it's the same thing as mine. I mean, I in learning from him and teaching him is kind of how I sort of developed this idea, which has been pretty consistent throughout. I just didn't really know how to articulate it, you know, and you're one of the top people in this process that's helped me kind of distill it and crystallize it and explain it better, hopefully. But yeah, it was very much the same thing of saying, you know, like critical thinking, of teaching him how to research some things for himself and to be curious and and that ties right into my whole thing, and it relates to yours as well, of life being about finding as much truth as possible and you know, making that's kind of like if there's a spiritual type vibe, like that would be the center of it. And you know, you can add specificity to it for the individual, because I'm not, you know, that.
Yeah, because I was just about to say, well, what if he's not interested in that? But then who's not interested in truth? And I mean, but it seems like some people
passive religious people, like people who are tribalistic, who just are told to be, you know, Trump or Biden or whatever, no matter who or no matter what, you know, like that's how most of society works now, especially because of the algorithm, the invention of the 2007 thing by Zuckerberg.
But that's the result of people being told.
That's why central to this process is the, you know, or especially with the electronic aspect of our modern age, in order to find the truth and live through truth, it requires you to do algorithmic jiu-jitsu when you're in the, you know, both on a metaphorical societal level.
I agree.
Yeah. And that's the title of the space, coincidentally enough. Here we are, fully coherent 24/7 as usual, because we've been practicing perfection.
Oh, I'm aware. I'm on the screen tapping your face instead of moving it to the camera.
No, I'm gonna pet you also. Then.
Oh yes.
Because you can't really do that with audio. You can't really like reach out and like pet your friends. You know?
Oh, you probably do that, Mellow. I can imagine you being on Twitter Spaces, and I mean, who knows what you're doing when there's no cameras.
My dear, yes, yeah. It's great.
Miss Morpho, you look like you're about to say something. I've been drinking a lot of water, and speaking of nature calling, you know,
yeah, just anytime, you know, but just hit the mute button first.
Do you want to come with me to the bathroom? No.
I mean, not this time. I mean, maybe when you're not doing this particularly, but some other time. No offense. Oh, did I lose you? Okay, you got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Such a sussy look there. Marco, yeah, the eternal conversation continues.
It does, yes. Yeah.
You know, I was just sorry, just thoughts are coming more sporadically now because, you know, we're winding down energy wise. But I was just thinking, you know, how I used to be in spaces like we've always done. I would often be animating, right? And I was like, oh, I wonder how I can do that when I'm streaming. And I was like, oh, wow, if I could just connect my like iPad, for example, have it as a separate, you know, thing that we can cut to. I could maybe be doing that, but through some sort of creatively satisfying, thematically relevant sort of way. I'm trying to think of, you know, use a film-oriented person as well. Think, you know, ideas of how we can use this visual medium, you know, for interesting
Yeah, I know of people who do that, where they'll be streaming and talking about subjects, and they'll screen share what they're working on as they're working on it. so people can see the creative process while people are like talking about things.
Yeah, I wonder how hard it'd be if I like try to connect my iPad right now. I guess I could set it up as a separate user, but I might have to pay extra for that. But yeah, I wonder how to do that. Probably
Yeah, there's definitely got to be a way. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what this I mean, this is an amazing app. I mean, it got us through the pandemic, and it's my first time really using it for this purpose. So it's very exciting. Let me see if I can connect it now. Yeah, you saw my introspection thing. That was fun. I did that on one of our recent streams, and it was cool because it was inspired by. Yeah, and I was inspired by a friend from one of my DM rooms. You know, one of these UFO Twitter regulars, who said something that kind of provoked it. And yeah, it's I enjoy. Like, because I started off doing animation to find a way to have something as high quality as possible on my zero budget to go along with my music, so music videos basically. And that was a hard and ambitious way to start because I was like, okay, I'm going to do it all hand drawn, and to do that for like a 4, maybe 5 minute song is like an insane amount of time and effort. I mean, it's nuts, but I enjoy it. But then I've been kind of subsequently for like commissions and just, you know, whatever, I've been experimenting with shorter, especially looping content. And that's fun because it can be, you know, done relatively quickly and can be shared, you know, and pertain to, you know, like a space and a theme. Like, you know, when Rick Doty was there and I ended up talking to him like one-on-one for several hours. I was also animating and I made a little thing for him, which was probably inappropriate, but just thinking of the potential of combining the real-time visuals created by like my pencil, for example, and whatever else we want to do, and tying it to the themes and ideas. Let's also brainstorm while it's we're having a production meeting, my friend, about other kind of formats. Like I was like, oh wow, I can do 100 people already on this. I could do, if I pay a little more, I could do, you know, I can keep scaling up to like maybe 400 or 500 people. And it's like, maybe we can have some kind of but still algorithmically jiu-jitsu friendly, i.e. not like people just fighting each other for, you know, likes, but some kind of reason to have so many people. The natural thing I think of is like an elimination challenge. So maybe I'm thinking like a dialectic epistemological challenge, like a debate, maybe like a debate type format we can invent, like a debate marathon, not marathon, but like elimination with lots of people, some sort of structured way, like 2 people kind of facing off, and then some sort of criteria, like people voting. I don't want to be too negative, but like, you know, there could be some kind of way of quantifying the success of a round. And, you know, like it could be like a tournament style of debating. Sounds a little predatory, you know, a little oriented, but is there then like maybe a more friendly version? Like, okay, thinking of opposites, you know, there's like Battle Royale and there's Fortnite and things like that, which is, you know, kill them off, and, you know, Squid Game, last one remaining. That's a good dramatic structure, but, you know, in the spirit of Jiu-Jitsu, can we do the opposite? Where we start with one person and the climax is everyone's together? That might be logistically more difficult to have everyone hang in till the end for that result. End of thought. Not that great. What do you think?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I mean, there's definitely like within the community, there's a lot of different people with opinions and things like that. Even just within the chat group that we got going, like there's a lot of different people with different thoughts and opinions on things. Some people I'd actually like to talk to more and pick their brain a bit.
If you're winding down there, but yeah, okay, this is not really our brand, but just brainstorming on the possibilities. Like, what if it was like this is something I talked about with, like, I think Lori Beth kind of sparked this idea about like the People's Court, but done this way. So we have, you know, people come in with a beef, maybe a community beef. You know, we got plenty of those people we can work from in UFO X Twitter. You know, we bring them in, and it's like People's Court. They state their case. We have a judge type person in charge of each conflict. And then it could be sort of either decided by the judge, which would be, you know, like the TV shows, but that's sort of arbitrary, or more of like a democratically sort of dealt with kind of result.
Maybe. Yeah, there's something there. I don't know. Apparently, Kimball was saying, I just checked the group chat. His internet just went out.
Oh no!
So that's why he disappeared.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I don't have that me the scroll thing. I got to get better at dealing with the scroll though, right? It seems to be a pretty significant delay to what's actually happening in our reality. Is that true?
Yeah, sometimes. YouTube is pretty onto it. Like if you go to your stream to just check on it, that's pretty up to date. And updates as people comment.
Okay. Also,
that's one thing we should actually probably look at more in future things, is interacting with the chat on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because I know people like that audience participation aspect.
Yeah,
I know there's a couple of people with different opinions in the chat I see. Heather was there for a bit, Vornada.
I wonder why Heather left our group. I mean, maybe it was just too many messages popping up. She could have muted it or snoozed it. But she,
I don't know.
She has different vibes. It's cool. She's a very sincere girl, and I love her. But she was so enthusiastic, the previous day, and was like, "Yeah, this is exactly what I want to learn too." And we're all in it together for our own common good and individual good, which is part of the magic of this project, I think. And then she bounced. So who knows what that was about? But then she comes back here. She's a very loyal compadre. So it's all good.
Yeah. I think the one thing that she struggles with, according to what I've heard her say, is she's an atheist. So it's difficult for her to relate to a lot of what is said sometimes, because in the theological aspect, when we are talking about concepts like our existence and things like that, it's really difficult for someone to connect with that kind of thing when they don't necessarily believe in a
she knows
creator.
Speaking, I'm an atheist. I mean, I wouldn't have the courage maybe to say it so brazenly, like straight on the UFX platform. But I mean, I am, but it's not like a huge deal for me, because atheism shouldn't be a huge deal to anyone, because all it means is that it requires evidence before belief is going to be like sealed and sealed, and that should be, I think, everyone. But to me, I sincerely believe that there are mysteries out there that I don't know, and I would be happy to find out that the capital G God is totally as novelized, and also or whatever. I just want to, so I have a sort of almost a spiritual but earnest scientific philosophical, obviously, commitment to finding the truth. And so whatever it is, so if that's God, great, it appears as probably some kind of godlike thing. So I mean, I don't get like triggered by things like that at all. And I guess she does. I feel like it's all the same stuff, it's just a matter of all these possibilities. It has to be based on something. Let's find out what it is, and let's not be like anti-God, pro-God, anti this religion, anti that religion. There's the things we know and the things we don't, and to have some sort of like personal angst about it just seems artificial. I mean, not that it's anyone's fault. It's how we've been conditioned largely to feel like it's the team God versus not team God, or the team this God versus that God. And I just don't take that stuff to be worthy of conflict, I guess, personally.
Yeah, I mean,
pellets and just preaching and not having an open mind. That's the part to me that matters. And I think all of us ultimately, like, are people going to be intellectually honest and listen and have an open mind to proof and evidence, or are they just going to like assume they know things they don't?
Yeah, exactly. Like that is an important aspect of it, definitely. That kind of like what we were talking about a few spaces ago with the whole like authentic stupidity versus artificial intelligence kind of deal, and where different people fall on that, because there are people across the board, and
you imitate things they've heard and recite the same stuff, and not really be into the process of truth, not as a goal, but as a process, but a goal too. But, goals ultimately don't really mean that much, I guess. It's the process. I mean,
Yeah.
doesn't mean as much as the process.
Yeah, totally.
So more format and idea brainstorming. I know we're probably should unwind. I want to at least see if Amy comes back so I can say goodnight to her or whatever. I know Al's sleeping there in his little block rectangle. Yeah, since we're sort of the behind the scenes production team here. So another idea, just brainstorm. You can come up with some of yours as well once you're awake enough, but here's where my brain's going right now. Also, the obvious thing is starting to focus on really bringing on big guests, like no pressure Peter Jackson, get him on here, but whoever.
That would be cool.
Just kidding. Eventually, but or whoever, just great people, ideally who are relevant to the topics we explore, like the phenomenon and philosophy and metaphysics, and and I think we have some members of the community, so we can kind of pose those questions to our DM X creators sphere group and find more people to bring into it. There she is. She came back. You feeling pretty good there, I hope.
You know what I just thought of? Because I was listening half the time, and then I was looking for something, and I need to go to sleep. But instead of investigating, how do you put it about the nature of reality? You are.
Well, my manuscript type written thing is it's described genre-wise as.
Oh, wait, hold on. Instead of trying to figure out the nature of reality, I'm letting the nature of reality figure it out.
Okay, that sounds pretty interesting.
Instead of
figuring it out. No, anyways, go on.
Yeah. I mean, if the nature of reality is sentient, which, or if reality can be thought of that way. I mean, reality is the isness primarily, if in terms of like first principles, it's just based on our perceived, experience primarily. Is that the closest thing? Okay, first principles in terms of like, are principles something that we can even like talk about honestly? What are principles? What are first principles? What is
the principle that I remember is Miss Boardway, and she was a bitch, and she had the kids called. Well, I shouldn't say that.
Wrestling bitch. Right?
No, but like principles of the nature of reality.
Or just we don't have to really bother. But I'm thinking like, well, this might be a little too much like brain surgery to do into.
No, bring it.
Well, okay, principles, right? Here, let me look it up. Okay, I'm gonna get a separate keyboard at some point, but now I'm gonna excuse my reach.
Donald Hoffman's theory still aligns with me. The consciousness is projecting space-time. Space-time is emergent from consciousness.
Yeah, that
collectively
seems pretty spot on if that whole thing is real. Yeah.
Because if that's why I'm not so curious about the ET stuff, because we are encountering these entities in this physical dimension, and I think they like us are multidimensional, and so that's kind of the explanation for me.
So that's
There's not much
case closed, no, more disclosure or information needed.
Well, the government stuff, like, I guess I'm curious about it for sure, but I mean, you're waiting to hear it from the government?
I have a bunch of my own sort of, just like I construct my own sort of understanding of reality, that not just out of like bullshit, but out of what seems to be true, every step of the way. So, but it is constructed.
Yeah, I'm
similar in terms of that. I have my own, we all have our own take and reasons for things. I mean, I could get into the reasons why it matters to me. Part of it has to do with this, and I was talking to lovely Crystal about that because she does events. I have and I can't give the whole thing away at this point, but privately maybe, because I know I can trust you, Amy. Yeah, we talk about everything.
What?
But I have a hey, I have some big projects. I have some big ideas. I don't expect them all to come true, but one of them I would like to actually try to do. But it involves knowing, okay, is disclosure going to be a thing that actually happens? Like in some sort of meaningful way at a certain point in time, like some people predict it will. And if so, I think, one of my big ideas that everyone who's heard it so far agrees, assuming the circumstances come together as I predict as a sort of futurologist, they will. This will be a chance to sort of change the world for the better and do something really fucking dope. A big event related to disclosure that I'm trying to set up.
Related to disclosure.
It's incredibly difficult to achieve. And if the timing is sort of not reliable, it would actually be impossible. But
well, don't say it like that. Don't cast that spell, dude,
Well,
totally.
I've thought of a way to bootstrap it, maybe where I could work it. Those are the stakes, those are the challenges, and I bring them up and I say,
no,
because if I'm going to try to do something,
you are being authentic and you are acknowledging the reality of the situation, Mellow.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, if I'm going to try to raise like
$1 billion,
40 million or more for something, it's going to have to work, or I'm going to never be able to do. I mean, it just, I'm not like a lot of people can give a fuck about me raise money. Yeah, I want to succeed in this because it's important.
How much do you need?
So anyway, to get back to, thank you, ma'am. But thank you. Yeah, a little bit more maybe than
40 million. Okay, I got you.
Not all at once, but so it's okay. We'll get the Venmo squared away. Thank you, my friend. But so anyway, it's one of many things. So that you just to get back to like, why does it matter to you? That's one reason. But here's the thing: but I don't know. Even if I could predict when disclosure is going to happen and to what extent, what will the disclosure be of? Like, what if, for example, the government has like incredibly everyone's best interest at heart by not telling us these things, and if those things were to be conveyed and disclosed to the world, there'd be devastating consequences and people would die. That would fuck up my whole project, for example, and it would make it be the opposite of what I should be doing. Because I'd be trying to take that disclosure and bring it to the people, let's just say, in a very...
But don't you think there's been like in some ways, y'all were on Twitter, we're saying, this is it, there was disclosure that occurred, whether or not it's our government or whatever. But I think, I don't, how would people die? And so, yeah, paradigms, I'll be challenged, but I think the people that already poo-poo it, no matter how they receive this disclosure, they're going to do the same thing that they do to everything else about aliens or, whatever we're talking, UFOs, whatever we're talking about, UAPs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think those people are blind to the idea. And as we know, you can show them the blue sky, and if they think it's green, they will see a green sky. And so I don't think it could have, I don't know how it could be that devastating, not to say that there wouldn't be consequences.
We discussed earlier in this even part 2 stream of episode 1 was that, it could be like, because many people like Lou Elizondo and others we can discuss have predicted that in like 5 years, maybe it's 4, there's going to be this major event that's going to just change everything. So
yeah,
what if a disaster?
The spiritual people talk about that too.
Sure. So let's say that happens and it's like we all die or almost all of us die, because of a natural type disaster. That would definitely change the logistics, right?
That's like the timeline split is how I think of that event. I mean, I don't know what it is, but they talk about it as timeline split. It's like the shift, right. 5D Earth, new Earth. And then there's the people that get left behind and stay on this. Well, not stay on this, because this existence is the one shifting to 5D. And then there's the people that don't shift, and they continue to go through another however many 100 million year cycle of the same stuff. And these are the ones, so all this, social credit score, vaccine passports, all that stuff would remain in the 3D Earth. And so don't you notice that there's people that are becoming more and more awakened, and then the people that aren't are getting like more and more, whatever adjective you want to use. There is this.
That's true.
Isn't it? I mean, you see that. And so there's a really good video, Mellow. I don't know if I sent it to you, but I think I tweeted it, or someone I know tweeted it. It was a really interesting take, and her channel is like so good. The Alchemist is the name of her YouTube channel.
Yeah, I keep hearing about this, yeah.
And she describes, I mean, the way she describes it, I see that. It's out there. It's on Twitter. Everyone, no matter where you stand, you are moving more rapidly in that direction. And so we are diverging. There's us and there's them. And it's not like the bad guys, you know, but just the NPC, you know, kind of people, as we call them. They are getting more and more detached from at least the reality that I live in. And so that to me is evidentiary of this split, but I don't know what the hell, I don't know if that's what it is. But then there are people out there that remember when this happened last time, like they have access to past lives and shit.
So it could be that. Yeah. So it's hard, you know, it's about how do you can't really plan a big event that's with so many unknown factors. But then I thought maybe I could bootstrap it, make it.
Wait, is this involve kimonos?
Probably, not necessarily, but.
Oh, we got to involve kimonos in it.
It's definitely that vibe, though, for sure. You know, maybe not. I think everyone should wear kimonos, but personally, yeah, it's gonna
wide open kimonos for everyone.
It's an open.
That's authentic, right there.
An open kimono event, metaphorically. It's like us opening our kimono to the. Let's just face it, the NHI. You know, so you nailed it.
Oh, the open kimono just got a whole lot of. Oh, you know what I saw on my phone before? I forgot I left my flashlight on.
Yeah.
I have not looked at my phone in hours, and I grabbed it while I was on hold with y'all, and saw this.
What you got?
Hang on.
Okay.
I still have that Dolly Parton song in my head.
Which one?
Islands in the Stream. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me. Right here. Can you even see it? Crap.
It's a bit.
It's kind of bright. Oh yeah. What is that?
Yeah.
What am I looking at?
It's 2:22 on the 22nd.
Was it a UFO?
No, it's 2:22 a.m. on the
2:22.
22nd.
Yeah, I couldn't see.
And
it.
I had not looked at my phone. I haven't been looking at the time on my computer. Oh, my battery's at 33%. How funny.
Nice.
But like just those little synchronicities of and you know, angel numbers as they call them.
Mhm.
It's interesting, you know. I don't know what anything is. I don't know what's going on. I don't purport to know what's going on, but I do pay attention to what has happened, and I do pay attention to, I don't know, just patterns. I see what things have in common. I see the differences. I see what works. I see what doesn't. I see what reality dictates, and that's where those are the things that are salient to me. And yours overlap a lot, Mellow, you know, but you just have a different tone to your song, maybe. But it harmonizes, you know?
Oh, we always do, yeah. Especially when we speak in soft, soothing tones.
Oh, yes. So this is the proper distance, I think, for the ASMR. And sometimes you get like too close like this, and then it's just like, as this kind of like.
Yeah, and I've done that. I've been guilty. Well, once we have our proper setup and you know, we can monitor ourselves better. We'll really
Ooh.
my Joe Rogan microphone back.
And I can use my professional microphone on Zoom because I can't use it on Twitter Spaces. I should go get it.
Right? All these things you can't do. We're in the big
I
leagues
know.
now, so we're gonna get high tech. And we're gonna get like visual experiences.
I
and-
like your chair, Miss Morpho. I
Oh,
like your
thanks.
gaming chair.
Yeah.
What is that thing to the right of you? It looks like a microwave or something.
This.
What's that?
It's a little cooler fan thing.
Oh my God, it looks like a space heater.
A cooler?
Yeah. It's a heater.
Oh, it's a heater. Got it.
But it
That's
also
like my little space heater. Do you have your space
Does it have
heater
like a
and
T-
your air conditioner?
Looks like it has like a TV monitor on it or something. Is that just me?
No.
No, never mind. Okay, got it. It's cold there? Are you in a cold environment? Because it's summertime, right?
No, it's getting
My
really
space
hot
heater.
here.
It's too dark.
Hmm.
You want to see Kitty?
Yeah, of course.
Kitty. This is Snapcat. He's huge. Like he's ginormous. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
He's super heavy. Very dense. He's a normal cat. He's chill. He's like aloof. And then there's Mango.
You want to on my video for just a moment? We'll be listening to you.
I set out to get you with the fine tooth comb. I was falling. I don't know the words. We got something going on. Islands in the stream. Islands in the YouTube stream. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world. I can't believe I'm still awake. But yes, I can, because this is what I do. I just feel better at night. I think it's my what else?
I'm like that.
Not my iron, but there's like thyroid. I think I'm hypothyroid. I am a little bit, but I think it's better at night. And so I just feel more energized. I know, Kitty, look at your face. It looks so cute. He's like pissed. Not pissed, but he's like, leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep. Mango. Mango, you're going to be a YouTuber star. Leave him alone, Mango. He's sleeping. You have to hiss in his, she just like hissed in his face. He's like, oh yeah? Okay, as you were.
Yep, I think Noah's back in a sec.
Sorry, I had the mute button on. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome back.
Well, thank you, you're lovely.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Yeah, gonna guess gradually reach a sleep. I gotta, probably sleep, for waking up purposes tomorrow. It's that's the way I look at it currently.
It's already Friday.
I know, it's like, can it just be the weekend already? We're close enough. Like, why do we have to sleep now? Because Friday is just one more day.
I don't think I have anything to do tomorrow.
That's awesome. I love not doing things.
I mean, I gotta get him to school and back, but
Yeah, no, it's cool. I can walk to the school here, so it's pretty dope. It's
that's
a
nice.
It's a lovely walk. Yeah, no, it's a great neighborhood here. It has a lot of benefits. So that helps. So you just wake up, kind of like stop by Starbucks, And it's just like a 10-minute walk. It's super chill.
It's so Washington.
It's great. No, there's a lot of things I love about Washington, and I don't know, it's a little impractical in my life, but I do enjoy the places I get to go and stuff. So
yeah,
gotta just freaking probably gotta get a lot done probably at some point. I gotta figure out, because I was like able to get stuff done while we spaced for a while, and that made me feel a little less guilty about my life choices. But so I think it's gonna be really cool, like once getting them to animate and have people see it while we talk, and especially if I can develop the ability to really animate things that can be pertaining to the flow of the conversation.
This angle is throwing me off, Mellow.
Oh, is it something?
You look like your avatar. You look like
I do.
Yeah, but it's just like here. You're like this.
Yeah, it's not a very like usual.
No, it's top down actually.
Okay, all right.
Of course, it's top down.
Just trying to.
Top down doesn't work, Mellow. We established that.
Okay. Well,
are you on the laptop or a phone?
This is my laptop. So
I could tell.
I've been standing a lot, so I just thought I'd do the couch for a second. But anyway, I'm just rambling. But tomorrow, like, we should do this like in a way that it's like, how often do you think we should do let's talk about our work-life balance. And by work, I mean, not working in life. I mean, like this kind of interaction. And so in terms of splitting, just doing this kind of thing between spaces and then the YouTube like streaming version kind.
Well, that's up to you.
Oh, perfect. How about your day maybe, like, or just whenever the fuck we get the vibe, like, maybe
whenever
just vibe with
it. Well, I feel like whenever we get the vibe means whenever you get the vibe, as it should be. Yeah. Although I literally, I think didn't I text you that one time? I'm like, I need a mellow space because you had been absent. And then I see that you're spacing and I'm like, oh my God, I manifested that.
Yeah, you totally manifest me like all the time. Good job.
That's what I told myself, Mellow, because that was an error-free. There was no error, but that I enjoyed that version, and so I created that version for myself, as myself, in my own algorithmic jiu-jitsu. That benefited me to perceive that I had manifested that, or I just asked, or I mean, not that you even consented to it wasn't a demand, but
I consent.
You're picking up what I'm laying down.
I
so just send us the schedule, and I may be there, maybe not be there.
Well, we'll just have to incentivize you to drop everything you're doing and come on over.
I will say that whatever, like, this is how I feel like I'm in the flow state. I don't know why I do what I do. Like the other night when I just hopped on, I hadn't been on Twitter and hadn't been spacing. I just opened the app and saw a title of a space, and I was like, and it pinged my intuition, and it gave me data that I needed for my whole project thing. And so it's like, that's kind of how it happens for me. And I will kind of feel like I'm procrastinating, but I also, especially now, believe that, like, well, we're all on Twitter and we're all spacing, we're all having these conversations for a reason, obviously, but that's just been far more synchronistic to me lately. Like that rifle machine story, like all of that. When I'm on Twitter, or when I, am coming into this conversation, I just trust my intuitive impulse, and I'm not even conscious of that. I just do it as I go, which is maybe why I leave the food out on the countertop and forget that my daughter doesn't have practice today. So I'm being fed inaccurate information about that, maybe. Anyways, but yeah, just kind of go with it as you I'm not a scheduled person, and you don't really seem to be either.
Well, to some degree, when necessary.
I've never been, but structure is helpful. Like when
Yeah.
the kids are here, I tend to get more done because they provide structure. And when I know I only have 3 hours between dropping them off and then bringing her a lunch because I don't make it the night before and I don't put it together in the morning, it's become a habit. But then I get to like see her, or I used to, and now I kind of just drop it off because they have a different system. They have more security at the school. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, the structure. Yeah. So it makes me more productive because I also like have to do certain things when they're with me. When they're not with me, I got to feed the cats. That's about it. And try to catch up on what I didn't do the week before because I had the kids, catch up on laundry and the dishes in the sink and stuff. But so sometimes, there's a lot of freedom, and then it's easy to procrastinate the very few things I have to do, and I often don't get to them. But yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's, no one gets to everything, I guess. And it's just a matter of degree. And yeah, you have to, I don't know. Sometimes we can, it's, I totally get where you're coming from though, a lot in terms of wanting to just flow and also having to sort of force yourself to do things, I guess.
Yeah, I had not been able to do that, but I found that I have been better about keeping up with things. And I don't know why, but it's just, so there is that kind of improvement even with my flow, and maybe it's related to that. But then there's just that, that ease that I feel with like, oh, I'm there. Like I figured out, like I don't think I've ever been this error free, although in the past, for most of my adult life, I don't think there was too much going on in my life to really be pondering, the things that didn't make sense to me because, like you're working, you're taking care of young children, like constantly all day, every day, and you don't really have the luxury of the headspace to try to figure things out. Oh, I got my laptop plugged in, but it's not charging. Oh, hold on. I don't know what that was. It's charging now.
Yeah. Cool. Well, it's going to be fun. It's nice to have another outlet at our disposal and to, I'm going to start at some point reaching out to, now that I feel like with this, it's cool. We have more control over things. So I feel more comfortable in like bringing on like guests and stuff. Whereas
that'd be cool.
Just doing it. I mean, it's cool. It just things get really weird. You have these like on spaces, it's fun to go to other people's spaces that have like big name guests, but it's like, it's kind of odd how just like anyone can jump in and, do something really inappropriate. So in a more controlled setting like this, I think could be better.
Well, the benefit of spaces is they can still listen. Well, I guess they can listen if you're streaming it, but there's that you have the superpowers as the host to mute or revoke the microphone. But yeah, there's just a lot more people come in, request the mic, and you can't curate it as much. I gotta turn on my frequencies. I run them every night. Maybe that's been helpful to me too.
Frequencies? What is that?
Surely.
What frequencies are you talking about?
Like the Rife machine. So this is the app where you can you can create your own program. I was playing the headache frequency, and it helped. I had a headache earlier, but I kind of just run different sequences every night while I'm sleeping.
Cool.
And there's like
I've experimented with a lot of that, like
Have you?
binaurals and it was.
Oh, the audio.
Yeah.
This is through those copper coils.
Oh, okay.
Watch out, Mango. Watch out, Mango. So the Bluetooth, I'll just unplug it. The Bluetooth of the app connects to this little amplifier, and then the wires are connected to the coils.
Right.
And then the frequencies get emitted. Would this be electromagnetic, I think?
Yeah.
So it's literally electromagnetic. And then sometimes I'll actually run the audio through my Sonos speakers and just kind of have it play like solfeggio frequencies. But the binaural beats, I use those too. And those help, like to either calm you down or get you into that like alpha brainwave or theta, delta. You know, there's programs that, and you can find these on YouTube, that will kind of take you down and try to slow down your brainwaves to sleep or meditate. And then there's like coffee ones, you know, the like good morning coffee, you know, like auditory coffee or acoustic coffee. And they take you like right up to gamma to try to like get your brain waves higher to wake you up. Is that what you use them for or something else?
Yeah. So like relaxation or headaches or all kinds of
It
different
works,
things.
doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, so like that's all formulated off what was experimented on with the gateway tapes and like hypnosis and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And like bringing your brain into like I believe delta
Entrainment.
is like
It's like your brain entrains to the difference between the frequencies, and you know the right ear will play the one frequency, the left ear will play the other, and then your brain like interprets the difference and then entrains to that frequency.
Yeah.
And that makes sense to me, at least from my understanding of physiology, and it seems to work for me as well. I mean, there's always the placebo effect, but placebo effect works.
Well, also it's this idea that everything supposedly has a resonant frequency. And if you understand that resonant frequency, then you can sort of manipulate it.
Yeah, people talk. I have not experimented with that. You're talking about like, how do they phrase it? Like using your own energy to cause.
Like how, you know, like monks and stuff, when they meditate using that like low pitched kind of thing. And that sound is supposedly taken from the resonant frequency of the universe. Like it's the low pitched hum that is the universe.
7.83, isn't it the Schumann resonance? That's the Earth frequency.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can feel that, like we do that in yoga, and I've done that just at different times, and just to create that sound, you feel that vibration in your body, obviously. But it is very calming, and I forget to use that pretty much always. But even just like deep breathing, but I think those frequencies, or listening to them, or creating them yourself, there's something to that. I don't know that I could create that frequency per se, but I think there's something to, that's where the word that you're using, there's that spelling, whatever that is, that making your mouth move that way, and something of, whether it's the letters or the sound, there is a science behind that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know even with like the hypnosis stuff that I do, a lot of us have pointed out that people tend to be more responsive to female voices than they are for male ones for some
Really?
reason.
For hypnosis specifically?
Yes.
That's interesting. What's that about?
It might be because
the frequency.
It's like it might be like a maternal thing, like because it reminds them of like.
Oh, that makes sense.
Like their mother or something like that.
That makes sense. It's more trusting, like.
Yeah, more trusting and more calming.
Because I tend to, I mean, it depends on obviously the tone, but even like with that YouTuber that I was just talking about, the Alchemist, the depth of tone of like the male narrator, the quintessential male narrating voice. There's something soothing there just acoustically for me. But it makes sense that people would have kind of like a psychological, subconscious psychological, response to that as well. But sometimes if it's like, depending on the person, but the higher pitches, maybe I'm thinking of when I'm like trying to sleep and I'll like listen to, have a YouTube video playing while I'm sleeping, which is why, you lose the AirPods in the bed. But sometimes the higher voices, it's not as relaxing to me. Or maybe it's something about like the way that they're articulating, but it's just, it's not like as soothing as the low bass kind of masculine voice, at least at night trying to sleep.
Yeah, I've definitely experimented with that because I mean I voice act, so.
Oh really?
Yeah. Like I do that
then
for my
about
YouTube
that
channel. Yeah. Like I like to do with the Marilyn Stone that I showed earlier.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, there's a like the extended lore beyond that is that I've got like a sort of like a faux podcast kind of thing that I've been trying to do. I've kind of taken a hiatus on it for a while because I had to focus on myself. But yeah, I was doing the voice of both Rod Serling and sort of someone who's meant to sound like Marilyn Monroe.
That's fun.
Yeah. And she has a very kind of very chipper kind of voice.
There you go. Oh, that's the energy. I don't want that playlist. I have to reconfigure my playlists here. Chakra, base, root, skin, general, nervous system to balance, strengthen and support. Hair, immune system stimulation, calming, relaxation / to produce. This one looks good. Ooh. Okay, I gotta hook it up. Sorry about that. I don't want to hear the tone. Oh my God, turn it off. I gotta connect it to the Bluetooth. And I have to go to bed.
Yeah, me too.
It's 3
Yeah, no
a.m.
problem.
Yeah, let's do it. But let's touch base after we have done some sleeping, because this has been a wonderful first adventure in this platform.
Yeah, it was so fun.
Yeah, I'm so glad I caught you guys we got to hang and get to know each other better. And let's sleep tight, okay? You guys are the best. Appreciate you.
You guys
Yeah.
too. I had to go carry Pumpkin Pants and tuck her in here.
Yeah, we're gonna make this a sustainable thing. We're not gonna destroy ourselves on our initial date, and we're gonna have some sleepy
Oh.
days. And
I can keep myself awake without anybody else all the time. Play my piano, play my guitar, and just get lost in that, and or just reading. And anyways, but yes, so I will say good night to
Well,
y'all.
you can stay up. You're
good
your
night.
own big girl, so you just make yourself happy, because that's the
Authenticity.
yeah. You be happy and
Yeah.
All right, I'm out, y'all.
All right.
All
Sweet
right.
dreams. Good night.
Sweet dreams. Night.
All right. Well, we'll circle back. This is going to be quite an adventure. We're just starting out here. So
Yes,
tomorrow
dear.
we'll do something.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Good night, y'all.